give and take. If the government refuses to do its own part, they will not do their own part. Another one is distrust of institutions. I remember today seeing another Lagos agency that has been created to solve a problem that another agency that has been previously created could solve, and I wonder that why are they doing this? Just because I mentioned before, mismanagement of funds, and also they don't know their priorities. Because that new agency you are just creating, another agency has been set up in place but it's not running, so people are beginning to distrust that institution. Another example of distrust of institution is the police brutality that happened in 2020, that is the EndSARS brutality, where people began to actively fear those that are meant to protect them. In the social contract theory, this is a violation of its principles, because it is believed that the government should protect, the government should provide, and the government should care for the well-being of its citizens. And Thomas Hobbes also said, though there is a sovereign power where everybody has placed their own authority and autonomy, if that sovereign power does not do what it's supposed to do, they can overthrow it. Now, in such a case where it is the police who are brutalizing the citizens, such as the recent happenings around the world of ICE ejecting immigrants rather forcefully and spraying them and harming them. In such a situation, that's a direct violation of the social contract theory, because these people already have a distrust of the institutions in Nigeria because of what? Their past records. This means that there are many other institutions that people still trust in. However, their past record will not make enough people trust them to effect a change. Note, social contract is not absolutely absent. Another example is the cases of some people where they have political apathy. Some people will tell you that even if they are going to do election tomorrow, I will not vote. These type of people have no trust in the institutions, they have no trust in the government. However, if it is a society where we hold them to what? We hold them to collective responsibility. Like I mentioned, the Yorubas and Igbos, they do not take an individualistic stand towards social issues, towards judicial systems, but it was a collective consensus both in the Igbos and the Yorubas. Now, how do we begin to resolve these issues? The Nigerian state and the social contract, the modern social contract. One thing we need to begin to call for is for transparency plus accountability. There is a popular politician in Nigeria where I can't recall his name, but I think it's the governor of Abia State. Is that correct?
Yes.
So now people have said, what did you say? Alex Oti. People now have come online to say, is he not a president? Using him as an is he not a good governor? Using him as an example of what the ideal social contract would look like. This means that people who do what they are supposed to do receive back from the people it supports their loyalty and their civic duties. They perform it with joy because they believe that their social and their own interests, their social interests and their personal interests are being satisfied by this government. Now, if there is no transparency and accountability, there will not be progress. Many times we will see ridiculous budget amounts and budget allocation that if truly there was transparency and accountability, they should be able to come out and say, oh, we asked for so amount, we are allocating this amount to this, and they should actually use that money for what they asked for. If you ask for a bill of over 1 billion naira and you later spend the money on miscellaneous and useless frivolous things, have you accurately served the people? No, you have provided harm to the people because you are not serving their interests. And remember, I mentioned that government should be a servant leadership type of government. Another one is strengthening institution. Previously, in the EndSARS saga and issue, many people began to actively fear police, began to fear SARS till SARS was later disbanded. Why was this so? Because there was the outcry and the outrage among the people that why should the government meant to protect, why should the government meant to defend be the one killing its own citizens? For the principles of the social theory, this is a direct violation. How do we then begin to strengthen such type of institutions? The government should listen to its people. That means they should not just see these issues and turn a blind eye, but they should actively create steps and systems that help the people to have trust in these institutions. Because a society that does not listen to its people and that works actively against its people is simply harming itself in the long run. In many Nigerian societies today, we see cases where you have your local government offices and you go there to complain or to ask about something, and you get there, the place is dilapidated, the place is not cared for. Even the staff members, they don't behave like they are public servants. They will be telling you like they are the one controlling the nation's economy, forgetting that they were put in that place to serve the people. Also, for its citizens, in the social contract theory, you have a civic responsibility. That means even when the government is doing this thing, there is a civic responsibility on the part of the citizens. For example, are there civic duties you know you ought to be doing? Many people refuse to pay tax, like I mentioned, because they believe the government is not giving them value for their money. However, if we wait for the government or the citizens to start, will there ever be progress? If we wait for the citizens to start without the government support, will there ever be progress? If we wait for there to be an agreement between the two, that is when there can be progress. So therefore, the agreement now is the consensus between the citizen and the government. A nation thrives when the promises between the state and its people are fulfilled. If our society is destroyed as a result of a weakened social contract theory, who is to be blamed? The government or the people? Who is to repair it? The government or the people? Now, people give authority to the government for protection according to the social contract theory. This means that in Nigeria, we believe that if we have a sovereign authority, that is when we would be able to receive protection and good governance. Citizens obey laws and respect institutions. But I've mentioned that there have been several breakdowns of the social contract theory in Nigeria. And it makes me wonder, is the social contract theory meant for our Nigerian ecoscape? This means, for example, I gave the Yoruba and the Igbos tradition and the way they take their judicial and their ethic norms and their social norms. This was a period where even the white man, that is the Europeans and whatnot, they were still struggling with an imagination of what the ideal society should look like. But we in Nigeria were already living this ideal reality. We were living it while they were dreaming it. So this means that moral order was rooted in spiritual beliefs, which helped the people be able to advance and grow their own ethical and social norms, down to our justice systems, down to our conflict resolution systems. Now, can the social contract theory exist in present day Nigeria? I mentioned before that the current Nigeria now is it is going against the principles of the social contract theory. What should be done? Previously, they usually have a collective consensus in the African societies and Nigerians as a whole. I would propose that should be brought back. So this means that recently I saw a video online on TikTok where a group of youths went to amass outside this man's office in Abuja, Wike, Mr. Wike. They went to amass outside his office. What did you say? They went to amass outside his office. Because of this pressure, this man had to use an alternative exit out of his own office. Because why? They came together with one mind and one community consensus that this is what we are going to do and this is what we are going to achieve. That means the social contract theory of Thomas Hobbes, John Locke and Ginger Akrosu, it is good in itself, but does it work in the Nigerian landscape? After they went to his office and they all stood as one, they were able to pressure him to actually run out of his office in fear. How about we apply that same unity to other matters in government? In our INEC officials and their regulations, there are some regulations that they might pass that is not beneficial for the people, and we are well aware. How about taking our community consensus and going there and saying we don't want this does not work for us? Thomas Hobbes mentioned that if the sovereign power does not work for the purpose that has been created, it should be overthrown. John Locke also said that people were rational. That means they could sit and reason that, oh, this system that we created, if it's not working for ourselves, then it should be dismantled. Now, in our society, the social contract theory seems to be advancing our people, but in reality it is not working. So for me, the social contract theory, it exists but it does not function in our Nigerian society. However, if we can get to a point where there is a proper give and take between the government officials and the Nigerian citizens, many Nigerians do not actually care about social contract theory in itself. But if that government begins to act right, even if they were looting and stealing from the country and still advancing people, the man that spoke earlier on small and medium-sized businesses and enterprises said that if everybody had something doing, they would not be concerned about what the government is doing. So that means the government has a barest minimum responsibility to provide. It should do the barest minimum. For our healthcare, Professor Pat Utomi said here that Nigerian healthcare system was one of the best in Nigeria. Nigerian education system was one of the best in Nigeria. That people flew in to Nigeria to come and study here, to come and teach here, to come and live here. However, as a present Nigerian youth, I cannot even comprehend that reality, because the Nigeria we live in now does not resemble all the ideals spoke about by our legends past and our heroes past. So this means that, can the Nigerian government begin to advance the educational sector, the healthcare sector, to a point where people can say, oh, I am a Nigerian citizen, I am proud to be a Nigerian citizen. For the educational system, when the government were paying for the books, were paying for education, the country was able to develop at a phenomenal pace. However, that is not the case today. Because if you are a Nigerian, a common Nigerian, and you are living in a society that you are expected to pay for the school fees of your 4 children, you are expected to send them to university, you are expected to clothe them, all still giving them good moral traditions, good moral customs, societal norms that are expected and believed of them to be equipped with. And all these burdens are on you. How can you thrive in such a society? In a society where, as you're sending your child to school, there is insecurity. The child is on the way to school, you are going to be praying or fasting till that child gets to his school environment. In a society where the government, the policies are not reflecting the government's care for the people, rather an intention to harm the people. Ginger Akrosu said that human beings inherently were very good, but it's the social, culture and inequality that destroyed them. So this means that if we human beings, according to Ginger Akrosu, were inherently good, and it was the society and inequality that destroyed us, the government should begin to take a relook at its policies. You cannot be passing policies that is not effective to the people. You cannot pass policies that do not enhance the lifestyle of the people. In many Nigerians today face a lot of healthcare problems, a lot of healthcare issues. Some people, once they have cancer, they automatically take it as a death sentence, because in Nigeria, the Nigeria that we are in today, even if you go to the best hospital, you are probably not going to receive premium care that would adequately solve that cancer. In many Nigerian societies, you go to hospitals that the staffs are overworked. You go to hospitals that the conditions are not even proper for a clinic, talk less of an hospital. In many Nigerian society, they see backdated and outdated information because the government itself has refused to block the gap of to build a bridge between the gap of the people and its government. The theory of the social contract is one that is very important, but it will not be accurately able to resolve the issues of the government and its people. Many people in Nigeria today do not even believe that they owe the government a dime. They do not believe that they have a duty towards Nigeria as a country. And this is where talks such of nationalism and it's like begin to come in. That beyond your tribe, beyond the person you are, what is your duty and how are you helping your nation? Now, how do we build trust in institutions that have caused a lack of trust in them? Is to start small. The change should start from me and you. Because in the beginning, these thinkers of the social contract theory believed that there was disorganization. So people had to come, sit and reason out, what can we do? What will work for us? Yes, it might seem a bit hopeless because the Nigeria past seems a lot brighter than the Nigeria that is at present happening. However, in our indigenous governments versus the one that came with colonialism and the effects our indigenous government still far more outweigh and bring a lot of benefits than the colonialism or pre-colonial era. Now, I mentioned check and balances. For many government officials or for many government procedures, there are no accurate check and balances. This means they are oftentimes only a law unto themselves. This is when only the rich can catch the rich, only the poor can address the rich. But in a society where there is calling out and call for accountability, what are you using the money of the government to do, of the people to do? If you are not helping the people, there should be a swift removal of such government. In our indigenous society, the power was not just rested in one person. There are many cases where people would go to police to go and complain about an injustice that has been done to them. And this police itself will also become a terror to the citizen that has come to report another citizen. Such cases are very, very wrong. If the police, who was meant to protect the people, you cannot go there and write a simple statement that, oh, I was assaulted while walking on this way, I would like for there should be street lights on this way, I would like that there should be security posts at these places, and that police cannot reply. It is a direct reflection of the breakdown of the government and how it has affected the institutions associated with the government. In many Nigerian homes today, you will find parents telling their children that, oh, Nigeria before, it was government that will pay for your education, it was government that will sponsor you, it was government, you just go to school free of charge. And I get the fact that the government of today now has been trying to build such initiatives such as the Nail Fund. However, is it really effective in the long term? In the long term, is it serving the people or is it just serving the interest of the government? Such policies are meant to enhance the lives of the people, and there have been many complaints that even those policies are not effective. Sometimes, once it passes government oversight, there is no maintenance culture on such policies. Many Nigerian students today, they began with the Nail Fund, but are they still continuing on the Nail Fund? Is it still paying? Is it still caring for the welfare of the citizens? These are all signs that the social contract is weak in the Nigerian system. These are all signs that, yes, it had a good ideal, but it cannot accurately serve the interest of the people living in Nigeria. And we ourselves must not wait for the government to begin to effect change in our own little ways. This goes beyond your educational system. Many of the speakers that have come to speak on financial literacy, entrepreneurship, one of the things they mention is the fact that we need more small and medium business enterprises in Nigeria. This means that every Nigerian has to find something doing, because you cannot wait for a government that does not really care about you to come and save you. Your long-term waiting will actually result in your destruction. So this means that although things are difficult, there are many people like this that are absconding every day to Lagos to come and find a better, greener pasture. They should also remember that the grass is greener wherever the grass is watered. So this means that instead of leaving your comfort zone or places that are really tough for you to survive and running down to Lagos just because of a fairy tale that has been sold for you that, oh, there's money in Lagos, and rushing down and finding yourself stranded and even in an impossible situation, we should begin to have a cooperation that it works where we allow it to work. That the government is not going to save anybody. The government has not saved anybody, and the government will not begin to save anybody. I mentioned in the beginning that there is an implicit and explicit agreement between the government and its people. However, if the government itself has violated that agreement, what can be done? What can be done? So this means that although the citizens are obeying laws, although the citizens are paying taxes and respecting institutions, the government is not reciprocating that same energy back to these people. I remember the case of a young lady who was serving, and she mentioned the case of, I think, a SIM, the SIM she got from a MTN or a network provider shop. That SIM was tracked to a number that had paid for a ransom, and the police tracked her down. Then they accosted her, then they arrested her. Over a series of 4 months, she was in their custody with no help, basically with no help. In such a case, that person is a National Youth Service Corps member. That person should have received support from the government. should have received help from the government. However, the institutions placed by this government were also the ones harming her and refusing to believe her despite the many evidences that were on ground. In Nigeria today, many people cannot even afford to travel, or before you hear cases of, oh, my grandpa went to Enugu, my grandpa went to Imo, my grandpa went to the north, my grandpa lived in the north for 10 years, my grandpa came to Lagos. You hear these stories of how they travel and they knew their culture, they knew themselves. But in Nigeria, there are many of us, we never even leave Lagos State till 30-40 years old. How then can we even begin to defend the narrative that some people will tell you that, oh, the government is actually working, you're not just seeing it? It doesn't work that way, because I didn't think the country was safe. I didn't think there was no banditry. I didn't think there was no terrorism. And in a society that you can move and learn each other's culture, you can move. Sometimes you don't serve. This recent killing in Jos, there are many people that lost their families. There are many people that have become so desensitized to the loss of human lives that they cannot even relate. Is it those type of people or those set of people you want to call to come and stand collectively against the type of government we are having? And this shows that unity itself goes far beyond its present state in Nigeria now. We are so divided by so many distractions, such as our tribe, such as our language. So people will start arguing over football and forgetting that the real problem is the Nigeria they are living in, which the quality of life there is very, very bad. Now, I mentioned that the social contract still exists because we have our constitution. And that constitution details what is expected of the government. It details what the government is expected to do. It details how the citizens are expected to live in a society that is ordered by law. However, the reverse is the case. You would hear of many cases that some people will even implore you to stay in your house once it's 3 a.m. in the morning. Say, if, for example, you are traveling and you get to a certain hour, they advise you to go and lodge because they know that the place you are coming to is not safe. And if anything should happen, the society and the government that is supposed to support you would actually be the one stabbing you. They would actually be the one working against you. So now, if we now say we should apply the social contract theory in Nigeria, it is so multifaceted, it is so complicated that it will not just be easy as saying, oh, in an ideal society, this should be the standard. I mentioned before for the need of transparency and accountability. Who can hold the government responsible? Is it in a society that you are living in, a society that laws are passed, that you don't even know the implications of those laws on your life, or in a society where after the laws have been passed, they can be reversed without your knowledge? This society now, who should we expect to hold the government responsible? Is it the institutions the government has created who work for the benefit of the government? Is it the politicians that were voted in by us that should come and fight for the benefit and welfare of the society? The politician that is in power is somebody's brother, is somebody's sister, is somebody's family. This means they are not so alien or out of this world that we cannot reach them. Because your own family exists in security and comfort does not mean the lives of other common Nigerians are not in jeopardy. This means that those people we have put in place must hold themselves accountable, because nobody will have an issue if Nigeria is working and you are acting otherwise. However, if they now refuse to hold themselves accountable, then there is need for what? Transparency. This means that when rules and policies are being passed, they should be aware that these rules are being passed on human beings and not livestock. They should be aware that to build trust in a society, it takes time. I mentioned the Abia State governor who has been working tremendously in his state, that he doesn't even need to announce his own self or toot his own on. These announcements are being done by the works that he has made. This means that common Nigerians expect their government to stand in the gap and provide accurately for them. The social contract theory says that the government owes the citizen, and I believe it's time we begin to reap the benefits of having a government that we have installed in Nigeria. The social contract theory is a political philosophy. It's a political philosophical theory. In Nigeria, we should begin to have our own philosophers, our own thinkers, who can adequately read this system and provide solutions that actually work in our own social system. I gave the example of the indigenous Yoruba and Igbo tribe to show that these things existed and can still exist. In other West African societies, we have the consensus theory that is everybody, one brother is for everybody. That is communism. We need to begin to return to that state that is the standard we are setting for ourselves. That because the issue is not related to you does not mean it is not affecting everybody else. That means if you begin to look at with a communal mindset that, oh, this is our society and this society is for us and only us can help each other, that's when there will be progress and we will be able to resolve these issues accurately. Now, trust building. If somebody, even in a relationship, if your boyfriend or your spouse has broken your heart, it takes time for you to heal before you now begin to process, oh, okay, you need to forgive. Forgiveness is not achievable. How do we reconcile? If reconciliation is not available, then maybe a divorce. Now, in a society where the government has broken the hearts of its citizens, how do we begin trust building? How do we begin to trust a system that has not worked and has proved that it is not willing to work for the effectiveness and well-being of the people? It begins by simple steps. It begins by saying and doing your promise. It begins by promising and actually delivering. It begins by starting little by little. It begins by making policies that impact the lives of your citizens for the better. Likewise, we as citizens, we should discard the idea that if the government does not work, you will not work, because you will just be creating a circle of what? A circle of bad government, bad citizenship, and just continue to spiral down from there. So this means that everybody for himself must begin to effect change in their little spheres. They must begin to effect change in their little spheres. They must begin to take actions that actually impact the society little by little. I mentioned before that those people that are in government, they are not aliens. They are somebody's brother, they are somebody's sisters, they are somebody's family. And there was a recent development where two tycoons, no, an oil tycoon in Nigeria put pressure on a government official that was put there to serve the people. And because of the pressure he put on this individual, a lot of things came to light about mismanagement of funds, about how this person was using public money to actually service his own self and family. But because of this pressure, this person now has been exposed. If we have policies like that or systems in place like that, that all these people are accountable, they are not invincible. So this means that the social contract theory in itself does not work fully in Nigeria. However, if we combine it with our indigenous governance and our way of life, our communism, before communalism, before the colonial era, before the Nigerian government rule of law, and we try to adequately and efficiently build a system that works, Nigeria will be able to progress and move forward. I hope I've been able to sensitize you and enlighten you about the social contract theory in Nigeria, its existence, its weaknesses, and how we can begin to move forward to a better Nigeria. At this junction, I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. So, I will be talking about digital skills versus traditional skills. Digital skills versus traditional skills. And you would agree with me that a few years ago, what we have now about digital skills, people building, people working online was not really the case. In fact, some few years ago, many people still consider if somebody says they are working online or they are working remotely as being jobless, yes or no. I think I've read something online in which somebody was sharing his experience that most of his neighbors were always asking or were always curious about where he was working, because he wouldn't leave the house. He would be at home from morning to evening. Why? Because those people, these neighbors, they, as at then, they did not understand the reality of working from home or the reality of remote job or the reality of working online. And you will agree with me that there is that disparity now. There is that disparity of, okay, I am working online, and then there is that disparity of many people that have the idea, or they have the thought that for you to say you are working, there are some certain jobs you will be doing. Many years ago, if you finish secondary school, what would you, or what would your parents would want you to study as a science student? So many years, not even so many, but what would your parents say you should study? Or most time, what would you say you wanted to study if you were a science student? Anybody? Medicine and surgery. If not medicine and surgery, what else? Maybe nursing, even pharmacy, especially. Either or they can say engineering, right? Exactly. If you are an art student, they can say you should study what, or you would want to study what? Law, yes or no? But I can actually relate to that because I wanted to study law. I chased law for some years. So that's not really because there was a special reason, just because it is assumed that it was the best course in art department. Also, if you were a commercial student, they will say study accounting or study economics. And please, would you blame them, or would you blame us for choosing that decision? Please, anybody, do you think that we can blame our parents for telling us to chase that kind of career, or you can blame ourselves too? What do you think were the reasons for having that idea that this is the best course for you to do? Because of the country, yes. Now the thing, yes, because of the country, and also there are different reasons, and one is stability. Now the thing is that while they were growing up, the mates of our parents, while they were growing up, they saw some people who studied that course, right? And probably they did not study that course, and they saw how far those people were able to achieve certain things. Do you understand what I am saying? They saw how far they were able to achieve certain things just because, okay, this course is a supposedly professional course. And so, but what they did not understand is that time changes. What happened 20 years ago is not what is happening now, and it's what happens now is not what will happen 20 years to come. So stability was one of the reasons why they feel, okay, this is the course you should do, because courses like that are just clear cut. You study medicine, you have to work in a hospital. Pharmacy, you can just get a job as a pharmacist. Are you getting what I'm saying now? And then maybe they also feel that, like we said, it is a professional course. Another reason why they feel okay, aside this, another aspect of the stability is this. You know that when there is, lowest chance, there's something in business that is called lowest point of entry. Now there are some professional, if probably now you see a doctor that is doing well, you cannot say, please, can I get a crash course in medicine for 6 months? I also want to become a medical doctor. Is it possible? No, it is not possible. For you to become a medical doctor, you yourself will have to invest that same amount of going to medical school, becoming a consultant, and all those exams. So the point of entry, the barrier of entry is very, very high. So as a result of that, courses like that kind of have value, and that was the reason why they said it's like everybody should study that course. So because those courses like that give stability, credibility. Yes, credibility. That's why our parents will say, they have this thing. We hear they can be with their friends, and they will be calling their son or their daughter, hello Dr. Jide, is their son they are calling, no? And after they hang up, they will tell their friends, ọmọ mi tó wà ní Uniben tó ń ṣe medicine ni mo bá sọ̀rọ̀ tán yẹn, meaning it's my son that is studying medicine in Uniben I just spoke with now. You know, the credibility is there. they will be ready to, if the person, instead of the, if their daughter call them, instead of them to say please I will call you back, I'm in a meeting, they will pick that call there. They will pick the call and they will what, they will put it in loudspeaker, just because they want to show that yes, it is my son. So the credibility is there. And how did this credibility come about? It is still as a result of honor that is given to people who study this course, these courses in the society. There is a kind of respect for you studying being a medical doctor, being a lawyer, being an accountant. So they feel like, okay, even if I was not opportuned to study this course, I want my children to study the course. So traditional careers. And are we saying that these traditional careers, are we saying that they are bad? They are not bad at all. They are not bad. They still have the advantages that they have. They still have those advantages. However, times have changed. We now have different things now. We now have different opportunity, and that is why we are talking about digital skills. What are digital skills? So the reality we find ourselves now, somebody can say, you can ask somebody, what are you doing? And the person say, I work remotely. Digital skill. You can ask somebody, where do you work? And say, oh, my office is on my laptop. We now have different career paths. Now, we now have somebody can say, I'm a full-time content creator. I am a brand influencer. I am an online tutor. So these are what? These are digital skills. These are people now working on what? Online. Online. And you would agree with me that it took a long time for a lot of people to do what? To really get used to that. In fact, some people are still not gotten used to that. They still feel that if you think you are building online, what you are building online is volatile, and which may be true. It may be true. Few weeks ago in January, before the middle of January, Meta suspended my social media accounts. That's Instagram and Facebook. Imagine somebody, and we have people too with, I do not even have any big following at all, but you know that's really why. And anybody I talk to say, okay, whatever we are building on social media especially, it's just not, it's not, the stability is not really there most times. Just the stability is not there because they can just wake up one day and say this. Even recently, this guy Salem King, Instagram suspended his account for like 2 or 3 days. Look at somebody with what? With that kind of following, with that kind of influence. So imagine he has just built his influence around just social media, and one day everything just collapsed. We can see that's one of the disadvantages of these digital skills. As much as it gives us flexibility, the flexibility is unmatched. It actually gives us flexibility. You can control your time. You can, in a situation where in this Lagos transport fare can just increase, you can be working at home, be earning, and you are not spending on what? On transport fare. We have people that they are online tutors. One of my friends, that's what she does. She has been teaching for a platform, for an international platform, for more than 3 years now. Yes, she was teaching in an international school in Abuja before. That was where she started her teaching job. And for somebody to leave an international school, all these schools that always have British at the back of their name, that's the kind of school that she was teaching, and she left that kind of job and she focused on online teaching. You will see that the level of, she must have seen the financial reward, that this thing is better than me sitting in the class 9 to 5. So it is, so that those are the advantages. It gives us this flexibility. And aside the flexibility, when you have a digital skills, when you bring yourself to the internet or social media, it exposes you to a lot of opportunities. A lot of people have really gotten opportunity just because they learned a skill and they put themselves on social media. So we have what? Flexibility. And what are the digital skills that we might be talking about? We can be talking about tech, any form of tech, then content creation, digital marketing, design. We have people that are graphic designers. That's what they do, and they are able to put their skill, they are able to show up for what they do. And these things, these are things that you can do. Just sit down on your bed. When you just have good internet, you are what? You are good to go. You are good to go. So it gives us flexibility, global opportunity, and most times fast income potential. Because just land an international job and you are paid in dollar, oh my, your income can really skyrocket than somebody that is just in the physical job. Now, however, we cannot say that just because the online space, and just like somebody talked about, for the fact that you say that you want to be an entrepreneur, that doesn't mean that you should look down on somebody that is doing 9 to 5. No, that is the space that they are at the time. It does not make anyone to become better. It does not make one to become better. It's whatever you achieve, because most times that's what so many people think. And I think as youth, we should actually understand that there is a place for you to work. There is a role of working in a structured organization. I personally, now what I do presently is what I do for now is online, is virtual. But this year, one of the things I make sure is that I am looking towards getting a job in a structured place. Yes, because there is something that it gives you, there is an experience that it gives you when you work in a structured place. So I'm not close-minded that okay, I'm getting money from what I'm doing online, but you really cannot compare that okay, the structure of you going to somewhere where there is already a system. So that is why I am urging anybody, if for example maybe you just finish and you just think everybody is raving about online, not necessarily. Build your career, build something substantial first, and then we will get to it. You can collab, you can merge things together. You can be building yourself on social media, you can be building your brand, you can be growing your digital skill, but try as much as possible to do what? To still give yourself opportunity to learn in a structured environment. And I know that my dream from my mouth to God's ear this year by God's grace. So it is very, very important for you to understand that. Now, what are now the things that we can do? Like we've mentioned, how can you go about it, right? How can you go about this? We've talked about you do not have to zero your mind to saying I don't want to do 9 to 5. Who will do 9 to 5? The stress is too much. I just want to go and learn Canva and then just become a Canva. Of course, you can make it this thing there, but it just depends on whatever you want. And like we said, it does not make somebody that is doing a 9 to 5 a less better than who you are. And this is another thing. The first belief is that you have to choose one. It's either you build on social media or you focus on maybe a 9 to 5, for example. You don't really have to choose one. You can combine. Depends on you. Depends on how you are able to manage your time. As a matter of fact, people that are in traditional careers, lawyers, teachers, or engineers, you can also start building on social media. Yesterday rather, we're already in another day. Yesterday, I joined a particular TikTok live as the person was on the stage talking, and he was saying that he's a doctor in the US, and he talked about the area of specialty, and he said he comes on TikTok live, I think every Sunday 5 p.m. US time, to talk about what he does, to give people, to just talk about his line of field generally. That's what we are talking about. So you can be in the traditional career and still maximize what? Digital skill. Who does not know Aproko doctor here? Or who knows Aproko doctor? We all know Aproko doctor. This is He's a medical doctor. But we don't know him because he's in a particular hospital, right? It's because it's on social media that we all meet what? Aproko doctor. That's it. That's just a typical example of somebody with a traditional career but was able to merge digital skills. He was not close-minded. No, imagine the opportunity this man has got. He has gotten quite a number of opportunities. We all know brand influencing, speaking engagement, and a lot of that. So you really do not have to say you want to choose between one or another. No, it's something that you can combine. But another reason why many people struggle to combine is confusion. They don't really know what to do. What should I do? They see people, they want to copy another person. Maybe a particular doctor now. See Aproko doctor. You want to copy Aproko's doctor's style of making content. You don't want to be unique and be authentic. So at the end of the day, just this thing, or you think it is immediately you start putting content on social media, it's immediately that brand will call you, we want to use it. No, they don't really understand that it really takes time to build anything that is substantial. So confusion makes people know to struggle with combining this thing. And then another thing is pressure. They are pressurized, pressure to be perfect, pressure to show up perfect and not showing up the way they are. Authenticity is very, very important when you want to build any social media presence any social media presence. Another one is chasing trends. When you are on social media building your skill, showing up, being visible, know the reason why you are there. I personally, I think I started building on social media, that would be 3 years ago. Yeah, 3 years ago. And there is one rule, especially on Facebook, that I have. Anytime that I have, you cannot really go to my page now and see me talk about any trending topic. I'll read about it, but it's none of my business to comment about it, to make a post specifically on what is going on. Of course, many people can, because the thing is that I have a woman, that woman that I said I like very much, that I follow, Mrs. Choma Ifeanyi Eze. She does both. Her page is educative. When I say educative, if you go to her post today, you will learn one or two things there. And she engages on social trends matter as well. Because the thing is, the truth is there, especially on maybe on any platform. If you engage on trendy matters, it will aid the algorithm because people are interested in that thing. So it can even give you more engagement than your educative post. So there's the upside of it, but it's the thing I have made that decision personally. I am going to grow this page with only my educational content, and that is it. So it's not one day now I will now make posts. If they drag me on my educational content, thank you. But it's not that I will now make posts that does not concern me. They are not, that one will be shameful now. They are not dragging me on something I put my mouth on, So things like that, that's the reason. So it's different, people have their own different thing. But that is just my personal decision that I have made. That in the process of growing these pages, these are the things that I will never do. Because chasing trends, building your social media presence on trends, on cloud chasing, it does not help. It will show you as somebody that is not, how will I say it, that is not consistent. You lack direction. Just focus. It may take longer time, because it is actually generally believed that educational content rarely do well, mostly on most social media platform. And the thing is that it does well, but the thing is that if you make a post on trendy matter, it will do well more than most times on your educational post. But just keep at it. So chasing trends may not really help. So we are talking about digital skills and traditional careers. So the action point is this: don't say that you want to pick one and resent the other. We've already said you can combine everything. So if you are a graduate, you shouldn't be a graduate without digital exposure. And the digital exposure we are saying does not mean you are the one just consuming. You are consuming everything. I think the last time I was here, I mentioned it. At least if you are not active in any platform, go and be active on LinkedIn. Highly recommended. Let us know. Let somebody get to your LinkedIn and let it be clear. Don't let it be okay. Well, maybe the last post some people make on LinkedIn is I don't even know. And don't, cause sometimes I check some people's LinkedIn, you will see their post. The only post you will see there is repost, repost. Why are you reposting people's posts every day? What happened to creating your own original content? Create. It's not. And then another thing is that many people have they talk a lot of things about LinkedIn on other social media platform. They are, what's it called? What are the things they say? Help me out. What are the things that are normally said about LinkedIn? They put pressure on you. You will see where some people say if you enter LinkedIn and come, you'll be thinking about your life. 20 years experience, 20 this thing. It's, I really do not think that people are exaggerating on that platform if you are really used to the platform. I really do not. Okay, ever since we started this thing now, I have been putting what I'm doing here on LinkedIn. At least so far I've made about 4 to 5 posts about this Guinness World Record there. Somebody can see that and think, how did you get into Guinness World Record? They don't start again. So you don't know people's reality, right? So it's not really, you don't just assume. Just be yourself and be authentic. Whatever anybody is doing does not concern you. It does not concern you. So a graduate without digital exposure, you are really shooting yourself in the leg. At least pick a social media platform, and it's the best is actually LinkedIn or maybe Instagram too. And because the thing is that many of these important opportunities, they will ask you for your what? For your social media profile. The last time I was here, I mentioned a fellowship that I entered in earlier this year. More than 1,000 teachers applied for that, and they picked just 32 from 10 countries in Africa. I had to go back because I didn't even get the gravity of that thing that I got into, not until when they did orientation for us. And I went back to Google to go and look for the link for the registration. That what exactly did I put for me to, because we had different, after the registration you fill the form, we now add the interview stage. So I know that at the interview I really did well in the interview, but I wanted to look at okay what it is, and I saw that in fact the major thing they asked was our LinkedIn profile. It was the LinkedIn profile. So because they need to know what have you been up to. So if you are thinking it's because somebody is pressurizing you, and nobody is pressurizing you on social, okay, is it Instagram that there is no pressure? I even think Instagram has more pressure than any other social media platform to me, because Instagram is home of aesthetics. You just go there, everybody is just prim and proper, like everywhere is just so glamour, like okay, who they live for this thing, like everyone of us is just so this thing. So but then will you say because of that you are not going to show up? No, show up. And one thing is that everybody that you think is putting pressure on you, or you think you are the one that think they are putting pressure on you, they all started from somewhere. Somebody will see me now on my account in the next maybe 5 years and think, and if when I am also sharing my aspire to require and acquire story now, they will think it's something that was I just jump at. But so that's the thing, you cannot just admire people but don't let their story, or don't let the story that you do not know, you don't even know, to put pressure on you. It is very, very important. So you have to be a graduate with digital exposure, and not you dumb scrolling, just consuming content without you doing something spectacular on social media. And then another thing is that we have digital freelancer, we have people that are called freelancer now, and this one is very important. Digital freelancer without structure. It is just because many people, you tell them, oh, I'm a freelancer, I'm a creative, no really necessary structure. And the thing is that not everybody will become who are content creator famous. No, not everybody will really break through in this content creation thing. That's just the fact. That is just the fact. So while you are building, build with structure, build with wisdom. Build with structure and build with what? Build with wisdom. It's very, very important. So that's why I said highly recommended that you can be hybrid professional. Be hybrid. Go to your 9 to 5 if possible. Do your content on weekends or when you have time, or do your content in, I don't know if you know this guy on Instagram. I don't know this the last thing, but his Instagram page is Victor. He works in a real estate company. He does this funny for video. You just put, he will record himself and then just put text on the video. His name is Victor. I don't the no, if you needed to see when he posted his POP video the last few weeks ago, even I myself did not know that the guy is a was a core member. He was a core member. Most of his content were at work. Most of his content, he works in a real estate company, so he does all these funny work videos. So we just put, he can say, I can't relate, I can't remember any. He said, yeah, you just put right up, me as a worker and I'm doing this thing, something like that. He say he talk like this and that. Yes. So look at somebody like that. It was made, and he has gained a lot of opportunity. And the thing is that he has even brought visibility to the brand that he works for. He has brought a lot of visibility. But imagine he did not start. I mentioned when he too started, just to let me start. And that's the thing, when majority of everybody started, they just, okay, let me just start, and little by little. So the future belongs to those who can combine. Adaptability is a skill. Don't be rigid minded. Just like now, there are still people that believe they can never use AI. There are still people that believe they are still talking down on AI tools. Yes or no? AI, you people are using AI. They are so even proud to brag that they do not use AI. You are just doing yourself to me. You are, because you are really not. You are, in fact, if the people know, I think it was on this stage I also mentioned that I got an opportunity for a job, although I've not gotten the job. Hopefully I get the job through LinkedIn. Thank you. Through LinkedIn. Did you know that one of the interview question I was asked was, tell us the AI tool. Tell us the AI tools that you use and how you use it. Sincerely, a corporate organization, they asked me, tell us the AI tool. I've just started. I didn't know that was the least question I ever thought they would ask me. I never expected that question, but they did. So it is very, very important that be adaptable. Be adaptable. Create content that you resonate with, but that are still relevant in the society. Don't chase trends. Don't chase clouds. It is very, very important. Degree plus digital skills will give you what? Will give you an edge. Don't say because you want to change digital skills, you are not ready to put your degree, to take your degree very well. No. Don't be like that. Knowledge plus exposure. Social media, your digital skill will give you exposure that you may never even imagine. Structure plus flexibility. It is very important. So what are the practical tips that can help you to manage your digital skills with traditional career? One is, don't rely solely on school. Like we said, while you are in school, aside from even building on social media, I really think sometimes I always wish I had started building on social media since when I was in the university. I actually opened LinkedIn since when I was in the university, but I didn't even know how to go about it. It was just about 2 or 3 years later that I took social media seriously. So you can start. I think I mentioned the name of a lady here, Elizabeth Boluwatife. Yeah, I think that's her name. She finished from FUTA. She studied a particular engineering course and finished with the first class. She was building her LinkedIn all the way, putting herself out there, and she has gotten a lot of opportunities even as an undergraduate. So it is very, very important that we put this in mind. Don't rely on school alone. Start building your skills early. start building your skills early. I guess maybe I will just share my little story. Well, it's a success story in the making, because I am very sure that I am not where I want to be yet in this thing, but I know that where I am now is way far higher than how I started. That's the thing. I started 3 years ago, and most of my pages I started just from the scratch. So, and it's not even about, okay, maybe the following. I know opportunities I've gotten, not just following, I've gotten due to the fact that I am just being consistent on social media. So add digital skill, it will give you leverage. So aside that you are putting yourself on social media, you can decide to learn a skill. Data entry, designing, those are the things. AI prompting now is another thing. AI video generation, AI photo generation, those are digital skills that you can learn. Digital marketing, those are the things you can. Social media marketing, social media management, those are the skills that you can learn. It's very, very important. There's this lady that I use. She, anytime I have anything to do with my social media, she's the one I use. And I met her on SWOT. I met her on Instagram. I saw her ad on Instagram, and since more than 3 years ago now, she has been in my corner. People that you know that, okay, I can always go anytime. When I wanted to do this, my ad management for my Meta account, Facebook and Instagram, she was one I reached out to. She set up my ad accounts for me, and I was able to run my ad by myself. So that's a skill that she's using. She has learned that skill and she's using the skill. So it's very, very important. There are people that it is TikTok ad that they do. There's a guy's course that I bought recently, because they said that it is better for you to run ad on TikTok manager than you running the ad on TikTok directly. So I saw his course, I saw his ad on TikTok. I bought the course, 7,000 naira. I know the amazing thing. His ad had an onboarding process. When you click on the ad will take you to a WhatsApp group. So when you pay, he will then transfer you to another WhatsApp group. When I joined that WhatsApp group, we were close to 900 people, and he sold that course for 7,000 naira. Do the calculation. And every day it was always onboarding. 7,000 naira, more than 900 people has bought the course. And it is course that he has already recorded, though. It was just selling it. We just send you the Google Drive or Google Drive link. Imagine, that's monetizing. Another part of my speech will be monetizing your skill. And make sure you upskill strategically. It is important that you upskill strategically. Don't just be somebody that you are just stagnant. I know the number of courses that I took in 2025. I know the number of courses. I took one that will help me with online teaching, which the little knowledge I even used in that course is not even substantial, but I know that the course is not a waste. I took a data entry course. I know that, that's the thing. Don't just say I'm a teacher or I'm a this. Put yourself out there. There are a lot of skills. And go to events, attend events. That's the thing. That's how to be a student. That's how to be somebody with exposure. So it's very, very important. Like I myself now, I have the number of events I have in mind that I am going to attend in the second half of this year, from May upward. From January till now, I've not really attended any events like that. But I've said, okay, from May upward, I know maybe in a month the number of events I want to attend. Put yourself out there. It's very, very important. Now let me go to another part of my speech, which is monetizing your skills online. I think I've talked about it. So monetize your skill online. When you have anything you are doing, don't be shy to start sharing on social media. I was not, when I started my page in 2023 and 24, 25, I think so. No, it was 2023, I think so. Wow, it's even not 3 years, so I think it's 4 years now, close to 4 years. So then because I studied English, so I just felt that I should be putting out content on social media. So I started with putting out English content on social media. So I got a small ring light. I was using my phone. I would just record. I can record grammar lesson today. I can record vocabulary lesson tomorrow. I can record idiomatic expression lessons next tomorrow. So that was how I was doing, little by little. I started with only Instagram. Later on, I started with only Instagram. For a long time, I did not even go to TikTok at all. It was later on that I moved to TikTok, and then I was already, though I started majorly on LinkedIn, right, before I moved to Instagram when I was putting out video. Instagram, then Facebook. And then the thing is that there is a path of putting your content on social media and monetizing your skills. There are many people now, the only money that they think they can gain on social media is if Facebook monetizes their accounts. So if Facebook does not monetize their account, they don't believe they can make any other money on their accounts. Look at that guy that I told you about. Has a skill that I can teach you how to run TikTok ad, recorded it and did what, and started selling the course. So due to some courses that I also took, I also tried it. My Instagram page till now is less than 1,000 followers, and I know the amount I have made even with that, with that number of followers. So after about a year, I was just putting content. My eyes are not open to the fact that I could monetize my skill then, because you don't have to wait till that. Just have a particular consistency. If you are consistent for 3 months rather, you can start doing something to test the waters. But before I even started putting price on anything, I did series of free events for people. At a particular point in that 2023-2024, I was doing free lecture every Sunday on my WhatsApp community. Every Sunday, free event, free lesson, free. I was telling people that okay, I can give you people value. You people can trust me. And another thing is that when you want to monetize your skill on social media, train your community how to buy from you. Many people are building on social media. They are amassing followers, but their followers are not buying followers. If they put out any course as little as 1,000 naira today, those people will not buy, because you've already trained your audience that I am just ready to give. But don't be like that. Train. Don't say it's not. Maybe another thing is that many people can think, I will not do a course, I will not charge it for 1,000 naira, or I will not charge it for 1,500 naira. Multiply 1,500 naira times 1,000 people without standing up from your room, and it is one recording you are going to do for everybody. So the very first course that I actually did, as a monetized course, I charged, was it not 2,500 naira? That was what I charged. People showed interest. I put them on a WhatsApp group. I taught them what I wanted to teach them in 7 days. I went to Canva. I generated I designed certificate of participation. I even went ahead and designed certificate of achievement for the person that was the most active. That's it. I shared it on social media. I started onboarding the second cohort of that same course. It was a vocabulary challenge. That's that I did, and the content, the things I use, they are still in my Google documents today, that I can decide tomorrow now to just turn into an ebook. So those are the ways you can monetize your skill. After that, I did grammar training for about 2 or 3 cohorts. But it was not recently, late last year that I discovered that I really want to, that's why we said always try to upskill. Be open to you improving yourself. So I just sat down and I felt people do not really just want to learn how to speak English. And especially because most of the people I attract on my community are professionals. They are working class people. So most of them, they have averagely a level of English usage. They really do not want to learn how to construct grammar or how to construct sentence. I discovered that majority of them have issue with what? With speaking confidently in public. So what did I do? I switched. I said no, I want to become a what? I think I can move ahead instead of just being an English language teacher to a communication coach, a public speaking coach. And that was how I made the switch, and I started improving myself in that area as well. So if I want to do any training on English now, of course I can still do it, but majorly my training now has now been majorly on what? On public speaking. And the monthly courses that I started with, I have refined it, and that's the thing. It's just about you being open to this thing. I'm the curriculum designer, I'm the content creator, I'm the person that will design what will be in the curriculum. So these are skills too that somebody will learn. Nobody taught me how to design curriculum. What I'm using for my people, the people that sign up for my training now, is what I personally started and I created it. So learning to what? To monetize your skill. And this thing, it takes consistency. Nobody says that you now start creating content tomorrow. Now somebody will now come and buy your course next tomorrow. Not necessarily. Let me tell you something. I have a WhatsApp community of 2 WhatsApp communities actually. Both of them now, they are going to close to 2,000 members. There are some people that they have been on that group since 2023, and it was 2025 that they bought my course for the first time. They were just watching, they were just there watching and looking, okay, is this person serious? Can I learn? Most time when somebody reach out to me, I will now go back to our chat, our first chat. I will be seeing 2024, 2023, and you are just interested in my course in 2025. That's how life works. There is a lady that been on our group since 2023 as well. It was in 2025 I bought a course of hers. When she was even selling her course for 10,000, I did not buy. When I eventually bought that course, I paid 20,000 naira. So what this shows is that it takes consistency. It takes consistency. Nobody says that you are going to what? Achieve it all at once. Pick a skill, whether something you are passionate about. I started with English language because that's what I studied, and I love teaching English language. So you can pick a general skill. It does not have to be what you study. It can be your pain. There are people that share on social media now from their pain. Maybe they were battling PCOS, or maybe they express infertility, and then they will start sharing content in relation to that. Maybe they suffered one abuse or another, and they will start sharing content based on that. And make sure you learn more in whatever aspect that you pick. Practice and build confidence, and show up confidently online. Market yourself. Don't just put out content alone. Train your audience how to buy. Let them know that you are not here to play. I'm here to do what? To sell market. It is very, very important. Consistency is very, very important. So as I round off, building on social media, traditional careers, and digital skills, it is not just a one-way thing, right? We are not saying that you should say bye-bye to traditional careers. No, do not. It has a whole lot of things that it can teach you. Work ethic. You can only learn work ethic in a structured environment. Do you know that if you are working online, if you are working remotely, some people that have been working remotely for a while, they may never be able to survive in traditional careers in 9 to 5, because working remotely, you are not structured. You can sleep from morning till 12, and it's by 12 noon that you start working, and you can work from that 12 noon till the middle of the night. So you can be working on a task, and another thing will enter, you drop that and you start, which does not happen really in a 9 to 5. So it is very, very important. We are not saying that you should look down on people with traditional career, but what we are saying is that adaptability is key. You can combine, you can build your career, but don't forget to show up online, and don't forget to monetize that skills. Don't be a youth, don't be somebody that will just be on the internet At this point and age, we shouldn't see anybody that will be on the internet just to consume whatever information that is there. Whatever skill that you have is not a waste, and it's not everything that is comedy. No, it's not everything that is skit. It's not only skit. It's not everything that is skit. Put educational content on social media. Put educational content on social media. It's not everything that is skit. So put it there. Don't say it is skit that is going viral. Don't chase trends. Don't chase virality. Chase substance. Build something that is substantial. Build something that is what? Substantial. Thank you very much. And at this point, I will be handing over the microphone to the next speaker. I will be handing over the microphone to you.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Africa. And good morning to everyone watching. I am Taiwo Ojewale. Now, this morning, I have decided that I am going to deviate from the usual themes or topics that I have discussed so far during the Guinness World Record attempt that we're currently pursuing. Now, my speech is titled, When Virtue Goes Too Far, the Eden Philosophy of the 7 Deadly Sins. Now, I would like to ask us, are we familiar with the 7 deadly sins? Have we heard about the 7 deadly sins before? Anyone? You have heard about the 7 deadly sins?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Can you name any 2 or 3 of the 7 deadly sins? Lust, gluttony, and greed. Very good, amazing. Now, as many of us might have known, I like to see things from a philosophical perspective. And so this morning I would be bringing a fresh perspective to the 7 deadly sins. Now, I believe from our prior knowledge, many of us see the 7 deadly sins as something forbidden, a taboo, something that is alien to human nature. And so, being a philosopher, I took my time to ponder about the 7 deadly sins. And I came to a conclusion. I came to a rather extreme conclusion, one which I dare say might be controversial this morning. And so as I proceed to enlighten us on the Eden philosophy of the 7 deadly sins, I want us to listen with an open mind, listen with no bias, and let us keep in mind that when you're listening to Dr. T, the objective should be to learn, to relearn, to learn, to unlearn, and relearn.
Yes, sir.
Now, first things first. The 7 deadly sins are pride, greed, lust, envy, wrath, sloth, and gluttony. But then, why do we call these 7 things? Why do we call these 7 things sins? And observe that we have not just called them sins, we have called them, in fact, deadly sins. Why do we call them not just sins but deadly sins? Now, let me ask us this question. Anyone here, have you ever felt proud of yourself?
Yes.
You felt proud of yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Now, have you ever had a particular dream, a particular idea, so that burning desire, that burning hunger that sometimes it feels like you cannot sleep, You want to chase that dream. You feel like, I need to get this. I need to get to this level. Have you ever felt that way?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Amazing. And then, at the same time, have you ever looked at someone, and I believe many of us should be able to relate to this. Have you ever looked at someone and you're like, it would be nice to be like this person.
Yes, sir.
It would be nice to have this kind of car. Personally, I know I would like to have Elon Musk's billions. So we probably have felt that way at one point or the other. Now, this is the burning question I want to throw to all of us. If we have felt proud of ourselves before, if you have looked at someone and you have felt it would be nice to have this kind of money, to have this kind of knowledge or intelligence, if you have felt that burning desire to pursue your dreams, then tell me, can we truly say that pride is a deadly sin? Can we truly say that envy is a deadly sin? What about wrath, sloth, gluttony, or greed? Now, what if I told you that all of these are not deadly sins? What if I told you what we have been taught to fear is actually not something terrible? It's something that is a part of us. And as a matter of fact, it is the very thing that makes us human. And hence, these 7 deadly sins, as they have been called, are not our so-called weaknesses. In fact, they are our strengths. And it is important that we understand them in order to be able to make informed decisions. Now, I'd like to give us a philosophical foundation. Many of us should be familiar with the name Aristotle. Good. Now, Aristotle, the Greek philosopher, centuries ago, Aristotle argued that virtue lies in balance. Now, what exactly does that mean when you say virtue lies in balance? Now, virtue lying in balance means that every good thing, every good behavior, every good attribute of humans are not in themselves inherently good, and every bad thing is not in itself inherently bad. What it means is that virtue lies between 2 extremes. For example, recklessness and cowardice. Those are 2 extremes. Cowardice, the opposite, recklessness. But what lies in between cowardice and recklessness? Confidence. And so confidence as a virtue is the balance between 2 extremes. The same thing, hatred and obsession. What is the virtue that lies in this balance? Love. And the same way, we could also say arrogance and humility. Again, what is the virtue that lies between these 2 extremes? What is the virtue that lies in balance between arrogance and humility? Confidence. That feeling knowing that you are capable of doing something. Now, let us take our time to analyze the 7 deadly sins as they've been called. Starting with pride. Pride. Now, the way I see it from a philosophical point of view, pride is often misunderstood as arrogance. You say, that boy has pride. I don't like you because of your pride. But when you think about it, is pride actually arrogance, or is pride just confidence that has forgotten its limits? Because when we look at the way pride starts, it begins from the balance. you're confident that I can do this thing. Take, for example, a young student, a very intelligent student. You have been acing your test, A's, minimum of B's, and then it gets to that point, you feel like, what does the teacher want to teach again? Or it gets to that point, you feel like, whether I read or I do not read, I know I'm still going to get an A. And then, the implication now is that gradually, along the line, we are going to have a student who, out of confidence now, would forget their limits. And then, someday we'll look at the results and see a fantastic F. Unexpected, unbelievable. Again, it is not a deadly sin. It is only a misunderstood virtue. And so when we understand this perspective, that pride in itself is not inherently evil. It is only the misunderstood form or the extreme form of a good virtue, which is confidence. Then maybe we can then look inward and see how we can avoid facing these extremities. Now, the next deadly sin, as it is called, greed. Greed. Again, people would say greed is evil. Greed is wanting everything for yourself. But then I beg to disagree. Because to me, I would say greed is only ambition. However, it is not just ambition. Because ambition lies in the balance. Greed will therefore be ambition that has forgotten its boundaries. Ambition that has forgotten its boundaries. And that's why I started by asking us that question. Have you ever had a dream? Something you truly and deeply want to pursue? And I'm very sure we've all had such moments. And so if we have all been ambitious, if we've all wanted more at a point, then can we therefore say that all of us seated in this room are guilty of the sin of greed? Because I'm pretty sure many of us are better than where we were yesterday. There was a point in your life, I would assume, that you wished to be where you are today, no matter how bad the situation might be currently. I'm pretty sure some maybe 15, 20 years ago, if some of us were in primary school, secondary school, you would be looking forward to that day. When will I enter university? When will I start doing GST1 no Kinikon, GST2 this? When will I start saying I'm studying law? In fact, many of us, while even in university again, will be more ambitious, desiring more. When will I finally wear that NYSA uniform? And so, when you look back today, and now you're finally wearing the NYSA uniform, can you therefore say you have been greedy all along for wanting more? These are the questions, the philosophical questions we need to ask ourselves. Looking at things from a different point of view. And so, again, I would say that greed is not evil. Greed is only ambition that has forgotten its boundaries. For example, it starts by something small. You say, if I could just earn 100k monthly, I just want to earn 100k monthly. As a matter of fact, I would love to use myself as an example. I remember there was a particular time, a particular point in my career where, now I was talking with a friend late in the night, one of those evening gists, and then someone passed in front of the street. They exchanged pleasantries, and after the guy left, my friend was telling me he works in a bank, and he's part of their cyber security guys or software guys, but not part of the whole financial ecosystem. just a computer ecosystem. And the key point is, he mentioned how much that guy was earning as at then. And I remember something struck within me. Now, you might call it greed, I might call it unchecked ambition. But whatever it is, I remember reminiscing and saying, Omo, if only I could earn this amount. Like, God, this is just all I want. If I can just earn this amount, I am okay. Now, this was many years ago. Fast forward to a few years in the future. I've forgotten about that scenario or even making that wish. But one day I was posting on my status, I was reflecting, looking at growth and progress. And I remember it suddenly dawned on me. It dawned on me that now, that amount I had said, God, if I can just earn this amount, if you offer it to me today, I wouldn't even accept it or think about it. As a matter of fact, I remember what led to me remembering that event. I was posting on my status and, celebrating the growth and progress, and it dawned on me that even some of my staff earned more than that amount that I was wishing that I was earning. So, from wishing that if I could earn this amount, I've gotten to the point where I was even paying some people more than that amount. And so, again, the question is this. For wanting more, for going further, would we say I was greedy all along? Or was it unchecked ambition? Now, it becomes unchecked ambition when this greed, this ambition, loses its boundaries. For example, many of us take up more than we can actually undo. If we are being honest, there's a reason in economics we have needs and wants. Yes. Now, I want you to ask yourself this question. Looking at your current financial status, whatever it is you are earning, ask yourself, are you actually lacking needs, or do you just want your wants? When you think about it, that phone you are using, do you really need to change it? Or you just want the new iPhone that has a longer... When we think about these things, think about it. Do you actually have a problem with taking downfall Okada and saying, there's always body odor? Or you just want to arrive one day in your own Mercedes GLE? And so the problem again is not the ambition itself. Again, ambition is a virtue that lies between two extremes. And the extreme point of it is now that greed. And to set another example, I like to mention real life examples. I wish I could not mention this example, but I will, so that I'll use myself as an example. Now, I remember, again, some years back, still out of, again, maybe greed or unchecked ambition. Now, for the sake of disclaimer, it was a very short period in my life, and I have repented of it. And what is that thing? Bet Naija. That will ruin your life if you are not careful. This one is not even for passion. No. This one is suffering for greed. Punishment for greed. I remember there was a friend of mine, again, I wouldn't say I was earning too much back then, but I mean, again, it was enough to satisfy my needs. And this friend of mine, I think, as a digression, truly there's a reason they say, show me your friend and I'll tell you who you are. Because this same friend was the same friend I told you about somebody earning 300k, and I was saying, God, when? So, the same guy now was the one that introduced me to this whole sport betting. Data analyst. In fact, sports analyst. I remember, oh God, who will sit down outside my compound? You would think we're doing something serious. We hold pen and paper. And you say it's analyzing game. looking at past games, predicting scores. Now the funny thing is, I mean, I'm pretty sure I want to believe. We look innocent, but I want to believe that some of us that can relate. Either we have been past betters like me, or you are currently doing it.
Statisticians.
Sport analyst. Sport analysis. But then, I remember then, there was a day it actually worked. Now, right now, it might look like small money. But back then, as somebody that was still in university, it was not small money for me. I remember that game. I can't remember the number of hordes. But then I remember very well that I staked like
Feet.
the total amount was less than 5k, and I split it within like 3 tickets. So like 1,500, 1,000.
Sharp. Wow.
I did like, I don't know maths, but this was correct permutation and combination. What did they call it? Correct permutation, that if this one no work, this one will enter. Now, ironically, one of them actually entered, and from a ticket of 1,000 or 1,500, I cashed out over 200k. For somebody in university, like, so I mean, you can imagine. I remember that night. I first went outside. I schooled in Ibadan. There's a road, Akobo. It's like the Tushere of Ibadan. There was one new pizzeria that just opened. As a student back then, I just first went out. How much is your pizza? No, just bring it. See? I didn't even bother price. Don't worry. I just want to see your menu. But pizza, enter Cold Stone. I think that might even be the first time I even tasted Cold Stone. I don't remember. But I remember I just... Now, this is now the point that gets interesting. Again, ambition is good. But then ambition that lacks boundaries becomes greed. I remember that particular game. This is one of the reasons why, in as much as I don't, I'm like, if I'm to rate my enthusiasm for football, I would say I'm like on 1. I don't watch football, funnily enough. I don't watch football at all. I have a club I support anyways, but I don't watch football. But anytime they argue about Messi and C. Ronaldo, even though I don't watch football, guess who I'd always support? C. Ronaldo. Why? Because that game that won me 200k. I remember, see, sometimes some testimonies are good. I remember very well. It was just one game. I'll never forget that match. Man United. It was when C. Ronaldo was playing Man U. Man U and Atalanta. I think I staked Man U win or draw. As a second half, Atalanta was winning Man U 2-0. And I staked Man U win. I think it was even win. That was the first time I witnessed hat-trick. C. Ronaldo from nowhere, second half. Hat-trick, first goal, 2-1. What are you doing? Second goal, 2-2. That is the moment where you now know it's like you're having a dialogue with Bet Nigeria. Normally they will lock that cash out when they see that it is on their... We have some experience, sport analyst here. They will lock it normally. They lock this thing out, please. Even if it's 5k, let me cash out. Even if it's 5k, let me cash out from 200k. I remember as C. Ronaldo scored the second goal, they open them. They were now offering me like 50k, 40k. I said they play. They were not getting towards 90 minutes. It's like Sporting 2 were not sure. Mr. I was not sure. They were like, will this guy click it? Mr. was like, oh, this will feel close at any time. Oh. Should I press it? 40k is better than nothing. Oh. But then I waited. And in extra time, hey Jesus, God bless you, Ronaldo. Out of nowhere, 3-2, hat-trick. And that's why I cashed out that 200k. Now, again, ambition is good. I was dreaming big from like 1k. I used to win 200k. But unchecked ambition leads to the extreme. Thank you, you know where I'm going to. I was like, if I can use 1k to win 200k, I can, in fact, you know the funny thing is, oh God. There are some kind of memories as I'm remembering, I'm having trauma. Because I forgot to buy that pizza that night. That pizza I use and bring Gary later. Now, I remember later, I was like, if I can use 1k, chop 200k. If I put 10k, come reduce the odds.
With faith.
With faith and proper sports analysis. I first put the 10k, they chop am. I say nothing spoil. I say get 190k. Let's dream bigger again. I said let's not even do sport bets. Let's do virtual.
He's running.
Till today, there's nothing you want to tell me. Those people rig virtual. Cause I don't, even if it's virtual, there are some clubs. You can't tell me something like Bournemouth. We beat Madrid. If the gap will be 7-0. After I put Madrid win or draw. As how? Draw. That is when they will not beat 7-0. I put like 70k. Cause I was like, they don't beat Madrid and it's virtual again. Even if at all, they chop am. I first calm down small. And the thing about, you see, this sporting in particular is that the more they chop you, the more your hunger. Then your hunger. You want to win that money back. The more they win you. That's why it's, for those that are addicted to it, I'm happy I was not addicted to it. That's why it was just a short phase in my life. It was just great. Because after that experience, that day was the last day in my life I ever bet in my life again. Because it actually landed me in debt because they chopped their money and they took the entire 200k. I mean, Gary, sugar, granola should have been beans, spaghetti, rice. But no, I bought pizza. You were for like 1 month after. And I mean, I was feeling like that. You can imagine, I think I was like, was it 200 or 300 level? 300 level, I think. Back then, 200k. If you give 300 level, 200k today, he will pray for you. It's like this noble economy. Now imagine how many years ago, I was like, 200k. In university, no working class. But then, it landed me, the lesson there is again, remember, we're talking about the deadly sins. The lesson there is now, because I wanted to win back the money, I was dreaming big. I borrowed money to still bet again. Yes! I'm using myself as a testimony because now things are different. And I remember, it landed me in basic debt that I now have to now struggle to pay back. And so, the problem now is, when you recognize patterns. I recognized the pattern and I knew that if I continued, it was pattern recognition. I saw the pattern recognition that this virtual and this party was going to ruin my life.
You really saw that.
And so, the philosophical insight is that ambition itself is good. But then ambition that remains unchecked leads to greed. Again, another interesting example. I don't suffer. God. Thank God for growth. Thank God for growth and progress. It was still in my uni days. This time around, my final year, 400 level. It was like a year after that one. Now, even though I thought I had recognized pattern in 300 level, they came with a different pattern. And so this time around, this one was Forex. And that's why there's nothing you want to tell me. Forex is betting with master's degree. There's nothing you want to tell me. Forex, you cannot tell me you can predict any market. God. See, as I'm remembering, I wish you can feel what I'm feeling. Because if I tell you the amount, I'm not sure I can even say the amount on live video. The video was I lost 200k.
Forex.
This one was more than seven digits. That was what I invested though. The profit itself. Now, I believe I'm not sure how much I put anyways, but then the consequence, I'll say the consequence so that you understand how big it was. Now, I don't know about Forex. Again, now that I'm sharing these things, I think I'm truly recognizing pattern because that Forex was another friend again. When the elderly say, "Show me your friend, I will tell you who you are." You see, it sounds cliche,
Yes.
but now that I'm reminiscing,
Alaga.
I am seeing the insights. You see, that's why they say, what an elder sees while sitting. If you climb the palm tree, I think what the elders already saw, they recognize that pattern on the seats. But even as I climb palm tree, I don't see that pattern. Because this pattern was different. This time around, so my friend and I was not that I invested all the money, funnily enough. It just brought the Forex experts. We already had how we were going to split. Funnily enough, the guy had a good track record. He's like one of the best in Nigeria, actually. At least we are going to count like maybe the top 10 or 20 Forex traders in Nigeria. His name should appear there. His name should appear. And so I had that confidence. And I put in quite a lot of money, which as at that time, as a student, in the years I put that kind of money for. And the funny thing is, your village people will now twist it. In your head, you will call it investment. They will ask, what do? I'm an investor. On top sporty. On top Forex, an investor. In my mind, it was an investment. I was investing. And so, we passed the first stage. It was a pro-firm. Passed the first stage, passed the second stage. In fact, it was the real trading now. The total amount was going to about 50k, $50,000. The total amount was about 50,000, not naira, and we already had about, as at the last time my friend sent the screenshot to me, we had over $6,000 in profits. 50k as the baseline capital you're trading with, and the guy had helped us raise over about $6,500. As at that, we're going to be power. This is your past power. As at that time, I can't remember what the dollar rate was, but let's even assume we today's dollar rate. $65 will be how much now? As how now? As at today's exchange rate, I think exchange is about 1415. Yes. No, the profits. Let's say $6,500. Should be more than that. 9.1. So roughly, let's just say around 10 million, because the profit was still growing actually. We're looking at, I think our target was about $20,000 in profit. I kid you not, my friends are, but he's a good friend, because we're still together. Because this I can't use that word. Because this guy is paying me. Because this guy, as a 400 level student, I was screenshotting brand new car. I don't agree. See, I had imagined entering the faculty and pulling down from Lexus. My friend, and we will not be sharing screenshot. How far? IS 250. Makes sense. Instead we will send is it 250 or 350? That kind of question. Say this red fresh. No. The gold fresh, pass them. As a 400 level student, because imagine looking at $20,000 as profit as a 400 level student. And then I remember that day. Because funny enough, back then I just used the word hustler. I used the word hustler because we're talking about greed. I was schooling in Ibadan. I was working in Lagos. every Thursday I'll leave Ibadan. I'll come to Lagos, and then Sunday I'm back in Ibadan. I was shuffling it like that for my 400 level. Thursday Lagos. I said I'm an educator. Back then I was teaching the normal teaching schools, teaching in school part time, private lessons. That was when I knew almost everyone in the island. I will tell you almost all the bus stop as I get into them from Sandfield, Mara, Ikate, what's it called? That Osaka, London, going to Ikota. But because I taught classes from all the way from BI all the way to almost Aja. Private classes, yes. Private classes. When I was in my hustling days. Thank God for growth once again. When I was in my hustling days. So, I mean, those periods are good actually. They define you. You know, sometimes, that's why sometimes when people see growth, they be like, I want to be like this person. You know what some of us have done? When I was in part, I was in like 3 different schools. As I'm finishing from one school, I'm going to the next school. From there, going to the next school for another period. And as I'm finishing in those schools, I go to tutorial to teach. If I don't teach in tutorial, I'm on the island teaching private class. As I'm teaching private class, I'm in an online class teaching UK students. Multitasking at its peak. So I remember, I mean, it deserves appreciation actually. Let's celebrate the hustling spirit. I mean, please try now. I know say, nobody can say I was lazy. They cannot say I was a lazy Nigerian youth. I can proudly say that one. I know how many things I've done. So I was going back again that Sunday. Because my department, they will use attendance. And a particular lecturer did not like me. So I did not miss too many classes. And in my 300 level already, I didn't attend any class. I just showed up on the exam day. They were surprised. You see the UI? And when I saw the CMO. And so I remember, I was going back. I was taking train. Because again, some change was already coming. You know, I was like, I can't be taking bus again. Wow. Yes, normally I would take bus to Ibadan. That was when I went to my 400 level. I stopped and which till today, I don't take bus like interstate. I rather take, normal small car. So I was like, that was when I started taking small car. No matter the amount, any amount they call it, I'll pay for it. This time I was like, let's say train, push past car. So then I was taking train. I will never forget because that train, when I was in that train, from exactly, there's a straight line. And the hard brake was on the straight line that day. And something about when you take train, you've taken train before from Lagos to any states. There's a point where network disappears. Yes. Now imagine this, picture this. I was in the train, and while network was still active, my friend sent me a message. You know when there's a way message will enter. The way the message entered, you first see the notification. There's a way, I can't remember what he said, but I knew something had gone wrong. Message first entered before I first prepared myself. Because as somebody that has gotten a lot of financial outbreak, 2 years before was when, what was it called? Rackstally. I don't do many things. Which one I never do? Rackstally. So that Rackstally, when Rackstally finally packed up, I remember when Rackstally finally packed up. Because Jesus. I will be billionaire now. I'm not talking about 10,000, and I'm talking about back then as a student. Back then, imagine losing 500,000 as a student. All the money of private class. Put it inside Rackstally. And that Rackstally took 500,000 2 times from me. Remember there was a time they first packed up. Then they now came back and said they are giving you double accounts. The previous one, I was like, double account. Again, greed. Let's not forget we're discussing deadly sins. These gist are sweet, but then they are passing a message. But still on deadly sins, greed. Rackstally came back again. I gave another 500,000 again. And I remember, I was talking about one of their agents. And one of the agents sent me a message. As the message entered, before looking at the message, I closed my phone. I sat down. I said, Taiwo, accept that your money has gone and move forward. I took like 1 minute. I processed the grief. Oh no, it's grief. Then I opened the message and truly, the money had gone. Otilo. And he didn't pay me. Till today he didn't pay me. Because I prepared myself mentally for it. And that was the same thing in that train. But this one no more. This one paid me. Because this one was not 500k. This one, while there was still network, his message entered. Imagine account that you've been seeing green, green, green. I just saw red. Bah, everything zero. And as I was about to call him or respond, network disappeared. Till I go to Ibadan, my mind was you know, when that's like some things are better translated in Yoruba. When they say Okun Obale, your mind did not touch ground. Literally, it did not touch the ground. It did not touch the ground. And so I remember that was how it went. And then I was now that I'm reminiscing, can we call it ambition? Was that just a young undergraduate that wanted to get nice things, get a car, build a house at a young age? Or was it ambition that lacked boundaries? And then that virtue, ambition, tilted in balance and found itself on the extreme side, which is what? Greed. Because when the account was at $56,000, we could have withdrawn the profits. Could have withdrawn, but no. I wanted 20k, 25k, and eventually lost everything, capital, profit, and everything. It's not the surprising thing. I'm a very, very, what's the word? As a grammarian, why is this what running away from my head? Is it tenacious, persistent person? The next year, I still went back to that forex. But that was the year I finally learned. Because this time around, I gave who was supposed to be the top 3 forex traders in Nigeria. Again, 7 figures. And as that one does, this one, it even wasted. The guy never bothered doing anything. In fact, this one wasted. This one let me busy again. And as that one ended, I said, anything that has to do with forex, investment, if I don't understand it, and that's been my guiding principle to today. I still take risks, but very, very, very calculated risks. And since then, I don't think I've ever lost any money per se, at least not huge. The only money I would say maybe I lost was just a mistake, accidental transfer to someone last year, 200k. And that's why till today, if I want to send money to anybody, I will count the number of zeros very well before I call, and I will look at the name very well. But apart from that 200k accidental transfer, none other. But then, the key point, are they deadly sins, or are they our strengths misused? Because ambition is good. If I had used the ambition well as an undergraduate, things could have been different. So are they deadly sins, or are they strengths channeled in the wrong way? And so the third deadly sin, lust. Yes, I like this one in particular because one of our speakers talked about lust, and I think I might be presenting a somewhat controversial perspective to what he said. Now, what he said is not entirely wrong, but remember, I am bringing a fresh perspective, a philosophical perspective. Now, lust, we would see it as unlawful attraction, unhealthy desire. But again, when you think about it, lust is actually desire when it is balanced. Lust in itself is not just physical, lust is psychological. Lust itself is psychological. And so, the problem is now that desire tilts to the extreme when something meaningful, when you build something meaningful rather, that you no longer need, or something meaningful that you only consume. And that's why when you look at the elements of lust, it's always you going after. Lust is you one thing and one thing and one thing. And then when you keep on one thing and you finally have it, the question is, what do you do with it? Again, look at the deadly desires from a different point of view. They are not deadly sins. Look at the deadly sins rather. They are not deadly sins. They are our human nature. They are our strengths. Lust is human nature because it is desire that has become unchecked. When you lust after a woman, for example, like the example he gave, ask yourself, is it actually an unlawful attraction? I mean, as they say, who no like better thing? So you are telling me when I see a beautiful young woman that has all the physical qualities that I want, she has the hourglass shape and some other things I cannot mention. Are you not telling me that because I now want her, it becomes a sin? Exactly. Which means in itself, which means that in itself, lust, desire in itself is good. It means in itself, it is a virtue. But remember, all these deadly sins, as they have been called, are only the extremes of virtues on a balance. And so, that desire now becomes the extreme, which is lust, when it becomes unchecked. That is, I now decide I will do everything and anything to get this girl. Or, I now begin to see her lower than what she is, not a human, but an object. And then that desire now becomes abused. So remember, these deadly sins again, are they deadly sins or are they abused forms of good virtues? Desire is good, but it is a good virtue. When it becomes abused, the scale is tilted. Desire itself lies between two extremes. You have nonchalance, you don't care. And on the other extreme, you have lust. And in between that nonchalance and lust, you have the right virtue on a balance, which is what? Desire. And so, the deadly sin number 4, envy. Envy. This is particularly interesting. I think envy has been literally described as the green-eyed monster. The green-eyed monster. And envy has been seen as a deadly sin because it conveys hatred. But I want to bring a unique philosophical perspective to it again. Again, is envy actually hatred? Or, now hear me out, is it actually awareness that turns bitter? Think about what you call envy. It is a comparison trap. You have something, then you see someone else having it, and suddenly you want to have it. The comparison leads to bitterness. You become envious of that person. But now, is it actually hatred? Let me paint a picture for us. Let us use a common example. I'm very sure many of us should be able to relate to this. Now, back in school, you see your exam or test results. And then you see 70 over 100. Ideally, would you be happy? Most likely, you would be happy. But look at where it's going now. Imagine in all your jubilation, in all your excitement, somebody comes from the back, checks his own results, and shouts, "Oppo 99!" Your 70 suddenly looks like nothing. And so, the score you were previously excited about, and you can say can never be made up because university experience, but in secondary school actually, of course, university they give you B, you go thank God. My department especially, my department has a taboo for A. They are allergic to give Jesus. I hope my professor does not watch this, but if he does, I'm working with him. We are doing research together. But anyways, my department has an allergy for A's, honestly, because I remember no matter how much you study, at a point I resigned that, you know what, I noticed that I was recognizing the pattern. When I study and when I did not study. When I study and when I did not study, it was either B, C, B or C, B or C. I write 100 pages, B or C. I write 3 pages, B or C. And when I recognized the pattern, I decided that okay. I decided that okay, it looks like I don't need to put in much effort. I don't need to put in much effort. And so let me just say they are allergic to A. Let me not go further. Let me not cast it too much. As a matter of fact, in over 7 decades, we know what 7 decades is. 70 years. My department did not produce a single first class. There was a pattern there. 70 years since the establishment of the university up until 70 years after, they didn't produce. As a matter of fact, I remember one of the professors. I was discussing with him in his office, and I was discussing because that was when they finally produced the first class. Shortly afterwards, I think. They played. I was not the one. I said they produced. I did not say I was the one. So they produced. I mean, that was a strong pattern. That was a very strong pattern. 70 years. I mean, even my HOD then finished from the school and the department. He did not have first class. It's me that will not have the first class. And how? So, but I was talking with one of the professors, and I remember he said something that struck with me. He said the fact that we have finally even had a first class means that we have reduced our standards.
Yes.
So when I tell you they are allergic to it, they are actually allergic to it. They are allergic to it. So in my kind of department, you have B, you have C. You will thank God. You will thank God. But generally speaking now, I mean, in fact, we can use more relatable examples. Except we want to be hypocritical. I like being very, very realistic. And I like shaking tables a lot. Yes. So I might shake some tables that we might be on top this morning. Now, if we are being honest with ourselves, let's leave aside the whole secondary school you are saying higher score. Even today, if you are using, there was a point whereby many of us might have been using Android, and we finally said we want to use iPhone, and then you buy iPhone 12 or iPhone 13, or you're using one of the latest 16 Pro Max, and suddenly iPhone brings out 17 Pro Max with an entirely different design. That your iPhone that was looking so special, you now see someone else. The camera is not looking like your own box. It's now rectangle. Suddenly, if we are being hypocritical, except we are being hypocritical, or you have actually mastered the art of contentment. Apart from that, let's not lie. There will be that feeling of, you look at it, that feeling of envy. Might not be extreme, might not even be iPhone in your case. Different people have different, it might be business. You suddenly see someone that is not even putting as much effort as you and is raking in sales. And you are not looking at, the examples might differ for different people. And then you are looking at it like, what is it doing that I'm not doing? And just that simple statement is enough to tilt the scale. Then you go from that good virtue of awareness, you now tilt it and it turns into envy. So again, the question is envy a deadly sin, or is envy just awareness that has turned bitter? Because when you think about it, that thing you call envy is actually awareness. You are aware of something. You are aware that somebody has something that you do not have. You are aware that somebody is doing better than you are doing. You are aware that you have not gotten to a particular stage that someone else has gotten to. And so, these deadly sins, again, they are not weaknesses. They are not terrible. They are our strengths, only in an abused form. And so, that is envy, the green-eyed monster. And then, the fifth one, wrath. Wrath. Now, many people consider wrath as a deadly sin because it conveys violence. Violence, chaos, destruction. You're extremely angry and you destroy things. Wrath. And that's why when you hear expressions like the wrath of God, it shows extreme destruction. But bringing again a fresh perspective, bringing again a fresh philosophical perspective, I want us to understand, is wrath actually violence? Is wrath actually violence, or is wrath only a perverted form of justice? Because when you look at every motivation of wrath, it is usually as a result of trying to seek revenge. And justice in itself is a good virtue. But when that pursuit of justice becomes perverted, becomes an obsession, then it tilts the scale, and then it becomes wrath, the one we call the deadly sin. Then the sixth one, gluttony. Gluttony, the deadly sin of excessiveness, indulging in excessive pleasure, enjoyment. But once again, let me ask us, what is the correct virtue of gluttony? The balanced virtue is what? Enjoyment, consumption. So the golden question is this: is it a sin? Is it a sin to enjoy? Is it a sin to consume? Gluttony in itself. Pleasure. Who does not like pleasure here? You don't like pleasure. So you don't like eating your favorite food. You don't like going to nice places. You don't like wearing good clothes, smelling nice. You don't like spending money. You don't like pleasure. So pleasure in itself is good, right? Pleasure in itself is a virtue. Consumption in itself is a virtue. Even the Bible does not frown against pleasure. Even the Bible, the holy books, do not frown against pleasure. But then, the problem with pleasure is that, just like the other deadly sins, when pleasure becomes unchecked, then that pleasure moves to the extreme end of the scale, and that pleasure becomes gluttony, excessive consumption. For example, this which I believe many of us, myself included, will be guilty of. It is called doom scrolling. That moment when you take a break from work and then you say, just one Instagram reel, just one TikTok video, just 5 minutes of Snapchat, and then one video turns to 2 videos, 2 turns to 4, 4 turns to 40, and before you know it, you are in an endless cycle of excessive consumption. You know, the funny thing is, many people misunderstand gluttony. They think gluttony is when you are eating too much. They think it's excessive eating. Now, that is part of it. And again, eating it in itself, is it bad? No. Which means these deadly sins are, again, they are our strengths, not weaknesses. The deadly sins are our strengths and not our weaknesses. When we understand that, maybe then we can be able to correct them. And so, those deadly sins, gluttony in this case now, excessive consumption. Excessive consumption. When you eat, it is good. But when you now want more and more and more and you're taking it excessively, it becomes gluttony. The same thing applies with even the little things that you would not expect. Things such as social media. Just one swipe, just one video, and you have consumed excessive content than you even imagined or expected. And so, the last deadly sin, sloth. Sloth. This is a very peculiar deadly sin. Sloth is, I would say, misunderstood as laziness. sloth. Sloth. Misunderstood as laziness, idleness, doing absolutely nothing. And it is considered to be a deadly sin. But to conceptualize it from a philosophical standpoint, I prefer to say sloth is actually avoidance disguising as rest. In other words, sloth is actually escapism, when you are escaping from something. Sloth is what happens when you're tired from work and you say, I need just 5 minutes, I'm burnt out. And that 5 minutes turns to 1 hour. 1 hour turns to 5 hours. And before you know it, you have no motivation. And you're just lying there in bed, enjoying the weather. Sloth is what happens when you have an amazing idea and you say, I need to work on this thing very fast, very soon. But that spirit of procrastination enters and whispers into your ear, just start it tomorrow. Then tomorrow becomes next tomorrow. Next tomorrow becomes next week. Next week becomes next year. Until eventually you probably don't do it. That is sloth, escapism, avoidance. Sloth, I believe, is when you are avoiding doing something. In some cases, it is running away. It is understanding that something requires work. And perhaps out of being overwhelmed, perhaps out of being overburdened, you decide to escape from it all. And that escapism, when abused, becomes sloth. And so, we can see that maybe truly all of these 7 deadly sins, can we truly say they are terrible monsters? Or can we say they are parts of the strengths that define us as humans? You see, because the difference between who you are and who you could become is not talent. The difference is the discipline over excess. The difference is awareness over drift. The difference is the awareness of the strength in these 7 deadly sins. The difference is the discipline to manage the excessiveness that tilts these good virtues to the extremes. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you, is pride truly a deadly sin? Or is pride simply confidence that has been abused? I would ask you, Is greed truly evil? Or is greed just ambition that lacks boundary? I would ask you, is envy truly hatred and bitterness? Or is it an awareness of your condition that has been abused? And so again, I would ask us, is lust truly a deadly sin? Is it evil? Or is it pure desire that has been mismanaged? Is wrath violence? Or is it justice that does not know when to stop pursuing? Is gluttony actually excessiveness? Is it excessiveness, or is it pleasure, enjoyment, and consumption that we have failed to keep in check? And finally, the last deadly sin. Would we truly say sloth is laziness? Or is sloth the escapism that we needed to take a break? Is sloth the avoidance that we used to take a rest? Is it the avoidance that was abused? Ladies and gentlemen, ask yourself these questions, and I guarantee you that when you understand these 7 deadly sins as being your strengths and not your weaknesses, maybe, just maybe, you would finally be able to manage them. And just like Aristotle said, be the virtue on a balance. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time and for listening. On this note, I would like to hand over the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you. Good morning, world, distinguished guests, respected leaders, ladies and gentlemen. This is an African child who is here to tell you more about the African experience, so maybe the world can learn. I would like to ask you, on a global stage like this, after many failed talking stage, would you advise me to continue or stop? Keep the answers to yourself. To begin with, I would have to first acknowledge the previous speaker who handed the mic to me. You know, when he was talking about permutation and combination, where he made reference to one of the football matches he had staked on. So now, that reminds me of a speech that is coming up on the 10th of this month from Boys to Men Foundation, who wrote to me that I'll be speaking on if gambling is the plan B for men at this point. And that reminds me of the 18th round. So what do I mean by the 18th round in the UEFA Champions League? So now, the 18th round is that night where you have 18 games. So now you have 2 teams play together. So now 18 games, 18 matches, one night. That happened about a few months ago. So now, at that night where we had 18 matches, I saw on the internet I saw on X trending. What was trending? I saw, "Mommy, I think this is the time." Then I saw another thing like, "The time is now." So I clicked on it. I asked myself, because I was curious, what time are these persons talking about? Then when I checked it, they were talking about it being the time at which they will get their first car or something else. Then there's a popular car dealer in Nigeria called Polanco. So now, on Instagram, I saw youths on this day going to Polanco page telling Polanco that Polanco, this Bentley, don't sell it because this night I would win sporty bet and I'll be buying that Bentley. You get? This is an individual who doesn't have up to 10,000 naira in his bank account, but because he has staked on the 18 games that we played in the Champions League night before the round of 16. In case you don't know, one of the round of 16 matches were played last night where Liverpool lost to who? To PSG, Paris Saint-Germain 2-0, where Atletico Madrid defeated Barcelona. You get? So that's not the point. The point is how youths had turned their hearts to thinking that if 9 to 5 doesn't pay, with just one win, my story could change. I could become a better person. Aside from that, I will be moving straight to my topic. One thing I would like you to know about this topic is this topic was not even in my mind before. I didn't intend talking about it. I had to go to bed as an African child. So while I was going to bed, I said, I don't know what I'll be talking about. I have a topic, but I don't like that topic. And the world must learn from this historic moment. So what do? I went to bed thinking about the African ancestors because they have got so many qualities when it comes to knowledge. You can't take their knowledge out of the world's development today. And I remembered the African proverb that says in Yoruba language, ẹni egunle kò máa sáré torí bí ti ń rárá ayé ní rárá ọ̀run. In English, it means at the face of adversity, at the face of trouble, you are expected to keep running. That is a scientific translation. The literary translation means ẹni egunle kò máa sáré, means the person who is being chased by the masquerade should keep running. Bí ti ń rárá ayé ní rárá ọ̀run. As persons from earth get tired, get exhausted, the same way people from heaven get exhausted. After all, I was told I'm from heaven, but when I got to earth, I became tired after 20 kilometers of running. Did you get it? And that brings us to the topic of the day, a critical analysis of the proverb which says, at the face of adversity, don't stop running. Distinguished guests, respected leaders, ladies and gentlemen, viewers across the globe, this event, this 20 days of eloquence relay, has not come to just keep listening to us about different things, but we had come to reorientate the world. We had come to change our mindsets. We had come to upgrade our mental and psychological stage. You get? So now we have got speakers who speak about child and adult bilingualism from the first day, where you begin to see, oh, these are the challenges faced by child bilingual, by adults bilingual. We have got speakers who have spoken about linguistic morphology on this stage. Do you understand? So now these persons had come to educate you, so you know that it is beyond morphemes, it is beyond prefix and suffix, it is beyond just affix. We have got speakers who had come to tell you about the challenges faced by students. We have got speakers who had come to tell us about what challenges are. I remember last night when the speaker was talking to us, who said challenges is not just an obstacle. He said challenges are what makes life interesting. overcoming the challenge is what makes life meaningful. Then I ask myself, how is challenges interesting? Did you get? How is it interesting? Then the scholar said something. He said, challenges is what make life interesting. Yeah. He said, it's either challenges is making life interesting or making your own life interesting. The scholar who spoke about this was Kasali. And what did he say? He said, if, for example, Olamide Badu said in a verse, in one of his songs, Symbol of Hope, he said something. Please note, all these stories, I'm not just telling you these stories. I'm telling you these stories so you can connect to the African proverb that says, at the face of adversity, don't stop running. Maybe if I would say it in short, it means don't quit. But now, while the scholar was talking about challenges is what make life interesting, he said something. He said, Olamide Badu, who is an Afrobeat musician, do you know YBNL record, Yahoo Boy laptop? He said in a particular song, he said, if I know ginger the courage to leave the lungu, Matima Payon, Matima Shubi, Matima Gbo Mugu, inú mọ́ èmi ò dẹ̀ ní dùn torí police máa wá mi kiri. Do you understand? So now, this was a challenge faced by a great Nigerian. So what happened to him? He was born and bred in the slum of Bariga. Bariga at that time, Bariga is a place in Lagos, Nigeria. For persons who are not Nigerians or who are not Africans, Bariga is a place in Nigeria where was a slum at the time Olamide Badu was born there. So now what happened at this place? What happened there is you would see young children, boys and girls. The only thing they do is when they wake up in the morning, they might not have their baths before leaving the house. So what they do is after leaving their bed, not even the bed, most of them sleep on the mat or on the floor. So now after leaving the mat and the floor, they would go to somewhere on the street where they would have their friends, their acquaintances, their neighbors gathered, and this is always the conversation. The conversation is all about how do we make money. They will bring people like Fela and Nicola Pokuti, for instance. You will see them say Fela was a member of a cult group, which is not true. So now, this is the mentality at the place he was born at that time. So you would see people come and speak about the only way to make money is by doing drug, is by doing fraud. Do you understand? The only way to make money is by stealing. If you would change the financial face of your family, if you would create generation wealth for yourself, you must have to be dirty. So now, this is the mentality at the place this young man came from. I'm talking about Olamide Badu. So now, he now said, at that time, he was living in the hood. But then, at some point in time, he had to ginger the courage to live. That was why he referred in that verse. He said, if I know ginger the courage to leave the lungu. The lungu is referred to as what? The slum, the trench. He said he gingered that courage. He left the lungu because he believed in himself. So now, what he faced at the lungu was a challenge. So now, he left the lungu. After he had left, he met a lot of persons. He mingled. He faced pain. He struggled. And he became a success. Do you understand? So now, what does challenges are what makes life interesting, overcoming challenges are what makes life interesting. What relationship does it have to do with Badu at this point? Now, few days ago, while Olamide was invited to a live stream by Kataife, when Olamide was talking about one of the things he had faced in the past, he was saying it with smile on his face. Challenges are what makes life interesting. Now, as he's saying it, it becomes interesting. It's interesting that, oh God, I've gotten to some point, some level of greatness. Isn't it interesting? It's interesting because he's talking about himself, and the way he speaks about himself, he developed that love that, oh God. So now I have moved from someone who would beg for urgent 2K to someone who own a house at Manchester in United Kingdom. Do you get it? So now, overcoming the challenge is what makes life meaningful. Now, in his life, he's living a meaningful life because he has inspired many individuals through his greatness. Distinguished guest, are you getting it? So now, on the other hand, when I say it's either it makes your life meaningful or it makes life meaningful itself. It's either it makes your life interesting or makes life itself interesting. So the point is, if Olamide had given up on himself, he said something. He said the truth and the clear point is, if he had not left the Lungu, he would probably become a criminal. And at the end, what ends a criminal? A criminal will be arrested, he will be sentenced, and that will be the end of his life. So now, if he had been arrested and sentenced, what would happen? We would see content creators, we would see persons like me who would come and speak about how he misused his life, how he let little challenge reconstruct who he is likely to become. Then as we speak about him, we interest viewers and listeners like you. Then you go to tell your kids, your children at home, that please don't be like Badu. Badu did not make use of the opportunity he has got. Now he has been sentenced to life imprisonment. He died that way without achieving anything. So it makes life interesting. Life, what is life? Distinguished guests, the purpose of this meeting is to learn. So now, the proverb, at the face of adversity, you should keep running.
Yes, boss.
The origin, like I said, is from the African Yoruba scholars who said, ẹni egunle kò máa sáré, bí rárá ayé ní rárá ọ̀run. So now, I will tell you this. Aside from at the face of adversity, keep running. Another thing this is telling you is why you should not stop. Of course, most of you listening to me have stopped some things. You might have stopped because of the challenges you faced in the process. And now the question is, why do you stop? Why do you stop? So now, I will tell us about a young man from Lagos, Nigeria. When I say from Lagos, Nigeria, I'm not saying he is an indigene of Lagos State. What I'm saying is he was born in Lagos, Nigeria. He grew up in Lagos, Nigeria. But he is from Nsukka, an eastern part in Nigeria. So now, what is the name of this young man? The name of this young man is Paul Agada. So now, why you should not stop? In 2013, Paul Agada was a student of St. Luke's Junior Grammar School at St. Finbar's Road, Akoka, Lagos, Nigeria. So now, at that time, Paul Agada had picked interest in public speaking and anything that has to do with a high level of academic focus and performance. Is academically driven. So now, anytime there is an announcement on the assembly ground where we do our praise and worship, where we do our morning gathering as students of junior secondary school at that time, anytime our teacher announced that there will be a competition between this school and the other school, and I would always be the first person to stand up. He would say, "Please ma, I would like to attend that competition. Why you should not stop?" So now, there was this day where the former governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Babatunde Raji Fashola, organized a competition named a day governor competition. So it was said, promised and fulfilled that any individual who is best at this competition will become the governor of Lagos State for one day. Of course, it is of great privilege becoming a governor of a state like Lagos, which has over 20 million individuals in it, without getting a vote from one person. Isn't that an opportunity? Becoming a governor in Lagos State without election, without voting. So now, why this privilege came, Paul Agada had heard, then he went straight to meet the teacher in charge. The teacher in charge at that time was Mrs. Bisiriu. So when he got to her, he said, "Ma, please, I would like to attend that competition. I want to become the one day governor, and I want to make my school proud." When he said that, Ms. Bisiriu said, "There's no problem with you going, but of all the 1,000 students in this school, I would ask the public to know how many students are willing to participate in this race. This is what we will do. When I tell them, when I get their numbers, then I will know what to do about it." The next day at the assembly ground, Ms. Bishiri announced that there is a competition, and whoever becomes first at the competition will become the governor of Lagos State for just one day. Immediately she announced, over 100 students applied for it. Then she said something, "There's no problem, we'll go for a training." Miss Bishiriu and Miss Adepoju at that time are known to be scholarly mothers and motherly scholars. Not just because they are scholars, but because they are mothers at that point. When I say mothers, I am a father to her. The reason why I am a father to her is because I speak better than her. I have been speaking before her. Do you understand? That is father in this context. So now, that is fatherly scholar in this context. Motherly scholar, Miss Adepoju and Miss Bishiriu. So now, scholarly mother is, she's a scholar. She's a mother. Now, she's here to guide you as a mother. She doesn't want to see you fail. Even when you fail, she will correct you, so you won't do the same. You get? So that's why we refer them as scholarly mothers and motherly scholar. So at this time, over 100 students had shown interest. Then the practice start. Paul Agada still remains in the race, don't forget. And what was the practice about? We were given 10 topics each. These 10 topics, you would present every fortnight. That means in 2 weeks, you present one topic so as to prepare ahead of the competition. Don't forget, when the notice came to the school, we were at our second week of examination. Nigerians, what happens after the second week of examination? Vacation. That means we would have to spend our holiday period coming to school to rehearse ahead of the competition. There was no guarantee that we were chosen because over 100 persons had shown interest, and the school is only eligible to present just 2 persons. So of the 2 persons, only one will become the governor. So that one best must prove his or herself right to all Lagosians in the front of the governor of Lagos State at that time. So we were coming. As we come, when we do our first presentation, the number reduced by 10. So now 10 minus 100, we have what? 90. So the next 2 weeks we come again, we have another minus 10, it becomes what? 80. Listeners, calculate so you won't be late. Now after 2 weeks we come back again, minus 10, it becomes what? 70. Minus 10 becomes what? Now do the calculation, speak for yourself, I won't answer again. So now minus 10, it becomes what?
50.
Minus 10, it becomes what?
40.
Minus 10, it becomes what?
30.
Now we are at 30. So when it goes to the point where we are at our number 30, we have this core member at that time, Mr. Aaron. So he was invited to the team. Then we had this core member also. This she's a teacher. She teaches us literature in English. We used to call her Amadako. The reason why we call her Amadako is because she was teaching a book titled Faceless, written by a Ghanaian writer named Amadako. So anytime we see her, we call her Amadako. Now, I can tell you for a fact that I can't tell you her name because I am used to calling her Amadako. Do you get? So we got these persons, they are there. So the reason why they are here is to what? Is to motivate the remaining 30 persons. Then Mr. Henry told us, I remember, he said, at every stage of the competition, if there is any girl you like as a guy, I would give you my smartphone so you can approach her and get her phone number. Motivation. So now, if further motivator will tell us that, don't you know that if you act very outstanding as a guy, it will trigger those girls to like you. Girls will admire you when you do very well. So please don't fuck up. So they kept what? Motivating us. They kept motivating us. So we continue with the rehearsal. As we continue with the rehearsal, the number what? Keeps dropping. So from 30, we had come down to 20. From 20, we had come down to 10. From 10, we had reduced to 5. I would like to announce to you that out of the 5 persons, the 5 last men standing, Paul Agada happens to be one of them. So now don't forget, in this race there are female students in this race, but I can tell you at the time we get to our number 5 last standing men, we had lost all our female students to the race. So now it now start to look like the male are more intelligent than the female students. I don't know if it's true, but at the end of the story you would know. So now Miss Bishop said something. She said the 5 of you would keep undergoing rehearsal from time to time. The best among you will emerge as what? As the representative of this school. Don't forget, we are asked to choose just 2 representatives. At that time, Paul Agada was there, Kasali Segun Oluwajuwon KSO was there, Tomola Joseph was there, Mustapha Moshood was there, then Olugbole David was there. These are students who are extremely intelligent. When I say intelligent, I mean they have these extraordinary skills when it comes to learning, when it comes to presentation, when it comes to attempting examinations. So it's remaining 5, and our teachers have to do what? Have to pick 2 out of the 5. Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Hi.
Don't forget the origin of this statement. Ẹni egunle kò máa sáré bí ti ń rárá ayé ní rárá ọ̀run. At the face of adversity, at the face of trouble, you should what? Keep running. Do you get? Imagine competing with 100 persons. Is that not a race? It is. Is that not a relay? It is. So now we have got last 5 men standing. It's now left for our teachers to choose. Mind you, our teachers won't just speak randomly. You have to prove that you've deserved to represent the school. So no one will be picking you. There won't be nepotism. No, even if you're a nepo baby, no one will say you come. You deserve to go. No, you have to prove that you deserve to go. And now here comes the challenge. And what is the challenge? The challenge is, don't forget, challenges are what makes life interesting. Now, the interesting part, the challenge is, after these students are reduced to 5, the following rehearsal, they were all on the same point. We call it a tie. After the next rehearsal, Paul Agada, Mustapha Moshood, Kasali Segun, Olugbole David, and Tomola Joseph were all on 95.3, 95.3, 95.3. That is to say, you can't remove 2 because they are all on the same point. Then the teacher said, if that is the case, we would stop doing the rehearsal every 2 weeks. Now we will start doing the rehearsal every 2 days, so we can bring you closer to the point. Now this is the challenge. The challenge is we must pick 2 persons who would represent the school. We went on another rehearsal. Tomola Joseph, Mustapha Moshood, Olugbole David, Agada Paul, Kasali Segun, they all emerged at 75.3, 75.3, 75.3, 75.3. 5 persons, the same point. So now, what is reducing their points? If Kasali does not lose points at his introduction paragraph, he would lose points at his attention grabbing statement. If Paul Agada doesn't lose points at his attention grabbing statement, he would lose points at his conclusion paragraph. If Mustapha Moshood doesn't lose points at his concluding paragraph, he will lose points using his linkers. And Olugbole David, if he doesn't lose points using his linkers, he would lose points at his thesis statement. Here becomes a serious challenge. Your attention grabber is very important. Your introduction paragraph is very important. Your thesis statement is very important. Your linkers are very important. Your conclusion is very important. Distinguished guests, maybe you don't understand what I mean by all of these things I've been saying. When I say your introduction paragraph is that first paragraph that has your attention grabber. Your attention grabber is that statement that catch the attention of who is listening to you or who is reading your text.
That's the lead.
Attention grabber. Like when I came in, what did I say? I said there is an African proverb in Yoruba language that says ẹni egunle kò máa sáré bí ti rárá ayé ní rárá ọ̀run. Now you begin to wonder that in a global stage like this, why is this man speaking Yoruba? did it grab your attention? Good. But a scholar there said, I said it to promote our culture. It's fine. Not just to promote our culture, so that the world can learn from some person's mistake. So tomorrow we will live in a better society. Isn't it getting better? It is. Now, that is attention grabber. Where is it at? It is found in the introduction paragraph. So after that attention grabber in the introduction paragraph, you are expected to do what next? To define concept. What was the concept? At that time, the first topic sent by Lagos State government was that is tree planting in Lagos State a waste of time, space and energy? Now, you have to understand this about Lagos State government. At the time His Excellency Babatunde Raji Fashola was the governor, he would do something. He would tell the educators, when I say the educators, I'm talking about teachers across Lagos State and teachers who work under the Ministry of Education and staffs who works under the Ministry of Education, to look around. What are the things, what are the problems in Lagos State? Of course, Lagos State is the best state in Nigeria, but for Lagos State to keep upgrading, we must look for the lacunas in Lagos, the gaps, the holes. What are the problems we are facing? What are the things we are facing? We have got some individuals at that time who criticized this governor. Why? He said the only thing Babatunde Raji Fashola be doing in Lagos State is to keep planting, keep planting, keep planting. Why is he planting? Some persons even said the money he used in buying flowers, he should take that money to a place like Ajegunle. He should use the money to buy everybody a bag of rice. The distinguished guest asked me if he had bought everybody in the community a bag of rice 5-10 years ago, will they still have that rice in their stomach? No. And that reminds me of Mr. Ogunlade, our agricultural teacher at that time when Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola was still a governor of Lagos State. Mr. Ogunlade, through the sponsor of Lagos State governor at that time, he was sent 28,000 naira to buy a small plant like this. Then he called me. He said, Kasali, he said, sir, he said, you see this tree, don't touch it. He said, we would put it in the ground. You have to make sure that you and your team have to make sure that no one touch the leaves, because if you touch the leaf, it will affect the growth of this tree. And I said, sir, why do we need this here? He said, the governor wants Lagos State to be more beautiful. And don't forget, we breathe in what? Oxygen. We breathe out carbon dioxide. The oxygen we breathe in are from where? From plants. The carbon dioxide we breathe out is what? Is what the plants use for survival. You see, when you are complaining that there is heat, when you are complaining that everywhere is congested, you should know that we have lesser plants. If there are more trees, we won't be experiencing this. And that's why it's not just a matter of number, it's a matter of management. That is why at Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola's time, you won't experience the heat you are experiencing now. I'm not saying the current governor is not doing his best, but we've all got different views of life, and that's why my thumb will not work with your thumb. Moving on, Mr. Ogunlade had called me. Are you with me? And he told me the reasons why we are putting these plants here. And he said, this is Lagos State government property. Make sure nothing happens to it. And you know, African teachers in Nigeria will put some threats why they seek your help. He told me, he said, tí nǹkan bá ṣe plant yìí, tí nǹkan bá ṣe plant yìí, Kasali, nǹkan tí màá fojú ẹ rí, ò ní like. It means if anything happened to this plant, I had given you this as a duty. I had assigned you to watch over this plant. Nothing must happen to this plant. This is a friendly threat from a teacher who is an African. He would always portray that African style of teaching. Distinguished guests, at that time, we planted this. What I'm talking about is over 15 years ago. Over 15 years ago. So now, after we've done the plant, do you know what happened? We left it there, then it begins to grow. It begins to grow. It begins to grow. You know, I will leave the school. I left junior secondary school for senior secondary school. So anytime I come around, I will see the tree. And I left. When I come around, I will see the tree. Not until 2 years ago. That was after I signed out of the university. So it was getting close to my convocation. Then something came to my mind. What was that thing? That thing says, Kasali, you've left the university. Your convocation is coming up in a few weeks. Why not just visit the places you have been coming from, like from your primary school to your junior secondary school? And I said, okay, maybe I will do that for the sake of memories. So I went to a primary school, that's the whole Nigerian primary school. At the time I got there, I noticed some changes, and I said, okay, it's fine. We used to have about 7 schools on that site. By the time I got there, it has reduced to 5. I don't know the reason why it reduced to 5, but this is one of the changes I noticed. While I left there, my primary school, I went straight to my junior secondary school. Then, while I was using the other gate, I realized that there is a very big tree at that place. Don't forget I said, when Mr. Ogulade bought this tree at that time, the plant was not as big as this plant here. By the time I saw that plant, when I got here, it was bigger than a very big hibiscus tree.
Gigantic.
Very gigantic. I couldn't even remember that it was the tree Mr. Ogunlade had told me to supervise at that time. So it was one of our teachers that called me. He said, Kasali, come. Do you remember this tree? And I said, sir, I can't remember. He said, at the time Mr. Ogunlade told you to supervise a tree, so people don't touch the tree. So at that time, when he showed me the tree, I could see that the tree has become so big that it has become an umbrella. Wow. If it was raining on that day, if I stayed under the tree, the rain won't touch me. But now, on this day, it wasn't even raining, it was sunny. But we were under this tree for over 3 hours. Now, come to think of it, if this tree was not there at this point, what do you think would have happened? Would have been under the sun. Then, I might have wasted thousands of dollars buying skincare. So now, this is, where am I coming from? I'm coming from the first topic from Lagos State Governor. Is tree planting a waste of time, space, and energy? The topic given to us at that time. At the face of adversity, don't stop what? Running. Don't forget. So now, we are discussing our topics. Then we had to go for another rehearsal. Before this rehearsal, don't forget, I told you we all at that point were on the same point. Don't you get it? On the same point, on a straight line. 75.3, 75.3, 75.3, 75.3 for different reasons. So now, introduction, defining concept. The topic was a tree planting in Lagos State a waste of time, space and energy. So now you have to define concepts. What is tree planting? What is tree planting? So after you have this, you've defined what tree planting is. That's concept. That's how you define concept. So in that introduction, after that, what are we expected to do? We are expected to talk about our thesis statements. Like in subsequent paragraphs, emphasis will be made on the reason why tree planting in Lagos State is not a waste of space, time and energy. Then you begin to list your points. 1. We humans breathe in oxygen, which source is from the tree, the plant, and breathe out carbon dioxide, which help the plant survive. Do you understand? So now I'm making my point. So now at that stage, at the thesis statement, you are telling the reader that in the body of my work, these are the things I will be emphasizing on. I'm telling you what we expected to do at that time. I'm telling you the reason why we were all tying 75.3, 75.3, 75.3. Distinguished guests, at that time, after your thesis statement, then here comes the body of the essay, the body of the speech. We were expected at that time to use linkers. Linkers at first is when you use, for example, first off, tree planting in Lagos State is not a waste of time, space and energy. After justifying it, then you say furthermore, in addition. So all these are transition that shows that you are not just speaking about a point. You've moved from one point to another point. So the judges, like the witnesses present here, would score you based on the point. Mustafa Moshood had moved from point 1 to point 2. Do you get it? So at this point, we had persons who were not using their linkers. Then the scholarly mothers and motherly scholars with the distinguished core members at that time said this will affect us. If we push that individual who doesn't know how to use linkers to a competition like this, we will be affected. We might end up getting 1 point, 1 score for 10 points. At the same time, we can't still push that individual who doesn't know how to use a thesis statement, because a thesis statement attracts his own mark as well. We can't push Kasali who doesn't know how to use an attention grabber, because that attracts a different mark. So now, the last part is the conclusion part. There is Olugbode David who does not conclude. The moment he speak about his last point, he will just hand over the mic. You know what we say when he wants to hand over the mic? He will say, with this viewpoint of mine, I hope I'm able to convince you and not convince and not confuse you that tree planting in Lagos State is not a waste of time, space and energy. Then you ask him, where's the conclusion? Then he tell you, as he's telling you with this viewpoint of mine, he has concluded. So when the judges are to award marks for conclusion remark, he would be short of points. So you know what our teachers did at this point? They said maybe because we have been coming for too many rehearsals, maybe that's why we are not getting it right. Then she said what? She said you all have your points, but the problem now is that you are not used to the rules guiding this competition. So now, do away with your books, go and have fun. Then the core member at that time, the NEPO rich core member at that time, said he will take us on an outing. took myself, no, not me, it took Kasali, it took Olubode David, it took Mustapha Moshood, it took Tomola Joseph, and who again? Paul Agada. That's good. Don't forget the origin of this story is who? Paul Agada. So at that time,
At the end of adversity, you keep running.
aren't we running? We were running.
On the street.
Did we stop? We didn't stop. We did what? We didn't stop. The point of not stopping, not the point of you not stop running at that time is that you don't stop at all. At the face, when I say the face, I'm not talking about the FACE, I'm talking about PHASE. But don't forget that the FACE can still function here while we use the PHASE. Because at the face of adversity, when trouble is facing you, at the point where you are facing trouble, do you understand? And at the face, we have Lekki phase 1, we have Lekki phase 2. Do you understand? If you are at phase 1, there is the challenge that will come. If you are in phase 2, there is another challenge. Probably at phase 1, you would have to pay 20 million naira as rent. That's a challenge. Whether at phase 2, you have to pay 10 million naira. So at the face of adversity, when your landlord asks you that you pay 20 million naira at phase 1, at that point you might start feeling like, I for don't go phase 2. Shebi, I for don't save 10 million naira now I can't run up and down. Don't worry, keep running. Keep running. Now, moving on. He suggested that we will be going on an outing. Maybe that would make us calm. That would make the speakers calm at that time. Then he took us to a Mr. Big, not far from, that's an entry, not far from Akoka, not far from the school. So at that time when we got there, we ate, we had some fun, we played games. When we left that place, he took us to Unilag at Lagoon Front. At Lagoon Front at that time, there is this spot where you play table tennis. While we were coming back, he showed us Moremi statue. An indigenous woman from Ife, Osun State, who is an activist. Do you understand? So he showed us. So he begins to tell us stories of Moremi that, see, this is Moremi. These are the things Moremi has done. We left there. He took us to Faculty of Science and he told us, he said, at some point in your life, you would leave the junior secondary school to the senior secondary school. You would leave the senior secondary school to the university. For those of you in science, if you come to this school, you will be at this faculty. But if you didn't come to this school, at any school you find yourself in Nigeria, you would always find yourself at Faculty of Science. That's as a science student. It's not all of these things to do what? To clear our mind. Did you get it? So why we keep moving? If you notice, we didn't stop. Even at the time we were leaving for the E3, what did we do? We only paused our rehearsal. We didn't quit our rehearsal. We only paused. We didn't quit. We paused because we need to understand what? The rules. Everyone needs to get it right. So after that, we went back home. While we were going back home, he took every one of us to our house in a Range Rover. While he was driving, he was telling us, he said, you are making great sacrifice now. At some point in time, you would buy the latest Range Rover. Then Moshood said, sir, if I would even get a Range Rover, I would prefer this because of the air condition. Everywhere is cold. We are enjoying it. He said, at that time, when you be done, this will be updated. You won't like it anymore. Because life is not stopping. Life is running. That is why you have to keep running. When he said that, Moshood said, okay, when that time comes, I will know if I will still choose this or I will choose the current one. He dropped us at our houses so as to reduce stress. So the next day, we were called for another rehearsal. to see if we now understand the rules guiding the competition. When we got to the rehearsal, Olubode has upgraded. Now he is concluding very well. Kasali has upgraded. Now he uses a good attention grabber. Paul Agada has upgraded. Now he can use his linkers very well. Now Tomola Joseph has upgraded. He can make good use of his thesis statement. Then everybody is prepared. Now we got there. At the time we got there, the 5 last men standing presented. At the end, don't forget, my teachers called it the last rehearsal. Like while I was preparing for the 20 days of eloquence, there was a point where the only CSP in West Africa, Mr. Obonesian, said something. He said, "This will be our last rehearsal for the 20 days of eloquence." I had prepared that it was my last rehearsal. Then after the last rehearsal, as a leader who wants to give you something that is very sustainable, he has to call for another rehearsal again. He said, "Come, we would have another rehearsal." Then we had another rehearsal again. Before, these are things to what? To prepare you. It's fine to pause, but he wants us to what? To keep running at the face of adversity. So now, why we got there? What our teachers were expecting on that day was that this is the final rehearsal. Let's see the 2 best among the 5 last men standing. Then we call it what? We call it a day. It represents us. Then we know where we are. After everything on that day, then we all arrived at 98.3, 98.3, 98.3, 98.3, 98.3. That was another tie. Did you get it? The purpose for the adventure they went, the purpose of that fun they went for was that so everybody gets better. By chance, maybe someone who just would slip up, then who choose the best among the 5. But yeah, they all got it right. You can't just choose, you can't just pick. Then you know what happened? On the day of, after that, our teacher said, since you all are tying, there's nothing we can do about it. We would carry the 5 of you to the competition. So when you get to the competition, in the morning of that competition, we would tell you to do a rehearsal again. So when you do the rehearsal, anyone, if there is still a tire, then we will leave you all to choose who you want to represent you. Because at some point they got tired. That why are you tying? You keep tying from week 1 to week 10. Then we got to the competition in a range. That's another motivation. In a range. So at the time we got there, we alighted at Iva Adilaja Girls High School at Bagada in Lagos. At that time, you know, it's a girls' school now. When we were coming down, all eyes on us. Like, these are the big boys. Range. Because the range we were in that year was the latest range in that year. For example, if it was 2013, we were in the 2013 range. You know how it feels. So the moment we came in, all eyes. The school we were competing against at that time, the main school were Iva Adelaja was there, Angos Memorial Senior High School in Lagos was there. There's this school I want to remember. Larry Awoloku was there. Ajikin Adelaja was there. Bagada Grammar School was there. Very well. We had many schools. When they saw us, they were like, who are these ones? Why? Then I met this lady she came to represent our school. She was from Brilliant Child. And she happens to be this global artist from Nigeria, son, Jide Kosoko. So when I met her, she was the first lady that caught my attention. Don't forget, when I was talking about distraction in the first place, you know I told you in one of my speeches, I said distraction is an attraction that subtracts your intention. So the moment I saw her, I lost focus. Now, Kasali in this contest, the moment Kasali saw Jide Kosoko's daughter, he lost focus. Don't forget that our teachers had announced that the last rehearsal will come up at where? At the event. So few minutes before the event, you will rehearse again. That tie you are tying, we will see if you will tie again. And if you tie again, they will decide who will represent you. So the moment I got there, I had seen her, then Mr. Henry was like, "You are staying at her too much." He said, "I would like to talk to her." He said, "If that makes you feel better, you can go." Then I went. At that point, Kasali had approached Kosoko's daughter.
Yes.
Then Kosoko's daughter said, "You are looking good. You guys came in the range." I said, "Yes, it belongs to one of the core members serving in my school." He said, "Wow, he's a big boy." I said, "Yes, he is. He's a very big boy. He's doing very well." Do you understand? He said, "Okay, it's fine. So what do you want from me?" I said, I want a means of communication. I want that link that would help me always reach out to you, if not today." I said, "You know I don't have a phone, but I can always I can always take my mom's phone without notifying her, so that I can log into Facebook or to go, so I can text you. Do you have a Facebook username?" And she said, "Yes." I said, "What is your Facebook username?" She said, "My Facebook username is Eniola Kosoko." And I said, "Oh, thank you." So now, when she said Eniola Kosoko, I said, "Thank you very much. I would not forget." Then I told her, I said, "Please remember my name. My name is KSO. Anytime you see KSO on your screen, please accept the message. Then we can keep testing." So I left. I went back to the remaining team members. Then what happened to Tomola Joseph? Tomola Joseph, at the point they start playing this song, Balamide Bado, where he said, "Ṣàṣàwọn gúns mi, àrùkù mi, àwọn olórin kì í má paradọ́ ní kíbíkú ni." Do you understand? So the time he heard the song, then he started dancing. Do you understand? So there is this leg walk that he was counting at that time. He was just like Ramajago. He was tearing steps. Do you get? Tomola at that time had followed the beats of the DJ. Are you with me? Don't forget, our teacher said we would do our final rehearsal at that stage. Kasali had gone to meet Eniola. Kasali had gotten Eniola's Facebook username. Then Eniola Kosoko. Now, what did Tomola Joseph did? He is dancing. Do you understand? Then Paul Agada, on the other hand, don't forget, Paul Agada had always said, "I'll become the one-day governor of Lagos State." He was running. Even Kasali at that time was also running, but he was running on the wrong direction. Do you understand? Tomola at that time was running, but he was running on the wrong direction. If it was a musical dance practice, I would have said he was running on the right direction. But it was not a musical dance practice. It was a spoken and a written exercise. So that made the both of them, they ran on the wrong direction. While I looked at Paul Agada, you know what he was doing? I saw him sitting. He was on his book. Then I came to him, I was like, Paul, don't you play at all? He said, "This is a very serious time. This is not a time where you would choose to play over to read." Then I told him, I said, "All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy." Then he said, "All play and no work makes Jack a dull boy." But it now becomes what? Ora for ora. as I give him more reasons why he should play, he's giving me more reasons why he should not play at that time. Then what happened to Mustapha Moshood? Mustapha Moshood at that time, he was in the range. He was also reading, he was practicing. So you know why he went to the range? Mustapha Moshood at that time went inside the range so that he can practice his speech. He knows that if he is outside with us, it will distract him while he speaks. Please take notes. Paul Agada, Mustapha Moshood, take notes. 2 representatives. So now, he was in the car, but I saw him in the range. He had wind up the glasses, the windows. That's the car windows. Because he doesn't want distraction. So I saw him talking. I was like, is Mustapha okay? Why is he talking alone? Then I hit the door. Said Mustapha. Then he was doing like this. He was not willing to open the door. He was just doing like this. And I was like, what's wrong with you? You are talking alone. Then he like this. And I was like, what is wrong with this man? I am knocking. You don't want to answer. So now, who is left? Olubode David. Olubode David at that time, he went to what? He saw some group of boys playing football. Do you know what they are playing? There is what we call setting posts. So setting posts, it doesn't stress you too much. If it was the real football, it wouldn't have gone for it because of the stress. So now, setting posts is this game where you play where they will station the goal post at a small post at a very distant area. So that post they will set there, they will tell you to pick the ball, kick the ball. If the ball enters the goal post, the small goal post, they would hype you. Take for instance, the chairs you are sitting on. You could see the space between the both legs of the chairs. So now, a chair like this can be stationed at a place that is at least 100 meters away from you. Then they will ask you to hit the ball if it will enter that post. Then because Olubode David saw it, and someone who is very very good at mathematics, Olubode David is a mathematician. When it comes to mathematics, he is very very good. Do you understand? So because he believed in himself that, hey bro, I am good at mathematics. For me to calculate the distance between where I am staying and the goal post is as the same as calculating the distance between the top of the triangle and the bottom. You remember you did trigonometry ratio. You remember hypotenuse, you remember adjacent, you remember you remember the car, you remember the tour. That becomes what? So tour. So Olubode David joined them. He played the first one. While he played the first one, you know what he did? He missed it. So because he missed it, with the spirit of not giving up, with the Nigerian resilient spirit in him, he said, no, I won't take that. I'm not a failure. I will do it again. Then he picked the ball. He kicked the ball again. He missed it. He kicked the ball again. He missed it. Then at the fourth time, he got it. Then the other guy challenged him. The guy who doesn't have anything that he was going to do is just a normal student. He didn't come for the competition. So he was not telling David. He said, David, you know what? I dare you that if you play 10 kicks, you won't score 5. Then it became a competition. David said, okay, I will score 5 out of 10. He said, you can't score 5 out of 10. He said, I will score 5 out of 10. You can't score. Then he said, okay, there's no problem. David did what? He removed the school sandals. You know, we were dressed in our school uniforms with our tie. So David removed the school sandals immediately. He removed the socks. Then he gave it to who? He gave it to a stranger he met at that point. Then he kicked the ball. The first one entered. The second one he missed it. The third one entered. The fourth one he missed it. At the end of the day, he was able to do he scored 4 out of 10. Then the 10th kick, before he kicked the 10th kick, there was a ball coming from the other side who had kicked his ball after he had played it. So he said the reason why he missed the last one was because that ball has intercepted the ball he played. Then he said he's not going to agree. He would do it again. Then he went on another 10 kick. At the end of the day, David scored 6 out of 10. He has proved to him that yes, I can do it. So at that time, when David got his school sandals back and his socks was stained. Then that brought the first discomfort. Then he was like, "Hey, look at my socks. What's happening?" Then he did what? He was like that. He had no choice. Then at this point, the core member who was serving in my school at that time, Mr. Henry, my teacher, English teacher, Miss Bishiriyu, my Yoruba teacher, Mr. Adepoju, and Amadako, the core member who teaches literature in English using the book Faceless by a Ghanaian author, Amadako. At that time, they had called every one of us and they said, "It is time for the final rehearsal." Distinguished guest, I think I told you to take note of two names, Paul Agada and Mustapha Moshood. These are the two persons who did not join the remaining team members while we were running on the wrong direction. You know what? At the time we were called, they could see we were destabilized, and the teacher said, "We'll give you 5 minutes so you can get yourself together." In 5 minutes, David had to go to the store so he could get a new socks for the competition. So after 5 minutes, we got together. Then he said, "Present again. Let's see." Then for the presentation, Agada came. He started his presentation. After he had presented, Agada had what? He had 97.8. 97.8. 97.8. Don't forget that was that young man I saw reading while Kasali went to approach the other lady. Don't forget. So now, the next speaker was Mustafa, who was in the car, who was constantly trying to rehearse, talking alone. You get? Then Olugbo David became the next speaker. So now, what was Mustafa Moshood's point? Mustafa Moshood's point was 97.6. Agada 98.3. Mustafa Moshood was 97.6. Then it was time for David to present. Then when David was presenting, after his presentation, the judges who were our teachers realized that he had made the mistake he had stopped making. What was the mistake? The mistake of not doing a conclusion. The mistake of not doing a conclusion. So after he did that, the teacher was like, "David, in the last 3 rehearsals, you have been concluding. So what happened? Why were you unable to conclude at this point?" Then he said, "I'm sorry, ma. I think I'm not ready. Can we do it again?" She said, "No, you can't. It's gone." So David had 75.3. Are you writing the points?
Yes, sir.
Are you writing the points?
Well, with you, sir.
I want you to write the points. Write the points. Write the points. So now, the first speaker was Paul Agada, 98.3. 98.3. Paul. The second speaker was Mustapha Moshood, 97.6. 97.6. Now, David, who went for the setting post game, had 75.3. Why? Because he failed to do a conclusion. Then after David, it was Kasali. And don't forget, Kasali's original problem was that he does not add an attention grabber in his introduction. So now don't forget that he has to start with an introduction before he speaks. But he had gone to introduce himself to Eniola Osoko first before his rehearsal. You get? So when it was time for him to do an introduction, he didn't put his attention grabber. He just went straight to the topic this time around. He said, "A tree planting, a waste of time, space, and energy in Lagos State." Then the teacher was looking at his face. "David, you don't mean it. This is what you have come to?" Then he continued speaking. At the end, when he got to his conclusion, he concluded But that part where the Nigerian debater in secondary school will say, with this few point of mine, I hope I'm able to convince you and not confuse you that tree planting in Lagos State is not a waste of time, space, and energy. When he got to that point, he didn't say it. He just left. So now, you know Kasali's point? Kasali's point was 69.2. So now, the last person, the last man standing, after Paul Agada, after Mustapha Moshood, after Kasali, after Olubode, the last man standing then was Tomola Joseph, who was dancing to Olamide Bado's music. If you see the way Tomola Joseph was dancing, you would think we came for a cultural dance. I don't understand. You don't get the point. It wasn't just dancing in the African cultural way of dancing. He was even adding some breaks like Michael Jackson. If you see the way his hands were flying in the air, you would think we had come to debate about music. So after a series of dancing, stand, present. Tomola Joseph presented without using his linkers, without using a thesis statement. So now, that is you not using a linker. Is even more dangerous. Do you know why it's more dangerous? It's more dangerous because all your points by the judge will be recorded as just 1 point. Meanwhile, you have been saying about 10 different points. Do you get? So all your points will be recorded as just 1 point. Do you get the point? Do you get the point? So now, after that, Tomola Joseph scored what? He scored 52.1. 52.1. Distinguished guest. What was Paul Agada's point? 98.3. What was Mustapha Moshood's point? 97.6. What was Oludegbe Davis' point? 75.3. Distinguished guests, you are following. What was Kasali's point? 69.2. Not Nigerian info. Do you get? What was the last person's point? Joseph. Thank you. She even mentioned the name. She said Joseph 62.1. Did you get the point? So now, with these statistics, it is clear that only Paul Agada and Mustapha Moshood are qualified to represent St. Luke's Junior Grammar School here in Lagos. And here comes the competition. So the 5 of them were allowed to enter the venue. The 3 of them remain as audience, like you are. Then the speakers will become Mustapha Moshood and Paul Agada, like I am speaking. Now, the competition has begun. They did for the first round, they did for the second round, they did for the third round. The competition wasn't just Monday competition, like the 20 days of eloquence. It's not just a day program as well. Okay? They kept competing. At the end of the day, St. Luke's Junior Grammar School became the second school by position in the whole of Lagos State. Of course, they didn't come first, and they didn't become the one-day governor of Lagos State. It's quite unfortunate, but at times bad things happen to good people. It's not just your fault. It's just like some persons will always win, and some persons will always learn. But the point where you don't learn is where you fail. Distinguished guests, I hope you are getting the point. So now, they took second out of 567 schools that attended the competition. They took second. Then the governor of Lagos at that time, His Excellency Babatunde Raji gave them 500,000 naira. So now, how they had gotten 500,000 naira? Paul said he doesn't want the money. He said because he didn't believe that he lose. He said something. He said And at that time, the last school they competed with, that became the one day governor, was that school that always have disagreement with the school. So if you are a Nigerian, there is this thing that happen. We call it beef between two schools. So schools are always struggling to say, I am better than you are better than me. Do you understand? So now, at District 2 in Lagos State at that time, Angus Memorial and his school, St. Luke's, had that beef. Even before handing the mic, they had told each other that I will defeat you. The other one said, don't worry, he would go home without becoming the governor. So that has triggered Paul Agada to do well. So when they declared them as the governor, he said, no, I will not accept that defeat. We didn't lose. Then he said, I won't collect the money given to us by Lagos State government. He told Mustafa, I said, Mustafa, you can have all the money. I don't want. Mustafa said, no, you can't do like that. You also have to acknowledge the fact that the state acknowledge your efforts. So please take it. Distinguished guests, Paul Agada did not collect the money. Because he said what he wanted was that he would become the day governor of Lagos State and not the one that was able to. Yeah, 500,000 naira was a huge amount of money at that year. Like I said, it was over 10 years ago. It was over 10 years ago. So what is the origin of all this statement? The origin is that in this speech, I am analyzing the African proverb in Yoruba language that says Eni Egunle Komasai between Rara and Rara. So in English, it means at the face of adversity, you must keep running. Did you get the point? So now, Agada called what? He kept running. And now, he could not achieve what he aimed at achieving. But there's one thing you should always know. Sometimes, when you don't get what you wanted, you did not fail. You only learn. What did you learn? You learn the things that made you unable to get that thing. You only become a failure when you fail to learn from the previous experience. Distinguished guests, after this phase, Paul Agada had gone back to school. Then he told his teacher, I said, Ma, thank you very much for the hospitality. Thank you very much for the motherly love. Thank you very much for guiding us that we could defeat 566 of the 567 schools that participated in the competition. Then said what you said, what about the money given to you? Hope you've got yourself some things. And he said, Ma, I rejected the money. I said, why? He said, because my vision is clear. I only want to become the day governor of Lagos State. My vision is clear. That's what I want. I don't want anything aside from being the one day governor of Lagos. I don't want it. I don't. You get it? Then Mr. Adio begin to wonder that in this present day, where Naira has so much value, why are you rejecting 500,000, which that you would have shared with Mustafa? Mustafa will take 250. And I want you to notice something there. Our teachers, they were not selfish. It was other teachers. They would have said, out of the 500,000, I will give you 100,000 to share because we are the one there for you during your rehearsal. We are the one there for you when we took you outside to have fun. Do you understand? So now, another competition came. And that competition was hosted by Lagos State youths. At the competition, you won't become the first governor of Lagos State. You will be recognized as the face of the next generation. Do you understand? So now, the word here is that you become the face. When we talk about the face, we have people like let me say the face of speakers in West Africa. Mr. A.C.N. Rubon is a face of speaker in West Africa. Do you understand? So now, the winner of that speech will be the face of the next generation in Lagos State. That was the prize, which cash prize of ₦1 million. At that time, he went for it again. So this time, they had called the regular last 5. That's Kasali, David, and Joseph. You see that mistake you made the last time when you got to a competition where you're supposed to be rehearsing. You went to meet a lady. You went to play football. You went to dance. You have to stop it. You have to always be focused at what you do. That's why a Yoruba proverb says, "Taba wà lọ́jà, ẹni a bá ń nájà là ń wò, a kì í wo ariwo ọjà," which means at every point in time, at every level you find yourself, you don't focus, you leave side attraction and focus on the main purpose why you are at the place you are at. That is the scientific translation. The literary translation is not the same way as I had translated it. Please don't get it wrong. So while the last 5 came up, they started rehearsing again. So at this point, they started their normal tire. They started tying from the first day to the 3rd day. Then you know what the teacher said? The teacher said, "You know what? I will stop allowing you waste our time tying in this place because you are used to tying. So now, we will take you to that competition ground. When you get there, you will tie and see." So now, they went to the competition ground, and it was Kasali and Agada at this point. They went. They did series of competition, and they became 3rd. For so many reasons, their school became 3rd. And why they became 3rd? They were happy because the state said the fact that you become 3rd, you would become part of the faces in Lagos State, but not the top face like the first person, the person who come first in this competition. Then they accepted that it's fine. If you get that, it's not a bad deal. Then they proceeded to the next phase. And that competition came again. And this time around, what happened at the competition? It was a day commissioner competition. At this competition, the person whoever wins the competition will become the commissioner of education at Lagos State for 1 day. For 1 day. They did their usual rehearsal. I don't want to start telling you they tie again because I know you audience already know that they are used to tying. So now let me leave the tying aspect. So now they had gone for this. Before they leave, Tomola said something to them. He said, "My friends, I think at this point we would have to have arrived late at the venue." Then Agada said, "Why do you want us to arrive late?" He said, "The last competition we went to where we took 3rd. On the competition letter, they said the competition will start at 10 a.m. in the morning. This competition did not start until 2 p.m. He said we were exhausted. And the fact that we were exhausted was one of the reasons why we lost that competition. That was one of the reasons why we took 3rd. Are you following? Yeah. Now, Tomola's observation, is it valid or not valid? It is valid to some extent. But his observation cost them. He said, this competition we are going to right now, my friends, I don't want us to go early like we did at the last competition. The last competition, we went early. We respected them by following the time on the letter. They wrote 10 a.m. and they didn't show until 2 p.m. There's this common thing people used to say when you invite them to events in Africa. When you put 10 o'clock, they will say African time. African time in that essence means 10 o'clock is not 10 o'clock. They would probably start arranging their chairs at 12 o'clock. So don't believe the time. That's the mentality. So now, Tomola had preached this mentality to the school representatives. Then they bought the idea. They said, we lost at that competition because we were exhausted. The school that came first, that won the competition, they came around 1. Perhaps they knew that the competition had not started. So they were very, very energetic because they had spent enough time before coming. So for that reason, we won't go now. We would wait till around 11:30. Then at 11:30, they left their school. At 12 o'clock, they got to the place. When they got here at 12 o'clock, don't forget, the day commissioner of education in Lagos State Commission was an essay competition. Going to the venue, they realized that they started the competition, they started the essay writing at exactly 10 o'clock as stated in the letter. Is that not a problem? It is a problem. Don't forget to, this is a critical analysis of the African proverb in English that says, at the face of adversity, don't stop running. Do you understand? When they got here, Tomola was like, have they started? Then Paul was like, are you asking me? You saw them writing the essay and you're asking me if they have started. You caused this. Then they started arguing. Then Mr. Henry, the owner of the Range Rover, said, big boys, calm down. You can still make it. It's not over until it is over. Then yeah, Kasali was there, Tomola was there, and Agada was there. Now it's a three-man squad competition here. Then they entered the venue. The first thing the judges said, you came late. Why? Then they had to give excuses that their car broke down at a particular place. Then after forming a lie, so they could access the competition, the judge said, it's fine. I won't punish you for what happened since you gave me valid reason why you came late. But don't forget that others have started and we won't give you a special time. You would have the same time as them. Then Kasali was given 2 foolscap sheets for the essay. Paul Agada was given 2 foolscap sheets for the essay. Tomola Joseph was given 2 foolscap sheets for the essay. So now, what happened? It started. Kasali, in a foolscap sheet from an higher education sold in Nigeria, they don't usually rule margin on it. It is for you, the buyer, to rule a margin in it, isn't it? Yeah. The African students who school in Africa will understand this experience. Once you buy, we call it higher education. Once you buy another education, when you remove a foolscap sheet, there is no always margin in it. It's always a blank paper that has what? Just the row. So it is for you to add what? The column. So as the judge gave them the listing, the first mistake Kasali made was that he did not rule because there was no time. He did not rule because there was no time. Then he went straight to his topic. And when you don't rule, the line, what's the function of the line? The line guides you. So all your work, all your writing will be on a straight line. It will align. Parallelism. That's the purpose of that margin. But now he doesn't have it. So you will see his work move like this, like this, like this, like this. You will see his statement coming to the left at some point, going to the right at some point, coming to the middle at some point, going to the right at some point, going to the left. So it wasn't balanced. Then he started writing. Don't forget, they were running low on time. And on the other hand, he ruled, but he couldn't complete his points. Joseph, on the other hand, he ruled, but there was no thesis statement in his work. All these three individuals were unable to do these things because of the pressure that they didn't appear at the venue early. Distinguished guests, and all these stories are they not relatable to at the face of adversity don't stop running? It is, because when we talk about adversity, we are talking about trouble, we are talking about challenges. At that phase, at the PHASE, at that phase where it faces you, it's a face, then it faces you. Do you understand? The PHAE, the PHASE versus the FACE, they are both face. But the common thing here is that adversity is present. There is trouble, and it is for you not to stop running. So now what happened? When the results were announced, despite the fact that they appeared late, they became second. Wow. So now imagine if they had arrived early, what would happen? They would have become first. So at this point, I said something. He said, Kasali, at this point, I will stop attending any competition. He said, I think I am unlucky. Do you know what he wants to do there? He wants to stop running. Didn't you see it like that? He wants to stop running because adversity has arisen. I don't forget what I said, challenges are what makes life interesting in the first phase. And I said overcoming the challenge is what makes life meaningful. Now, it is what makes life interesting. I have been speaking for little time now and you are enjoying it. Isn't it not interesting? It's interesting. There are challenges that had arisen before. But now, they interest you. Overcoming the challenge is what makes life meaningful. Now, let's see if our lives at that time were meaningful or not. So now, Paul had declared his intent to me that I won't be attending any competition again. Said after a year, it is the end. I'm not interested. Bye bye. Then Mustafa said, "You can't give up like that. We had come far. We have come too far to quit." Then Joseph said, "Maybe it's not my way to do this thing. Maybe I will just I would go and join. There's a group there. We used to call them Bata. Bata are a group of dancers who dance for a living. Don't forget, Joseph lost his first spot because he was dancing. So now he had decided to go for what he is interested in doing, for his skill. Now he wants to go and develop his dancing skill. So now who is left? Kasali and who? Mustafa and who? Olubode. After they had said they are not going, then Kasali called. Then the following week when they got to their school, Miss Bishiru came again with letter. This time around it was not just one letter, it was 3 letters. The first letter, the 3 letters was submitted at the front of everybody. Distinguished guests, come and see luck and hard work here. Please pay attention. When Miss Bishiru dropped the 3 letters, she called Kasali, she called Paul, she called Mustafa. She said, the 3 of you, pick any letter you want on this table. Any letter you pick will determine where you will be going to. Kasali picked a letter that has a parliamentary style debate. Paul Agala picked a letter from a company at that time called Star Rising. It's a quiz. Then the last person is who? Mustafa. Mustafa picked the letter from a Christ Embassy debate competition. Then Paul said something. Paul said to us, he said, you know I can't face Miss Bishiru, but I can face you by telling you that I won't go for this competition. I'm not interested. And it was now Kasali begging Paul, Paul, you have come a very long way. We've created a very good name for this school. This is not the point at which you will stop. He said, I'm not going. He said, it's even a quiz competition. I don't even know mathematics. And I said, don't worry. I would beg Bashir Martins to follow you as backup for mathematics. Don't forget, Bashir Martins has never been to any competition before. Bashir Martins has never attempted any competition. But it doesn't deny the fact that he's a very outstanding student. Every time Bashir Martins does not score less than 96 in physics, in mathematics, in further mathematics and in chemistry. That's to show you how good Bashir Martins is. But him as a person, he doesn't just fancy going to competition. He doesn't see it as anything that has value from his own view. So I have to go and meet him because I have a very good bromance with everybody, and they know me for one thing. They know Kasari for one thing. They know Kasari that when Kasari comes to you, when he talks to you about a particular thing, that thing is genuine. That thing is worth giving one's chance for. So on this day, I called Bashir. I said, Bashir, come. Bashir had agreed. He had accepted that he was going to go with Paul. Then it was not Paul. I begged Paul. I said, Paul, I know you won't go for any competition again, as you promised. But please listen to the point here. But please, Paul, just do this as the last one. Of course, you are not in SS3. You are not in SS3. So after this one, we are leaving the school. The school will always remember that we did our best, even if we did not get the things we want. At the last stage, Paul said, Kasali, a very good friend, and today I accept your wish and I will go and represent the school at Star Rising competition. Now, Kasali had gone to the British parliamentary competition. Mustafa, alongside Tomola Joseph, had gone for the Christ Embassy debates. Now, Paul is going for Star Rising. Sorry, which day is Children's Day? May what? May what? 27. So now, all these three competitions held on Children's Day in that year. Because it was a day, I feel like on this day, let's remember young children that are doing very well. Let's discover new talents. Let's help them grow. Don't forget I said earlier that Paul Agada's aim was that I will become a day governor. I want to go global. I want to get the recognition I deserve. Paul Agada, don't forget, he is from a not financially doing well family. But that's not the point. After the competition on this day, Kasali at a parliamentary school debate, he became first. He was given an outstanding fan, he was given a bag of rice, and he was given 150,000 naira at that time. So now, he brought it to the school. He had to share it with the people that guided him at that time. There's no problem. It calls for what? Celebration. He had gone home. So now, Mustafa with Joseph became first at the competition they also went to. At this point, this is a very important point at which you have to pick the main point of the story. Yoruba will say Koko no Iwe the most important part of the news. So now, Tomola Joseph won. He was given about 5 parts of higher education with some amount of money. So when he came, there was one star at that time. When examination time is coming close, we used to be asked to submit an higher education because we answer our theory and our objective in higher education. So now, each student, you bring an higher education, you submit. So it is from that education you will be removing, you will tear a foolscap sheet for your exam. So now when he brought the pack, he said, he called about 7 of his friends. He gave them one higher education from the packs he got. He said, you can submit this ahead of your exam. What did you do here? He helped them. So now, Children's Day before no. And teachers were like, they have not heard from Bashir Martins and Paul. Where is Paul? Where is Bashir Martins? Then we did not hear from them. So on Children's Day on that day was on Friday. On Saturday morning, Agada came to my house. Then he just hugged me. He was like, Kasali, thank you very much. I'm very happy I came first. When he said he came first, it wasn't a big news to me. It wasn't a big news because where I'm coming from, I took first. Tomola took first. So what's the point? I was not like, you took first, is that the reason why you guys came late? But it's fine. Where's Bashir Martins? Bashir Martins, Raji. Where is he? Said he's also coming here. He wants to come and thank you. I was like, thank me for what? I said, I thought you said you will not go for the competition. And he said, we took first, though, not just that. Then he showed me the things that came with it. So after they had come first at star rising competition, they were told that in that month they would have to write JAMB exam, they would have to write the WAEC exam, they would have to choose any university of their choice in Nigeria or abroad. It's their choice to choose, whether private or federal university. And Star Rising had promised that they will sponsor all their academic fee till they graduate. Immediately after a week, Star Rising changed Paul Agada family's apartment. They got a new apartment for them at Bagada Estate in Lagos. So they moved from Kusawed Estate to an estate at Bagada. Then they sponsored his schooling at that time. Then Star Rising has promised that every week they would give him an allowance which he will use to care for himself from that time till he finish his university period. Then after he has finished schooling, they will provide him with job or help him with the next step. These were the offers Paul Agada got. So while he was explaining these offers to me, then in my head I was like, how come did I not pick the letter Agada picked? How come? How come do I pick the letter where I won a competition and I got a bag of rice and rock fan and some amount of money? At that time, you might want to be jealous as human. You might start to feel like, why am I so unlucky? What's happening? So you are telling me that I motivated him to succeed. But then I'm proud because at least Paul will always remember that Kasali encouraged him to do that. Now on the next day, it was a proper celebration. So now, the core member who was serving in our school there, the Range Rover owner, had come to school with his Range Rover. Miss Bishiriu has a car. The car has a Panasonic roof. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Talking about cars with roof that you can always open. Then we have Miss Lawa. She has the same car with the same roof. So now it becomes what? 3 cars. Now she said this is what will happen. We would have to meet in the front of CMS Grammar School. CMS Grammar School is not far from our school. So we met at the front of CMS Grammar School. We sat at the canteen, we ate. Then she said we won't be going to the school till 9 a.m. At 7:30 our school would have resumed. At 9 a.m. school would have started their normal way. And she said on this day we would celebrate the victory of every one of you accordingly. Then Agada Paul was in a Range Rover at the front. So now they had to remove the roof, they had to open the roof of the car so they can stand on the chair while their neck and their hands would come outside the roof. I hope you get the image I'm trying to create. So now as they are coming with a cup, with a trophy showing that they have won the competition. Then the next car was Kasali and the next car was Mustafa Moshood and Tomola Joseph doing the same thing in the same style. So this day they all came into the school in style at 9 a.m. So the moment the Range Rover started and they drove into the school premises, all students were cheering them. Everybody were outside clapping, and they were chanting up school, up boys, up school, up boys, great Ajayi boys, great Ajayi boys, great. Because at that time they were at Ajayi. Because the moment you leave the junior secondary school, the name changes from St. Luke's Junior Grammar School to Ajayi Crowther Memorial Senior High School. At the face of adversity, don't stop running. You know, there was a point where I was talking to some persons about African literature. I think it's important the world is aware that African, we have our own literature. We have our own scholars who are doing well globally. At times, it's possible that you may not remember we have African scholars due to the fact that even African child would cite scholars from Europe, scholars from Asian, before they even think about their own scholars. I see many speakers who will talk about Mahatma Gandhi, who will talk about Martin Luther King, who will talk about Reverend J.C. Jackson, who will talk about Trojan Trovo, without even mentioning the likes of Wole Soyinka, the likes of Chinua Achebe, the likes of Chimamanda Adichie, the likes of Professor B.M. Olatunji, the likes of Professor Brenda Rachel, the likes of Dr. Gab. Do you understand? So now, this is an analysis of an African proverb. So now, as I speak to you, all promises made by Star Rising to Paul Agada was fulfilled. And as I speak to you, before coming to speak about this topic, I had to call Agada Paul and I told him I will be talking about you while analyzing this proverb. He said, will you grant me the permission? He said yes. I spoke to him. He is at Texas currently. He has completed his master's. He is currently doing his PhD in communication. So now, this tells you that at the face of adversity, you should not stop running. So now, I'll move on to the next phase. The next phase is why you should not stop. Why? Why you should not stop at the face of adversity. So now, Yoruba, because when we speak, we should always remember the origin of the reason why we are speaking. The origin of this thing is that African proverb that says, Enyegunle Komasa. Now, I would have to go back to the literary translation. The literary translation, when I do the literary translation, so that you understand the original meaning, why the Yorubas are saying that. The literary meaning says, Enyegunle Komasa. So there's what we call masquerade. Masquerade is not Father Christmas that comes in December. Because Father Christmas covers their face too, isn't it? Yes. So now, Father Christmas, the difference between masquerade and Father Christmas is that Father Christmas covers their face, but they would what? They would welcome you, they would carry babies, they would play with them. But masquerade on the other hand, many of them are known for what? For beating. You would always see them with cane. So if you are putting on slippers in Africa, they would what? They would wipe you. That is culture. It is not for you to criticize the African culture. Of course, it used to be fun. It brings some memories. But that's not where we are going to now. The Prophet said, Enyegunle Komasa, it says, he who is chased by a masquerade, Komasa, should keep running. Because as the masquerade gets tired, as you get tired, the masquerade also what? Gets tired. So now, let me give you for instance. If a masquerade starts chasing you from this place, then you start running. You know you get tired. And there's something that will tell you to, maybe that's just for since I'm tired. So he's telling you that when that thing tells you to stop running, always remember that if you stop running, you'll be beaten by the masquerade. And always remember that the way you get tired, the masquerade is as well getting tired. So don't stop running. That is the origin. So now, why you should not stop running? Why? At the face of adversity, why you should not stop running? Why? That is the question. Why? The first reason why you should not stop running is that progress is often invisible. Distinguished guest. The reason why you should not stop running is that progress is often invisible. While I was at the orientation camp, when the commander speaks, he will say, is that clear? Then we answer yes, sir. So now, as a commander here, I would ask you, is that clear? You say yes. What the first point is progress is often invisible. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sharp.
So now, what I mean by progress is often invisible is this. Distinguished guest, if you become a millionaire by next week, and right now you don't have 2,000 naira in your account, in your bank account, I swear to God who made me, you won't even know. If you become a billionaire in 2 weeks, of course, you must have put a lot of effort, but you won't even know. The same way as the person that would fail tomorrow won't know. So progress is often invisible. You keep making progress, but the only reason why you keep going is you keep going with the hope that one day it will get better. Like Yoruba will say, lọ́jọ́ kan ó máa dára. So you are going with that positive mindset that you get better. And now, to explain progress is often invisible. I don't want to cite someone else, so let me use Paul Agada. Look at how Paul Agada started. Look at how he started. He got to a point where he said he is not going to attend any competition again. But at that point, that was the point where he would get the reward for everything he has been doing. So if not because he listened to the last advice from Kasali, he would have forfeited the reward he got. He would have said, I'm not going. And if he didn't appear, what will happen to him? He would miss all the opportunity. Today, he might not be in Texas. He might be somewhere in Lagos just completing his NYSC. That's not a bad start. But being in Texas, doing your PhD while your mates are still serving is a very big upgrade. So, progress is often what? Invisible. That moment things will get better, you won't know. That is why you don't have to stop. The best thing you can do is just to pause. Then continue as soon as you get the energy. But don't spend too much time pausing. Because as you spend too much time pausing, another person might overtake you. So just rest when you can. So the second reason why you should not stop is stopping kills potentials. The moment you stop, it kills your potentials. Imagine after we had spoken for 100 hours, then we are lacking speakers. Then we decide to say, since we are short of speakers, perhaps let's stop. If you had stopped, Martins, who in his whole life, Martins has not spoken in a standard place for up to 20 minutes before. If you ask him, he will tell you, I'm not lying. In a standard event, Martins has not spoken for 20 minutes. But because we were faced by a challenge, at the face of adversity where we had limited person, he said, Juwon, I heard yesterday you spoke for almost 3 hours. He said, Juwon, I think I can do better. And he came up the next day and he spoke for over 2 hours. At some point, I got tired of sitting. I was like, is this it talking? Then I left. I said, he had bought me some time to rest. So now, what happened today? If we had stopped at 100 hours, what would happen? That potential that Martins discovered would have been killed. That is the reason why you should not stop. Because something kills potential. That potential in you, that imbued extraordinary intelligence, extraordinary skill in you, will just die. Because what? Because you stopped. Another reason why you should not stop is at the face of adversity is that challenges is part of the process. Distinguished guests, are you there?
Yes.
Challenges is what? Is part of the process. Challenges is there for you to be tested. It's not for you to end you. There's a popular saying that says, a smooth sea does not make a skillful sailor. You don't understand? A smooth sea does not make a skillful sailor. The experience a man who sailed on a smooth sea will have. Anytime he sails, the sea is smooth. Anytime he sails, the sea is smooth. He won't compare the experience he will have with the one who he see as once capsized and he survived. He will tell you stories.
Yeah.
While he tells you how his ship capsized,
Experiences.
you might find it interesting. As a matter of fact, in a world where we have many content creators, you will see some person who would act movies around how Mr. Jesse Jackson's ship capsized. Then while you watch the movie, you become what? Entertained. You become what? Sustained.
Informed.
Do you understand? You become informed.
Educates.
It educates you. Then it gives life more meaning. A smooth sea does not make a skillful sailor. So now, challenges is part of the whole thing. challenges has now come for you to give up. Adversity, trouble is a challenge. Yes, someone said challenges is obstacle. Yes, but at the face of adversity, don't stop running. Don't stop what? Don't stop running. The next reason why you should not stop is someone is watching. Somebody say someone is watching.
Someone is watching.
Someone is watching, and you have come too far to quit. So now, telling you, analyzing someone is watching, I will use a very beautiful analysis. Those around the world watching, in case you've not watched this content that was trending for the past few months in Nigeria, you can always have access to it so you can understand my point. My guests, my audience, I'm sure many of them have watched it, so I don't have problem with them being on the same page as I am. So now, I said someone is watching your journey. Don't quit. Now, I will tell you the story of a content creator. That content creator, do you know the content he does? The content he does is he goes around on the streets of Nigeria, not just the street of Lagos. So do you know what he does? When he goes around like that, he would go and source for Nigerians who are not really doing well. Of course, distinguished guests, we won't all be rich in life. Yes, everybody won't have a car. You understand? Some persons would have a car, some persons won't have. That's the way life is designed. So if you don't have a car, if you end up not having a car, it's not your fault. Of course, some persons will say, what is the evidence of hard work when you don't make it? You would keep explaining like Kasali. But Kasali has evidence. Now, his content. So when he goes around on the street of Nigeria, he would meet young ladies like this, he would meet young men like this. Then those that are not doing well. Then he met this boy on this day. This boy name is Quadri. So if you've not watched it, you can go on TikTok, look for Quadri, the boy that was walking. If you look for it, you will see it. Just look for Quadri, you will see it. So now, this boy called Quadri, what was he doing on that day? He was walking on the street of Lagos. On his head, he had a crate of drink. So in this crate of drink, he had Pepsi drink, he had 7-Up, he had bottled water, he had different kind of drinks in this crate. What was he doing? He was walking. So when he meets you, you will call him, hello. Of course you don't know his name. You might want to call him by the name, come. Then he will come and meet you. What do you want? I want Pepsi. Then he will remove one, give it to you. How much Pepsi? 500 naira. Take. Don't forget that the same amount this boy will charge you, the same amount those who are sitting comfortably in their shop will charge you. But he's doing more work, isn't it? Yes. So now this content creator now found this boy. And he met him. He said, young man, why are you hawking? Why are you hawking? Then he said, started hawking in 2020 during COVID. He said at that time, things became so hard for him and his family that he had no choice than to help his mom. Do what? By hawking. So now, he started hawking, then he started making money. So he spoke about it, and he said, in a day, he made profit of around maybe 2,000 naira. Distinguished guy, are you getting the story? So now, that's not even the point. The point is someone is watching. So while he did that, he told the guy who was hawking that all the goods you are carrying now is around how much? Then he told him that all the goods here is around 5,000 naira. Then he said 5,000 naira, it's fine. I will give you 50,000 naira. Give these drinks to anybody. The people standing here, let them have it. Then keep the remaining money to yourself. I don't want you to work again today because it's stressful. Go and rest. Why he did that? The boy said thank you very much. Then he went home to rest. Then the content creator posted the video for the world to see. So when they posted the video, there is this person, this young man in Nigeria. is a young millionaire. His name is Yemoli. Viewers, I'm sure you've heard the name Yemoli very well. He was, I don't know if he's currently, but I knew he was once Bet Nigeria ambassador, isn't it? Good. Now, Yemoli came across this video more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times as said by him. Then Yemoli said something. So he said, I've been seeing this boy that is working. A content creator on the streets helped him. He said, I felt so bad for this boy. He said, I felt so bad for this boy because I couldn't imagine why a young boy at the age of 19 will be going through so much stress. And Yemoli said, you know what? I guess I would have to employ that boy so that boy can stop working. Then, don't forget, Yemoli is a bigger person compared to the content creator. Even though the content creator is showing love with the little things he have got. So on this day, Yemoli contacted the content creator. You know how huge it is for Yemoli to contact the content? It's just like me being contacted by the governor of Lagos State that, hello, I saw something about you and I would like you to come and see me tomorrow. You know how I would run down to the governor's office. Do you get it? So that was the same way it is for that content creator and Yemoli at that time. At the time he texted him, he stood up and what? He ran straight. Pam 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 pam. Then Yemoli told him, when you are coming, please come with that boy. That boy you interviewed on the streets, that boy okay. And he said okay. So while they were going, they had to meet at Yemoli's store named YL, Young and Limitless. Then on this day, this boy that was working was given an ambassadorship endorsement. So he was made an ambassador of Young and Limitless collection. Someone that was working on the streets. At that, immediately, you know what Yemoli did? Yemoli said, we would change your house where you live. Do you have a phone? No, I don't have a phone. We would get you an iPhone 17. It's not even we would get you an iPhone 17. The moment he was saying we would get you an iPhone 17, a vendor was bringing it already. Handed it over to the boy. Take. Said, you won't be dressing this way. He went on to the store. He took different collections and gave it to him. Take. This is how you be dressing from today. Anytime you make a new brand, a new design of clothes, you will be the first person that will have it. Then he told the content creator, he said, I've been watching you for a while. I've been watching a lot of things you have been doing. You know what? I will sign a deal with you as well. And I will start to pay you. TVC News, TVC Television spoke about this content creator. Now, think about it. At the time, there was a time where this content creator does not have up to 100 followers on TikTok. There was a time he would feel like, why am I even doing this thing? Let me stop. If he had stopped, will he help the boy? No. The boy won't be great. If he had stopped, will he meet Yemoli? No. If he had stopped, he wouldn't have access to the things he has access to now. No, he wouldn't have access to them. That's why you should not stop. That is why you should not what? You should not stop. When I say you should not stop, I'm not talking about you playing gambling and say you should not stop. Of course, there are things that has changed now that are not evident in the time of our parents. Our parents at that time, in African culture, they will tell you that stay away from gamble. That gambling will make you irrelevant. They will say something like, it means anybody that plays gamble will end up being embarrassed. But now, the youths and children of this generation will begin to ask you that, if you say what happened to Mr. Banks? Should he bought a cyber truck with gambling money, with the money made from gambling? So, is he embarrassed? What about the man, Ola Obekiti, Mayor Obekiti? Mayor Obekiti has done so many things with the money he made from gambling. Would you say the same thing to him that at some point I feel like no, but distinguished guest, The closest to it is that as a gambler, you would lose more than you gain. And those you see who has made more money in gambling, it was just luck. It was just that they show up on the day that their blessings came. Another way, the final way to round up in saying, explaining at the face of adversity, you should not stop. At the Department of English Language, I won't mention the school and I won't mention the name of the lecturer. So there was this lecturer, she graduated from that department, and she used to say something. You know what she used to say? She used to say that I graduated from this department and I am very intelligent. Eunice, he said I graduated from this department and I am very intelligent. So now, he said, despite the fact that I was an outstanding student, I didn't still graduate with the first class. I graduated with the second class. He said, so as my student, I don't want to know how intelligent you are. I'm super sure that you don't know better than I do. So now, it means the best you can get is to graduate with a second class upper. Despite the fact that even me, I didn't graduate with a second class upper. I graduated with a second class lower. So the best you can do is to graduate with a what? Second class upper. And she said, even those of you that would graduate with second class upper, you would go through hell before you see it. So now, in this school, at this department, it has been their culture that no one will graduate with a first class, because the lecturers at that department at that time, they are all product of the department that was refined to become a lecturer in the department. So if you can't do better than we do, so you will pay the price. Let's see if anybody will pass. So now, this is a face of adversity. This is a face of trouble. For who? For the students. The students will start feeling like, so you are saying that I can't have a first class. So some students, that will kill their morale at first, because they start to feel like, hey, I can't have a first class. Hey, what's the point? I won't read then. I won't read. I'll just study for what I want to do. Now leave. Then, for many years, students were coming to this department. They will graduate from this department, and they won't get a first class. It was happening like that. It was going round and round. It was going from 3 to 4, from 4 to 5, from 5 to 6. Did you get it? It was going like that. And here comes this time where a student named Adejobi, he had done his first degree before coming for his second degree. That is to say, he had got some experience, some university experience before resuming as a student in that department. So what did he do? He took his academics very serious. Through experience, he was very, very focused. So now, as he's moving, in the first semester, he would do the prof's course, and he would borrow courses from other departments that doesn't have the mentality his department has. Then he borrows. As he borrows course, in those courses he borrow, he always have A in those courses. Then in the prof's course, he always make sure that he didn't score less than A. And how does this prof work? She makes use of her attendance. So each class has a total attendance. So she would give you 10 classes. Class 1 attendance, that's 1 mark. 2 mark. 3 marks. Till you get to 10. So if you are present 10 times, you will have how many marks? 10 marks. So at this point, where he had the 10, at this point, he did not miss any class. He had his 10 mark. That was the first stage. But don't forget, this lecturer told you that she wants to see who would come out with first class from this department. Mind you, despite saying that, it's not like she would intentionally subtract from your mark. No. But she wants to see how you would manage the situation. She could call for an urgent class that tomorrow at 6 a.m. let's meet. For you that is not around school area, you might find it difficult to meet at 6 a.m. So what did the student do? Adejobi at this time make sure he is always available. Like the scouts will say, be prepared. That's the motto. So Adejobi at this time is everly ready to get a text from his lecturer. That was how he managed the whole thing. He got his 10/10 in the attendance. So now it's time for the test. Before the test time, he had met those in higher level. It was 100 level at first. So he had met people in 200 level. Then he asked the best among them. That's those on second class upper. He said, what are the mistakes you made? What are the things that made you not get a first class? And they told him, said, it's not like the questions are difficult. But this lecturer, the questions she will ask you are not the questions she wrote on the board, are not the things she wrote on the board, but they are the things she speak about that you are unconscious of. But when you see the question, you always remember that this woman taught us this thing, but it's not in our notes. I will give you an instance. There was a day, because she taught me as well, there was a day she wanted to distinguish between an alumni, a alumni, and an alumnus. There's a difference between the three. So for us to distinguish between it, on that day I was wearing a Liverpool jersey in her class, and she said, "Uncle on red." That was how she called me. She said, "Uncle on red, please rise." And she called the other guy at my back, whose name is Thompson. He said, "Uncle with full hair, please rise." Then she called Bolo on the other side. She said, "Uncle who is appearing like Bob Marley." Why? Because he was making hair. He said, "Please rise." Then she used me as an example of what an alumni look like. She used Bolu as an example of what an alumnus look like. She used Thompson as an example of what an alumnus looks like. And after saying that, we didn't write it in our notes. This is where being a smart student comes in. We didn't write it. That was in the second week. In the third week, she asked us. Of course, we call it scissors, right? There's S at the back. And now, we have come to realize that scissors has to do with two metal or plastic sharp objects used in cutting things, right? You bring them together, then you swing them so you can cut something. So she just said, she asked the question, she said, if you have scissors, you have S. So what is the singular? Then we said scissor. She just said, do we have scissor? Let's check. She said, everybody bring out your Oxford Advanced Learner Dictionary and check if there is scissor. Now my guess, check. Do you have scissor? Or it is scissors? Now we checked. At the end of the day, we could not find scissor. It's always scissors. Because it is not complete. It takes the two together for it to be able to cut. If the both is not together and it cuts, it is not a scissors anymore. It becomes what? A knife. Because for you to cut something, you don't need two knives to be hanged together for you to use it to cut something. One is okay. Do you understand? So now, when she spoke about that, then she was talking about kitchen. How many things have I mentioned now? I mentioned her speaking about alumni, alumnus, and an alumna. Then here she's talking about scissors and scissor. And then the third part was when she was talking about cooking, the kitchen. And she said, we have Maggi, right? So now what is the singular for Maggi? Okay, now if I begin to laugh. So now you're asking yourself, does Maggi have singular? Does Maggi has plural? So now check, what is the singular for Maggi? What is the plural for Maggi? Please check. So on this day, she told us that she won't tell us. But if you can check, you should check. Have you gotten your answer? Now, what's your answer? So there's no answer. When she told us to go home and check, she said you don't need to submit the answer. That it's just for you to know that there is always singular and plural. She said it is Magnus. Magnus. So when she said that, they were like Magnus, Maggie, Magnus. It's fine. It's no problem. We left. We didn't really focus on that. Then we were focusing on what she has been teaching, the notes she has been giving us. On the exam day, the first question was in 3 paragraphs distinguish between Maggie and Magnus, 20 marks. The second question was analyze the difference between an alumni, an alumni, and an alumni, an alumni, and an alumnus. I was able to get the second question. Do you know why? Because she used me as an example while we were having a class. If she had not used me as an example, I wouldn't have woke up. So now, wake up. So the example she gave me, what happened? I used that example. I was able to do what? To do my exam. So I answered the second question. The third one was about scissor and scissors. Because I checked the dictionary while she was explaining, I was able to distinguish between a scissor and a scissors, whether there is a scissors or it is just a scissor. Distinguished guests, respected leaders, ladies and gentlemen, out of the 3 questions, I was able to answer 2 correctly. Why? Because the questions, I was part of the analysis. Of course, many persons were saying she didn't teach us this thing. Like many students will say, we were not taught. She didn't teach us. She's asking us what she did not teach us. But she taught you. It's just that it is not in the course outline, but it's part of the course. So now, you were unable to do the things that are part of the course. It might attract a course from your parents because they have spent so much in your course of study. So what happened? When the results came out, I had what score? I scored 65 over 100, and that's a what? That's a B. That is a B. So situations like this are what Adejobi had asked about. Things like this are what Adejobi has investigated. Hello, how do they do here? If you are in Rome, you act like a what? Like a Roman. So from there, Adejobi has studied. Okay, this is the way. So now, Adejobi, while he was in school, he do pay attention to everything Mama says. We call her Mama. So if she talks about, okay, what is discourse? You write it. You understand? There was a day that she was taking us theories of second language learning. Distinguished guests, why teaching theory of second language learning? There is no business between discourse analysis. But she said something. She said, you guys must have heard about discourse analysis. Then we said, discourse analysis. Said discourse analysis. But you mean how you analyze a discourse? He said yes. But he said, but there's more to it. Then she further explained. You know what she explained? She said, there's what we call text. In discourse analysis, there's what we call text. And that's what we call discourse. So now, text and discourse. She now make us know the difference. She said, a text is an edited discourse. Then what is a discourse? She now said, she gave us an example. She said, if an interviewer, the person who does an interview, for example, pay attention, I worked in Achievement Television. So now, I want to interview the governor of Lagos State. Who is the governor of Lagos State? Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. So now, you know the way Nigerians and Africans who are at the top speak. Not just even them, even Donald Trump does the same thing. So now, because of the interview, maybe I'm asking him, sir, what would you say about the Gateway International Airport commissioned by the President of the Federal Republic, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that was made by the Governor of Ogun State, Dapo Abiodun? This is how they talk. Listen, this is discourse now. This is discourse. You would hear interviewer of Achievement Channel, it is not a bad idea that Dapo Abiodun, His Excellency, opened the airport. How many have I said now? 2. Be counting the well, it's not a bad idea. He has done something that other governors could not achieve. I don't know if you get my point. Yeah, I get your point. So I encourage that fact, and I will tell the young people to also follow. So it should not just be like the hoodlum that will just wake up in the morning, we just stay and just be roaming about. You understand? So interviewer, I appreciate that. Then interviewer has the next question, that what would you say about the 20 days of eloquence by the School of Eloquence? He said, yeah, you know what? School of Eloquence this year, I was told there will be 20 years. I just depend on. You know what? I acknowledge Mr. Obon. He has tried. I understand. There was a time where I was trying to conduct something and I saw how much I spent in the course of doing everything. So that's why I've been clapping for him. I would like to encourage Nigerians that top people should also do better by encouraging the coming generation. Now, what I just displayed now is an example of what? A discourse. Is discussion not going on? Is there no discussion? A team member from Achievement Television is conducting an interview with the governor. But there was a common word you were noticing when I was talking. There is something like and under language, they are classified as filler. We have 2 types of filler. We have content fillers and empty fillers. And fall under the category of an empty filler. So now, didn't you listen to what I said? You heard it, right? If you want to read that news, that same presentation, that same speech that the governor of Lagos State gave while the interviewer from Achievement Channel is doing the interview, if you want to read about that speech on the newspaper, will you see the there? When they are giving reports of, for example, His Excellency, the former President of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, when he is speaking, he is always going about it. He would, don't worry, the coming generation, they are too lazy. They are too lazy. You know what? Those things he is doing, will you see it in the text? Will you see them in the newspaper? Answer the question. Those things the governor is saying, those things, will you see them in the newspaper? What you see in the newspaper is the message the governor was trying to pass. So that is what? That is a text. So it's under discourse analysis you will know the difference between discourse and a text. So a text is an edited form of a discourse. A text is what? Is an edited form of a discourse. The form where you've edited all those things, you remove them. You've refined what the governor intends to say. Then you pass it on to the people so they are aware of what message their governor wants to pass to them. Are you with me? So now, in this class, Professor Bello spoke about it. He spent hours analyzing what discourse analysis means. After spending hours analyzing, then she further moved to the topic of the day. You know what the topic of the day was? The topic of the day was on autism. Autism, she was talking about psychological disorder within children. She was talking about how we should embrace autistic child, how we should motivate them, don't shout at them, don't tell them they can't do this, they can't do that. She spoke about it. Discourse analysis she spoke about first is not part of our syllabus. Please be informed. What is part of our syllabus is what? Is the analysis on autism. So now, you know what happened? At the time we would write our exam, you know what she did? That topic on autism, which is our topic, which is under our course outline, she didn't give us as an exam. So our exam was that we should analyze the difference between a discourse and text under discourse analysis. Then you begin to ask yourself that why we should ask such question. Now, if you're asking yourself why we should ask such question, also ask yourself that didn't she teach you? He taught you. And that was how we lost some points. But I was listening, even though I didn't read it. So with the little understanding I got from her explanation, I was able to do the exam. And I scored what? I scored 40. Plus my attendance 10. I was scored what? 50. I was able to pass. So this is another thing Adejobi had learned from us. Because Adejobi had come with the mindset that regardless, no matter what happened, I will be the first person to get the first class from this place. All this story, what is the origin? The origin is from the topic where I am analyzing the African proverb, the African quote in Yoruba language that says ẹni egunle ó máa sáré bí ti ń rárá ayé ní rárá ọ̀run. In English, which means at the face of adversity, at the PHASE of adversity, you should not stop running. So now, this was a phase of adversity. I'm running, but I'm running on the direction of statement where she said you won't graduate with first class. I wasn't extraordinary. I was just trying to follow up with what she's teaching us so I can just pass in peace. But Adejobi had come with a ready-made mindset, stealing from our experience. He would come and ask us, what happened during your time? Why was it like this? We will tell him. Then when we tell him, he will make good use of it to make himself a better person. Are you there? That was how we learned. Then Adejobi took note of all these things. He started reading. He went through the stress and all. Then he became the first student who would graduate with first class from the Department of English in that school. Have you seen it? Yeah. At the face of adversity, he didn't stop running. He was just what? He was just strategic. Tell someone beside you, be strategic. Be strategic. When you are strategic, you will not sleep. Be strategic. When you start sleeping, it means you are not strategic. So be strategic. You don't sleep, you run. Because we are at the face of adversity. We are at the face of challenge. You do what? You run. You don't what? You don't stop. Do you understand? At the face of adversity, you walk. You know when to drink water. You know when to sit. You know when to eat. You know when to play. You don't play when you are supposed to deliver a speech. When you are supposed to sleep, you sleep. You don't go to the hostel during the face of adversity. When you are supposed to sleep, then you go to the hostel and do what? And eat. After eating, you go and download a movie because this hostel has a free Wi-Fi. So after downloading movies, you watch The Altar of Love. After watching The Altar of Love, you watch the conversation between Funke and Toyin Ayimaku. After reading all those stories, before you check time, it's already 4:30 in the evening. And now you have to come and speak. You've mismanaged your time at the face of adversity. That's what Adejobi on the one hand. This same lecturer on the other hand, the first part I explained about Adejobi getting the information and everything was at the face of adversity, don't stop running. Now, that's at the face of adversity, don't stop running. It is a scientific translation. Don't forget, a scientific translation is that translation that is not word for word translation. So the word for word translation says, he who is chased by the masquerade should keep running. As an individual from heaven gets tired, it's the same way those on earth also do what? Get tired. So now, in this case, who is the individual? Who is the masquerade that gets tired now? The masquerade is who? The lecturer that says you won't have first class here. Do you understand? Now, the person that gets chased is who? The students. In the literary analysis, this is what happened. That woman, who I called the lecturer at that time, she's used to doing one thing. When she tells you that, she tells you that you have to present by Thursday next week. So when she tells you she will present on Thursday next week, she will tell you the groups that will present. She will say group 1, group 7, group 10. You are presenting next week. 3 groups, right? So now, she will tell you if group 1 is to present from 12 to 2 or group 2 is to present from 12 to 3. But she expects group 1, group 2, group 3 to be all seated on Thursday. So now, at that time, what was the experience? The experience was that when you miss your time, you won't have access to another time. So once you miss it, you missed it. And that presentation carries nothing less than 30 marks. Don't forget, a style of exam is not that she will give you questions from the syllabus, but questions from those things she spoke about that you weren't paying attention to. So tell me how you pass. Do you get the point? So now, at this phase, she continued like that. She won't tell you, she won't tell you, she won't tell you. And students were really failing. Then, a few months ago, this particular student came to me. She was like, KSO, I have a problem. I said, what's the problem? She said, Mommy had called us that we should speak on this particular time. But our group missed it because when she sent the text, we weren't aware. The message did not drop quick. At the time we got the information, we couldn't make it to the class, to the presentation. Then I told her something. You know what I told her? I said, you see, Mommy, you see that lecturer I'm talking about? She is not someone you should joke with. I told her, I said, Abidemi, wake up. She is not someone you should joke with. You should have attended the presentation. But he said, it was not my fault. This is human-made error. What would I do? Then I said, you know what? If you don't dare, you won't get here. So please, maybe you will just try seeing her. Then you know what she said? She said, hey, that woman, she is a masquerade though. If you go to her, she will beat you. So you have to do what? You have to run away from her. Then I said, you know what? The way humans get tired, masquerades get tired as well. So when they chase you, you don't stop running. They will get exhausted as well. So now, she listened to the advice and she went to meet Prof. I said I won't mention her name. So when she got to her, she first said, don't forget, she was known for, if you have missed your time, you missed your time, you can't get another time, so get out. So at that point, when she went to meet Prof said, fine girl, what have you been doing since? The prof is a female, not a male, so you not start thinking because the student is a female, that's why she tries to favor. No, that's not the point. He said, what have you been doing since? Then she now explained to her that, honestly speaking, I wouldn't want to miss your presentation, but because we didn't get the information quick, that is the reason why we were unable to do the presentation. He said, ma, please, I would like to beg you that you give us another chance so we can present. Then she said, you know, I tried by giving you enough time to do this presentation, but you missed that opportunity. So now, you want me to give you another time. I won't encourage you to do this. And he said, ma, I'm very sorry. Don't forget that this woman is someone that she doesn't listen. Once she tell you to get out, you get out. But she has with time, she's already tired of that style. She has come to understand that, oh, this life itself is not even worth taking things personal for. So you know what she did? She said, I will give you and your group members another opportunity to do your presentation. So what do you learn from this? If he had stopped running, if Abdul had stopped running, if he had not had run to safety to the lecturer, she wouldn't have gotten that opportunity to represent what she presented. She was able to pass well. So finally, I will leave you to this. Your future depends on your consistency today. The only way to truly fail is when you stop trying. Your future depends on your consistency. That is the message from the wise Africans, from the Yoruba side. They said, at the face of adversity, don't stop running. There are many persons across the globe who stopped running because of one or more challenges they faced at the cost of maybe business, at the cost of education, at the cost of finance. They stopped running. Do you get? So we have persons who maybe because they failed the course. You know, when you have a carryover, that's very common in Africa. When the student has a carryover, the next thing you see students lose, they will lose interest. Say, oh, that course, I can't do that course, so I will leave that course. Then they start to misbehave. So some of them, you see some of them that the moment they fail the course, that moment they start attending classes. So are they doing themselves more good or more harm? They are doing themselves more harm. At the cause of adversity, they stopped running. They stopped running. Then that caused more harm. You say because we are not much, let's just stop the speech. You've caused more harm and you won't even progress by doing that. So your future depends on your consistency today. Your consistency from the first day you start speaking at the 20 days of eloquence determines your future. Because if at the end of the day, after you consistently speak for 20 days, you would get the recognition you deserve. Mind you, this speech is a message to the world and not to Nigeria alone. So now, while you speak, you would realize that there are some of the messages you've spoken about on the internet. Messages on the internet will live in the internet till eternity. So messages like, if you don't dare, you won't get there. Someone someday would read it and say, oh, so I have to dare. So I have to, if Abiyemi had not dare to meet the lecturer at that time, she wouldn't have gotten another opportunity, another chance to do her presentation so she could pass her exams. So that tells you that the way your consistency today builds your future. From the first story of Agada, who said he would become a day governor, he would get all honors that he wanted by attending competition. He went for the first one, he didn't win. Second one, he didn't win. Third one, he didn't win. But as he keeps going, he kept learning. That what was the reason why I failed? Concerning the first phase, he missed out from the rehearsal. Why? Because the time his friend Agara was reading for the rehearsal, he went to meet Kosoko's daughter Eniola to collect her Facebook username so he can text her the next day. He lost focus. He didn't stop working. He didn't stop running. But he was running on the wrong direction. Your mates are reading, you are chasing girls. Do you get? Tomola on the other hand, in the first story, he was running on the wrong direction. At that time where he was supposed to be rehearsing, he was dancing to that Babado's music. He was doing Shakiti Bobo Bobo. Do you understand? At the end of the day, he could not enter events because he did not win. That was the Olugo David who left his colleagues to playing football, setting post. Look at it. Will the ball will I net if I play through this place? Read it from 3 to 4, from 4 to 5, from 5 to 6. 4 tries. You understand? Did it consistently for 4 times until he lost focus. So your consistency today determines your future. The only way to truly fail is by you stopping. Distinguished guests, respected leaders, ladies and gentlemen, the message is clear. The vision is very, very clear. In anything you are doing, as far as that thing would make you a better person in life, please don't stop. At the face of adversity, challenges will come. Look at Burna Boy for instance. After 2013 when he dropped his first album, many people were not listening to him. Yeah, many people were not listening. But the moment he dropped Ye, when he sang Ye, the moment he sang Ye, then people they were like, who is this person? Who is this person that sang Ye? Of course, at that period, there was another international artist who sang Ye. You understand? But his Ye was better. Then people were saying Ye. You understand? Like, Ye, so what is that? So this boy is as good as this. If he had stopped after 2013, he won't get that fame he got at Ye. And as we speak, that is Nigeria male biggest musician. You can't take that away from him. And he has set records that other musicians in Africa has not set. Like shutting down the Mercedes-Benz Stadium at Germany, the other stadium at Toronto, in Canada, stadiums in the United States, stadiums in France, many of them. If he had stopped at the face of adversity, he wouldn't have arrived at the point he is today. Distinguished guests, don't forget the origin. The origin of this word is from Africa. And that's why the speaker is from Africa, giving you a critical analysis using Africans. If he had stopped at that time, he wouldn't have gotten his Grammy award. Of course, he won his Grammy award before persons who had been rated ahead of him. He won it, but he didn't stop. If at the face of adversity, Muhammadu Buhari had stopped, he wouldn't become the president of Nigeria because he contested for more than one time. We had persons like in Nigeria, we had persons like Tunde Bakare who went once. The moment he went, after he had failed, he stopped going. Who knows if Tunde Bakare had not stopped, maybe he would have even been the president of Nigeria at this point. But he stopped. You feel like I've tried. Another person to emulate is someone like Atiku Abubakar. He has been going. I'm talking about consistency. At the end of consistency, he will contest. If he doesn't win, he will contest again. He doesn't, he will contest again. He doesn't, he will contest again. Of course, you might feel there is no evidence because what you are contesting for, you didn't get it. But with time, you will get what you deserve. With time, you will get that recognition you deserve. Distinguished guests, respected leaders, at the face of adversity, please don't stop running. Don't forget, this message is from the African literature, which proverb says, "Ẹni egunle kó máa sáré, bí ti rárá ayé ní rárá ọ̀run." I would like to hand over the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. All right. Mr. Kasali is a great speaker, and it was really a nice presentation from the young man. I want to welcome you to today's speech by Joy Oluwatimileyin Ajayi. I know that you will be expecting another thing on health today, but permit me to shift focus from that area for some times. Today we'll be looking at something important, and the topic I'll be presenting on this morning is the power of influence. How ordinary people create extraordinary change. Permit me to greet you all a very good morning, my listeners, Nigerian, Africa, and the whole world. Thank you very much for that response. Right now, we want to look at something that is very important, the power of influence. And I will be using Mr. Kasali as example and some other person as well. Now, I want to ask you all a question. Have you done something because somebody is doing that same thing before? Like, have you done something just because someone, I need someone to answer me please. Have you done something because you see somebody doing that same thing? Have you done it before? Alright, thank you very much. That is influence in a way. Now, we are going to be looking at the power of influence and how ordinary people create extraordinary change. Coming here this morning, I did not plan that I'm going to get here at the time I got to this place. But a gentle young man named Mr. Kasali is always on my neck and some of my other colleagues. It will be like, let's go, let's just go. Even if you are not going to talk, even if you are not going to present, our presence in that place is very important. I want to tell you that that is influence. And in a way, consciously or unconsciously, right from day one, he has been doing this. And consciously or unconsciously, we always have this in mind, that we have started this 20 days of eloquence. Nigerians speak to the world. We have started this, and somehow, no matter what it's going to take, we are going to put in our effort to make it a success. I know there are times that we might be weak. There are times that the body is calling for sleep, the body is calling for rest. After little time of rest, consciously or even unconsciously, you will just be like, I need to be here, I need to be here. That is influence in a way, and is a positive influence, by the way. So I know that so many people might not really understand what influence is, and influence is something that we need to all understand, as is changing our world either positively or negatively. Then we are left to getting to be influenced positively, and we advise that we allow ourselves to be influenced positively. As we move on in this conversation, in this speech, I'm going to be differentiating between positive influence and a negative influence. If somebody is becoming better because of you, that is influence. If somebody is becoming worse because of you, that is influence. You see, one thing about influence is that you don't necessarily need to be a famous person. You might not be famous. In fact, people might not even know you. But that thing that you are doing right there in your corner is affecting someone else's life. So you don't necessarily need to be a famous person. And being an influential person is not all the time a loud thing. It's not always visible, and sometimes it is not even spoken at the right time, because silent act of kindness is part of influence. Showing up is part of influence. Influence is subtle. Influence does not necessarily mean that the whole world is seeing you at the same time. Influence is showing up at the right time, to the right people, at the right place. That is influence. And influence is about impact, just like I have said. It's shaping someone else's thoughts, affecting someone else's decision, and to leave a mark on someone else's life. And mind you, you don't need permission to influence someone. You don't need to walk up to somebody and say, please, can I influence you right now? You don't need to do all of those things. You don't need to do that. You are just living your own life quietly. In fact, you are not even conscious of what you are doing. But somehow, someone is watching somewhere. Someone is looking at you. And someone is learning the act, your lifestyle, and everything that you are doing. You don't need to be a famous person. You don't need to be president. You don't need to be the governor of your state. You don't need to be holding one position or the other to actually influence somebody. Even as a child in the family, you can be an agent of influence to that family. Even as a firstborn child, whatever position you are holding in the family, and your other siblings, either younger or older one, they are looking up to you and they are saying, if my sister or if my brother can be doing this thing, I can also do it as well. Influence is more than what we think, because somehow people are watching us. And I need you to ask yourself, what is that thing that you are doing silently that you don't even know about and is low-key impacting someone else's life, either positively or negatively? You might not even be aware of it. Have you ever had this experience that somebody will just walk up to you and be like, I learned this thing from you? And there are times that it might not even be ourselves that is impacting someone else's life now. It might be someone else that is impacting our own life. I know today, majority of us have someone we look up to, either celebrities that we always term them to be, you know, watching somebody from social media and somehow you are following their footstep. You are following whatsoever thing they are doing. That is influence. We can be influenced also in our career path. We can be influenced in so many ways. So today we'll be looking deep into that aspect and how you as an ordinary person can create extraordinary impacts. Who know me? Who know my name? Who knows you? Who know your name? If you are to list even first 100 citizens of this country, is my name going to be there? Is your name going to be there? It's not about that position, right? It's not about people getting to know. It's not about the whole world getting to know you. But what value are you giving out in your community? What can people say about you when you are no longer in that room? What can people say about you when you leave that place that you are? What will you be remembered for? That is influence. There used to be a girl when she was in university. She is this lady that she's well behaved. She goes to church because she's a Christian by religion. And somehow she fall amidst people that they are not having the same attitude as she have. They are not having that religious mind. They are not having that mind to stay focused in their study. They are not having that mind to just be serious in school. and all of that. Their own life is just like opposite of what she is doing. And it's not just one person, it's not just two person, about 4 people like that, and she is the only one that is standing out amidst all of them. To a normal, to a neutral person, it will look like, how will she cope? It will be very hard for her to still be herself in that kind of environment. But guess what? The lady still stood out amidst all challenges, amidst the fact that her other colleagues are not always dragging her to do that thing that she has been known for, to be that herself. But because she is conscious, because she is intentional, because she has dream, because she have career that she's building, because she has learned to stay focused, she maintained that character, she maintained that attitude. And one after the other, all other colleagues of us are also copying her bit by bit. They are also imitating those things that she used to do. Sometimes they joke, sometimes they laugh, but somehow they are seeing the need for them to change their own attitude as well. What a great impact. On some days, even random persons will just walk up to her and be like, I have watched you from afar, these are the things I observe. And in fact, some of them will even say statements like, I want you to mentor me. Some of them will say statements that I really want you to help my life, just because of what they see. They really want to change. That is influence. And on the other hand, we can see a gentle young man who used to have a good character before she leave her environment, before she change her environment, before he changed. I'm talking about a gentle young man now, not the she again. Before he changed his environment now, he used to be of his best behavior, of his best attitude. And just name it, you will see this young man and you won't find, even it will be hard for you to find any fault. But somehow he started moving with people of opposite character, people of opposite behavior, and gradually his life begins to change from something that he used to be before. Is that not influence? It's still influence. So that's to tell you that we have the good influence and we have the bad influence as well. Someone who is not used to taking alcohol before, someone who is not used to smoking before, but somehow because of influence, friends will just be like, let's go somewhere, follow me to this particular place. They will not tell that person that this is what we want to go and do here. They will not tell that person that this is what I want you to do for me. And gradually, they will begin to preach the bad idea to that person. They can even tell the person that it is not going to harm you. It is not going to do you bad. It's just for you to feel along. It's just for you to be a man. That is their statement. If you are not doing it, you are not a man. Says who? And they will tell such young man to have a taste, a cup, just drink a glass. Sometimes they will tell the young man, you don't have to drink a full glass. That is the way it started. And gradually, a man that started with half glass, we start taking full glass, from full glass to a bottle, from a bottle to 2 bottles, from 2 bottles to 3, 4, 6, like that. And a man's life will change. Nobody is born in a particular way. We are having or living in this character, in this our attitude, because we have been influenced either by our parents, people around us, our environment, teachers in school. You are not born with a special character, with a specific attitude. Who told you that when you wake up in the morning the first thing to do is to pray or meditate? Is it God that came down to give you that knowledge? No. Maybe possibly you have seen your parents doing that. Maybe possibly your religious leader have preached that to you. And at first when you hear things like this, it's not something that is easy for you to adjust to, right? But because over time you have seen people around you do it, and you will want to do that same thing as well. I don't know, maybe by chance you have done something that you used to see your parents do before. For example, you are no longer with your parents, but somehow there are some attitudes that you have learned from them. There are some things that you have learned from them, and you have learned it. You are no longer under their roof, and you are also doing that same things. Now let me share a story with you. While growing up, I used to see my parents do some things. How many of you have seen your parents do things like this before? When you go somewhere and they give you something, especially when it is something that they are not very free or convenient with, when it is something like biscuit, sweet, or your classmates in school celebrated birthday and they gave them cake. How many of you have seen your parents throw that thing away before? Very good. Now, I've seen my parents done something like that before, not because that thing is bad, but I don't know. I've seen them do something like that before. So there was a day I was not with them. I think I traveled, or probably when I gained admission into uni at first. So no, it was not even, I was not in uni at that time. I was still very small. Yes, I was not at home. At that place, what they gave us was cake, but somehow I was not convenient with it. And what my parents would do is that maybe they give it out or they throw it away. Not because I can't even explain, but I also did that same thing, and I can still remember vividly today. It's somehow a way of protecting you. It's somehow saying that you should not be greedy. It's somehow saying that you should be contented with whatever thing you have, isn't it? That is influence in a way. There are some people that you will see people around them. Anytime they are back from their place of work, anytime they are back from wherever they have gone to, the first thing they will do maybe is to enter the bedroom and take a shower. Maybe you are the type that is not used to things like this, and the person you are living with will not even tell you that this is what you should do, this is what I want you to be doing. But because you have watched that person do that same thing over time, you will want to definitely do that as well. That is influence. So nobody will sit you down and say, I want you to be doing this thing by fire by force. No. If influence is not loud, sometimes it's not visible, but somehow you just master it, but somehow you just find yourself doing that same thing. That is influence. Now let's look at the barrier limiting people, breaking the limits. Like, you want to influence people, you have the right attitude, but what are those things that can actually like bring you down? You want to break the limits of influence. I want you to know that influence does not belong to politicians. It's not about politicians. It's not about so-called celebrities today. Yes, it's not about people with a large platforms. Somebody that is having 1 million followers on Instagram, on TikTok, and you think it is just these people that can influence. I know we call them influencers, isn't it? A brand will reach out to them and they will tell them, we want you to be our brand ambassador, and this is what they will do. They will pay them well, they will advertise their product for them, and somehow they will make us believe that this particular product is good, right? They will make you want to use the product. They will make you want to get that product. These are what influencer does. And so many people believe that it is just these people that can influence. It is just these people that own that platform. So many people believe that influencing is just for politicians. So many people believe that influencing is just for the so-called big person. No, influencing is more than that. Do you know that as a mother, you are an influencer? As a father, you are an influencer. As a daughter in the home, you are an influencer. As a son, you are an influencer. You give birth to your child, either as a father or a mother. Of course, the two of you owns the child. You don't leave the child just like that and be like, just be doing whatsoever thing you want to do. Somehow, some of us have copied our father's behavior, our father's attitude. Some of us somehow have copied our mother's behavior or our mother's attitude. And you know one thing is that sometimes we even joke about it, right? Even amidst yourself as siblings, your siblings, you might be discussing and you'll be like, this is the way our daddy used to react to something like this. And you can joke about it all day. This is the way our mommy used to react to something like this. And you can joke about it all day. Later on in life, you will find yourself doing that same thing. Not because your parents necessarily sit you down and start telling you this is how you should do when something like this happen. Influence. So as mothers and fathers listening to me wherever you are, you have greater power over your children more than any other person, because they are living under your roof. You are the one that trained them. So your own attitude should be something that they can always look up to and say, yes, I can be like my father. Yes, I can be like my mother. Some people are not even proud to call their parents their mentor or their role model today, or somebody they can learn from. Not because they are not even beautiful, not because they don't even have money, not because they are not schooled, but because their attitude or their character is zero. Influence, it is powerful. Several times I've seen my own father. He will wake up in the middle of the night. What will this man be doing? Is either he's praying, or he's reading his holy book, or he's reading even books. And somehow we have also inculcated such habit as well. And that is why I'm always very functioning at the middle of the night, because I have learned it. Most time reading in school is very easy for me. I know that we go to school in the afternoon. To me, I don't find it easy to read in the afternoon. Not that I can't still read, but that night is a very functioning time for me. Where did I learn that from? My own father. And it's not that he sat me down and say, this is how you should do it, this is how you should do that. No. How about my mom? When you talk of cleanliness, that woman is a very good picture of cleanliness. Even if you have swept this sitting room 10 times in a day, if she enter that place, she will still be like, oh yeah, go and carry broom and come and sweep this place. That is influence. And you will see me in any of my space, I'm always arranging my stuff accordingly. That is influence. Ask yourself, who are you watching? Who are you learning from? What are the attitudes that you have learned over time, that somehow you are also practicing those things? You might not even know, consciously or unconsciously sometimes. That is influence. Now, even as a friend, you can influence your fellow friend. Showing up for your friend is also influence. Remember those times that you were in school? Remember those times that you are together with your roommate in school, or your classmates, your colleagues in school? what are the character that you have learned from them? It might not necessarily be a big thing, right? It might not necessarily be something big like that, but that little thing that you will know that this is what Bola always do, this is what Kola always do. You have learned from that person in a way and you have mastered it. That is influence. So I'm just explaining to you that influence might not necessarily be a big thing. We are still coming to the bigger picture, right? But influence might not necessarily be a big thing. I want to tell you that as you are seated right there or wherever you are watching, listening from, somebody somewhere is watching your life and they are practicing whatsoever thing they are learning from you. How about being a teacher? And teachers, they are one of the great influencers today. They might not be reckoned with in the world. I told you that those people we tend to be influencers are celebrities, politicians, and people that have big platform. But I want to tell you that teachers, they are one of the great influencers today. If a teacher see a child that is not performing very well, it is left for the teacher to either groom that child or leave that child. If your teacher can invest in you, that teacher has influenced your life. The teacher might not give you money, the teacher might not give you even textbook, but little things like, Bola, I need you to pay attention to your studies. Bola, this is the way I used to be when I was in school. The teacher might share his or her own story with you, and you will learn from it. You might see your teacher always reading at all time, and you will learn from it. So if a teacher sees a student that is struggling, it is left for that teacher to do what? To help such students. That is influence. I have learned under so many teachers, and I know to what extent they have influenced me. I have seen my teachers sometimes come to class, they will share their own story with us. They will be like, irrespective of all, they still face their study, they read, they will challenge us, they will push us to do better. That is influence. So teachers are also one of the greatest influencers that we have today. So I also want to tell you that influence is also like a ripple effect. In what sense? When you influence somebody, that person will also pass it on to another person. And with that, we are changing our world. So it's not left for you. Either what you are doing is good or bad. But I want to encourage us, I want to challenge us as Nigerians, as Africa, and all over the whole world. Let's embrace good attitude. So influence is like ripple effect. Somebody might have learned something from you. You might not even know. And the person might have the opportunity of standing in a global stage. Or not even in a global stage now. The person might have the opportunity of meeting more people. And they are also passing that message to them as well. That is influence. Now, let's now focus on the types of influence that we have. Just two, the positive influence and the negative influence. Not all influence are good. Not all influence are good. Some people are influencing people negatively. And one thing is that they might not even open their mouth to say it that I want to influence you negatively. They might not even open their mouth to say that I want to influence you. But look at what we are seeing on social media today. Some are bad influence, and some people are learning from it because of what they are seeing. Because of what some people are doing, they are learning from it. Influence. Positive influence. Positive influence encourage growth. Positive influence encourage growth in the sense that you have seen somebody who you can learn from, and you want to emulate that habit. Your life will change somehow. That is growth. Now let's look at it this way. Maybe you are not a very good reader in the sense that you don't like to pick up a book either from a library or anywhere and to read, but you wish that you can do that, and someone close to you, we can call the person a bookworm. We can say this person is a reader, this person can read books in months, in week. Do you know that by just watching the person closely, by just watching the way the person do it every day, you can also copy that lifestyle, and gradually you will just see yourself that you start reading a book of 50 pages, 100 pages, and like that you move on to reading novels. That is influence. There are some people that it's even lifestyle habits. Let's divert into health a bit. You know, the people you work with actually determines even the way you are going to live your healthy life. If you work with people that believe that you don't have to drink water all the time, you go and be using the restroom at all time, that's the worst thing. That's one of the worst things that can happen to you when you drink water, because overhydration is not also good. Now when I say overhydration is not good, when you drink too much water, it can dilute the sodium in your blood, and it's very dangerous. So when you drink water, you have been hearing hydration, drink water responsibly as well. Do you get that? Now if you work with people that says don't drink water just on, I know some people that even when they finish eating, they don't drink water. They will go for hours like that, they will not drink water, and it's a very bad attitude. Now you have heard it somewhere that you have to drink water, it aids digestion, water help transport system in the body, water does this, water does that, and you don't even have the right stamina to even preach it to your friends, to your colleagues. Do you know that if you are not careful, they can influence you? They will change that your mindset, they will change that your attitude, and somehow you will start withdrawing, you will start dropping in that aspect as well. If you move with people that are dirty, if you are not careful, you will start being a dirty person. If you move with people that don't believe that eating fruits is very good for your health, I've heard somebody say that eating fruit is only for the rich before. Who define that? Who give us that definition? And if you are not very careful, you will want to believe that. Let me cite another example. Do you know that maybe somehow it's not that your body cannot accommodate eating beans, for example. Like, it's not that you don't like eating beans, but if you are living with a family that does not eat beans, one day you will learn that habit as well, and you will just see beans and you be like, you don't want to take it. Or maybe there is a particular way they used to cook their own rice. Now do you know that it's not everybody that use salt to wash their rice, and some people use salt to wash their rice. I've been to a family before that they will use salt to wash their rice, and some family they don't use salt to wash their own rice. If you have lived with them over time, you will learn one of those attitude. That is influence. So I'm just explaining to you that it might not be a big thing like that. Now let's talk about the aspect of influence encouraging our growth, our journey in life. Now there is one of our speakers that loves to cite examples of people that are doing well in the social media space, and she always cites example of the LinkedIn, right? You know that LinkedIn space is for professional people, so to say. Yeah, you must be professional when you are in that app. Now there are some forces on that app that low-key they have influenced other thousands of youths out there.
not because they enter your DM, not because they have your phone number and they start telling you that this is what you should be doing, but because of what we see on their page. And we also want to emulate that. Because of what we have seen them do, we also want to emulate that. And there are some of them that will be like, you have to post consistently for 20 days. They might even do a kind of 20 days challenge of posting on LinkedIn, 20 days challenge of posting on Instagram. And because you are intentional, because it's something you really want to learn, something you really want to do, you start it, you are able to do it for 10 days. If you can do it for 10 days, you encourage yourself. Sometimes they will even encourage you, and you do it for 20 days. Do you know that way, if you continue in that aspect, you will keep on doing it and growth is happening. Maybe the content that you are posting is even impactful, and somebody will see it and say, we need you in this our space. Growth has happened. And it might not be visible because you might not see results immediately, but the fact that you are doing it consistently and you have learned consistency from that is something to reckon with. We started this year with challenge, 30 days challenge of posting on TikTok. How many of you see that? 30 days challenge of speaking to your camera, and a whole lot of persons started. Though some people could not continue, but I want to tell you that some people continued and they are still doing it and they are seeing results. And I want to believe that it is one person that started that. Look at that type of influence, and it's yielding greater results. Look at what some of our people are doing in the movie space today, Nollywood industry today. Look at what some of our gospel musicians they are doing today, and people in other industries like that. And somebody is watching them, somebody is saying, if this person can do something like this, I can also do the same thing. That is influence. Not because you really want people that are coming behind, not because you really want them to do it, but you are just doing it. Maybe you are even doing it for fun. Maybe you are just doing it because it's just your lifestyle. Maybe you are just doing it because it's just part of you. And somebody that love what you are doing is checking, and the person is also doing that same thing. That is influence. And I want to tell you that positive influence inspires change. It will inspire change. Just imagine a man that changed his friend from smoking, a man that changed his friend from taking alcohol. That is influence. Do you know that you can live with somebody that anytime the person wants to go to market, the person will not carry sack bag? Do you know that there are some people like that when they are going to market, it is basket they are going to carry? And if you keep on living with such people, one day you'll be like, I don't want to carry sack bag, let me just carry basket. Influence inspires change. Somebody that is not taking care of his or her body before, the person can be intentional and say, I used to see Sister Sade do something like this. That person will not even let you know that he or she have gone to the supermarket or the pharmacy to get the right cream, the right body deodorant and all of that. Influence inspires change. And I want to tell you that if we all can have a positive influence, it's going to inspire change in our world today. So I can say categorically that the reason we are not seeing positive change is because we are not having enough people that influencing our youth positively. Majority of people, what they do, they are not even conscious about it. And a young Nigerian, a young Africa will see that and will emulate it. Influence.
Influence inspire change. It might be a small child that used to watch the way the father or the mother behaves, and the child will emulate such attitude. That is influence. Influence inspire change. And I want to tell you that if positive influence, it inspire change, positive change. And positive influence build people. It build you into what you want to be. You want to have a career path in the tech industry, you want to have a career path in the fashion industry, you want to have a career path in the music industry, and you watch people that are in that space and you are following them, what they do, how they do it. Do you know that sometimes people that influence us, we don't even have a contact with them? Sometimes people that influence us, we might not even have any conversation with them before, but we are watching from afar, and whatsoever thing they are building is, whatsoever thing they are doing is building our life. Today I can edit video to the best of my knowledge, as little as I can do it. Do you know where I learned that from? From social media. I did not even sit down with a YouTube video like that. I did not even sit down with any learning tutorial stuff, but I watched the way Mistake. Who know Mistake? Nobody knows Mistake. Mistake she's a tech lady, and she use a lot of AI tools. You can go on her page and search on Instagram, or I'm not sure she's on TikTok, but if you check Instagram very well, you will see her. Mistake. And there was one of our speaker that was talking about algorithm, right? That you train your algorithm. At that time, I knew that I wanted to be creating content about health. What I do before is that I write, but I perceive that it's not everybody that will sit down with your notes that you have written. Though some people still like to read notes today, right? And I feel like I want to start making video. And that afternoon, I was just scrolling through Instagram, and I saw her on my page. I watched her first video, I watched her second video, and it was CapCut. She was explaining some few things about CapCut, and immediately, do you know what I did? I went to change my dress, and I stood in front of camera. Even though the first video that I made that day was not clear, the first video that I made that day, if I should show you people, you will be like, what is this? But regardless, I was able to do it, and I was able to use every method that she slated in her own video for it. I'm sure that I did not get it perfectly. I did it, and I posted it out there on my page as well. Though I had just maybe 2 likes, I can't remember. But now I kept on practicing. Contents will always appear in my page, in my algorithm, and I will watch it. I want to see the new things that the lady is doing today. I'm very sure that if I have invested more in what she's doing, I would have learned more. But I stopped with CapCut because my focus at that time was just to learn how to edit video. And today I can tell you that I have improved. To some extent, I can edit events video to some extent. I'm not a pro yet, but if I had invested more in it, I'll be better, and I'll be able to sell myself out there. But all my videos, if you check on my pages, I edit them myself, and you can't compare it with what I did the first day that I started. That is what influence. And I'm very sure that that lady does not know me in person. I don't even have her contact. I just watch on my Instagram page, and that was it. I believe that many of us, we have stories like this too. Somebody that we watch do something that we want to do, and we start practicing it as well. That is influence. So influence builds people. I'm very sure that if I want to go further, if I want to learn more about video editing or cinematography today, it will be very easy for me. I know somebody will be like, is it just the CapCut that you know? I can tell you for a fact that I have explored so many features in that CapCut today. I have done that. What about Canva app? I have had Canva app on my phone for years, and the first time I really explored that app was, I think, after 3 years. And I did that because of what I watched, and I was like, let me even try this thing. And I tried it because I needed it. I needed to edit something. I can tell you for a fact that I can use Canva app effectively now. I might not be a pro in it, but to some extent, you will like whatsoever design that I bring out of Canva. That is influence. So that is to tell you that positive influence build people. Positive influence creates change in our world. And positive influence encourage growth. Now, how about the other type of influence? We have the negative influence. Negative influence creates doubt. Negative influence spread fears and destroy confidence. Just imagine somebody who is not used to smoking before, who is not used to alcoholic taking before, and because of influence, the person starts that kind of attitude. It's going to destroy the person's confidence. Negative influence, what you have not mastered before, what you don't know how to do before, bad attitude that is not part of you before, is going to create doubt, in the sense that people will no longer trust you. Not even doubt about yourself this time around alone, but people around you. The Sade that they know before is no longer the Sade they used to know. Let's dive more deeper. Now, maybe in a corporate world environment now, you are this person that is always obedient to your boss, you don't come late, you are always listening, and you are doing your work effectively. Then a new staff just walk in one day. They just employ this new staff, and the new staff is having some fishy character, some characters that are not even good at all. And because you started working with that new staff, it will not just happen immediately. It will not just happen at once, but gradually the staff tell you, why are you always coming early? How much are they paying us? I'm coming from mainland to island and they expect me to be early. But you, Sade, you are always early before. You try to wake up as early as 5:30 because you believe that you believe that you want to be early. You believe in coming early to work, that is going to help the organization and all of that. But Sade, I'll start influencing you. Sade, I'll start not Sade this time, another new staff. I started passing the wrong message into you. Why do we have to go there early? Even the manager self used to come 10 minutes late sometimes. I'm going to take my time today. And maybe by chance, the new staff even have a car. And the new staff will pick you on our way to work. It's understandable. You want to reduce cost of transport fare. And because the new staff does not have the right attitude, the new staff is always going late, and because you want to join the new staff in his or her car, you also start imitating that lifestyle. And by the time the new staff leave that place, that same working place that you both are, and you now, you don't even have a new place to go, you are still there. Do you know that you have learned the lifestyle of coming late to work? And it will not be easy for you to change. Now your boss will start doubting you.
Maybe that staff has even influenced you to the point of lying, and they will ask you, why are you late? It's traffic. In fact, there was an accident that happened at Obalende, and this and that. You cook up story for your boss. Now, it's not just lateness alone, you've include lying into it. And it's not just lying alone, the way you will look at your boss, the way you are going to look at your boss, you look down on your boss when your boss is saying something. Influence. Now you have changed from who you used to be, from that good worker that your boss have known you to be, and your boss will start doubting you. What changed? What happened? Is this Shade that we used to know? Do you know what it's going to lead to? Your boss will start withdrawing responsibility from you because such person is no longer responsible. It has created doubt. It will make you less effective in your role, in your responsibility, and later on the boss might not have any other option than to just send you out of that working space. Influence. And influence can spread fears. Influence can destroy confidence. Now, Shade will no longer be confident about herself again because of the new lifestyle that she has learned. In fact, maybe she have to face panel. Maybe she have to face her boss now. She will not be bold because she's not that same person as at the time she was given appointment letter. Now you can see the difference between positive influence and negative influence. Now ask yourself, what have you learned from people? What are you even teaching people? Not necessarily sitting them down, but what they have seen from you. Now, how can we influence? Influence in everyday life, things we don't even know. Do you know that there is a whole lot your WhatsApp status can do? There's a whole lot your Instagram status can do. Your social media pages. Influence. What you post out there. Somebody is checking it. Somebody is saying it. If you are the type that is particular about growth, that is intentional about growth, somehow somebody will come across it and say, if this person can do something like this, I can also do something like this as well. It might later turn to pressure, but a healthy pressure, healthy competition. So what you post, what you say, what you promote, if you are the type that don't appreciate foul language, you know what I mean by foul language is now. Whenever you are close to people that are always spilling out foul language and you caution them, if you are always around small children of young age now, they will learn such attitude from you. But a father that will come home after being drunk and start beating his wife, if the son does not follow that pattern, it's just by the grace of God. If a father is the type that always slap his wife, the son will get to school and slap a lady.
Yes.
That is influence.
Are you saying all these ones that slap
Okay.
in class, they are
I'm not saying that they necessarily learn from their father, but they have learned it somewhere. They've seen it somewhere, unconsciously or unconsciously. They have seen it somewhere. Even foul language. I've seen a child.
They go as they can quite foul. Is it the language?
I mean negative language. The languages like
Yes, now.
your head is this, your head is that. You know, no, Nigerian youth sometimes they will just see somebody and say something like, "Are you mad?" in quotes. But are we supposed to be saying something like this? Some Nigerian youths will even say something like, "Look at your head, look at your the shape of your body," and all of that.
Body like this pie.
You can imagine that.
I play someone body like me.
That is influence. So fathers, mothers, listening to me wherever you are, your child is watching from you. And now, mind you, now do you know that there are some children that might not raise up their hand to beat a lady, but they have been influenced in such a way that they don't know how to love. That is another angle. Because their father have not loved their mother, so they see love as a hard thing. They see love as something that is hard, because they don't grow up with such character. Now let's say, for example, a father that before the wife gets anything from the father, the wife will always kneel down. Yes, respect is fine. A father that when the wife offends him, he will make sure that the wife suffer. He will make sure that the wife is always on her knee, just saying, "I'm sorry," and the wife will be there for a long time, just saying, "I'm sorry." You reject your wife food, you reject your wife out of love. Now let me tell you example of things that the son can also learn in that way. The son will believe that every woman should kneel before her apology can be accepted. Do you know that? The son will believe that he does not have to be humble to his own wife, because he has seen his father do some things repeatedly. That is influence. How about the female children? Female children that have seen their mother talk to their father anyhow, how are they not going to learn that attitude? Female children that have seen their father, that have seen their mother being disrespectful to their father, it will not be hard for them to be disrespectful, not even to their male gender colleague this time around, but anybody they see on the streets, they will not be respectful. Now let me share a story. Something happened and I was right there. There was a particular lady that she highlighted from Uber, maybe Uber or both, but I know it's all this means of transport, all this drive, right? And let me just say Uber now, I'm not sure which of it. The Uber man was telling her, "You've not paid me my money." The lady was like, "I need to go and collect the money from my mother." Now I need you to listen to my story. I need to go. She was like, "I want to go and collect the money from my mother." And in that environment, drivers are not allowed to enter the gate, right? You have to get down and go inside and do whatever you want to do. The last bus stop for drivers is at the front of the gate. Now she was telling this driver that, "Can you just take me inside? I want to go and meet my mother to collect money." Then the driver was taking to instructions, because if the driver do otherwise, he might probably be arrested or pay a huge amount of fine just to bail himself. What the driver told that lady was that, "Just call your mom, tell your mom to come and meet me at the gate," because the driver as well is also careful, so that the lady will not run with the money. Do you understand? So just imagine that the driver allowed the lady to walk inside, and after waiting for minutes, for hours, the lady is not out. won't they say that the driver is a fool? But the fact that, okay, you don't have money to transfer electronically, you don't have your ATM, you don't have any cash, it is expected that whosoever will be bringing that money to you at that time should be standing at the entrance, because this is business. You are not supposed to delay the man just because you want to get your money. Now, argument started. The man was like, I can't allow you to enter. The lady was like, then use your car to carry me inside, take me inside with your car. Then the driver was like, don't you see that there is a rules and regulation here? Don't you see that you have to follow these rules and regulation? Then the argument started. Then the lady started abusing the man on his own right. The lady started abusing the man, and what happened thereafter? Everybody in that place was able to contribute to it, and later on, guess what happened? I think the lady later called her mom. The lady later called her mom, and by the time her mom will appear in that place at that time, the mother as well joined the lady to abuse, to talk to the driver anyhow. Now, looking at the scenario, where will you say the lady has learned that attitude from? Simply from the mother. That is influence, and that is example of negative influence. And ordinarily, looking at the age of the man, the driver and the woman, you can tell that they are not even of the same age. Where is respect in that situation? That is influence. Just imagine if the mother has trained the child in a very good way. If the mother is also having respect, what the mother is supposed to do at that point is to correct the child from talking to an elderly man anyhow. Because in Yoruba, we believe so well in respect. It's part of our culture. But a lady that has watched her mother closely, and the mother is not respectful to the husband at home, to the father at home, somehow she will not be respectful as well, unless she learn it in another place. Unless she learn how to be respectful in another place from another person. Influence. So I said, what we do matters. What we post on our status matters. What we promote matters. We can see today on social media the kind of thing that is being promoted, and youth are learning from those things without sitting them down and say, this is what you should do, this is what you should not do. Influence. When you speak the truth and people around you see that you are always speaking in truth in love, people can learn from that as well. You are the type that even when things happened and you are expected to be angry, you don't get angry unnecessarily. You don't get angry and flare up. You don't get angry and start throwing away everything. That is how you can influence. Because there are times that some people, by the time they are being provoked over things that does not even matter sometimes, over things that even matters, let's say it matters, the next thing to do is it to start spoiling things in that environment. No, they have learned it somewhere. That is why they are also bringing out that attitude. That's why they are also doing things like that. Influence in our everyday life. You choose to be kind. I know one of my friends that she is very kind. Yes, I am a loving person, I am a kind person, but working with this person also boosts this character, boosts this attitude in me as well. You choose to be kind. You choose to love people around you. You can influence somebody in that aspect as well.
and you even show up when others walk away. There is a gathering like this, and this is a very good example of this particular type of influence. Remember how we started preparing for this historic event. Many people showed up at first, right? But by the time they by the time they know the rules, the regulation, what it takes to win this record, a whole lot of people backed out. But the fact that you are here, somebody out there will see your life and say, irrespective of the challenge, irrespective of how hard it is, this person stood. And then too, they will come to a situation in life that it might be challenging, but they will stand. I posted on my social media yesterday that now we are in day 7. I mean, yesterday morning stroke afternoon and evening. When we click day 7, yes, I posted that this thing is no longer about motivation, it's about discipline. Because motivation, we have put it as, if it is about motivation, we have heard a lot, just do it, you can do it, you can do that. It's taking our sleep, it's taking our rest, it's taking our focus on other things. But what is helping us to stand today is discipline. It's no longer motivation. And when I wrote that, somebody entered my DM and was like, I'm learning from you, somebody who is not even here. If you could do it for 7 days, do it for 7 days again, do it for 7 days again, and it will be what? 21 days, not even 20 days. That is influence. You show up when others walk away. By the time you start sharing your story, by the time you start sharing your report, people will be surprised, they will be amazed. I know this thing we are doing is not promising, right? There is no price tag, there is no position tag or anything that is tagged to it. But majority of us are just doing it because some people find passion in it at first. Some people, they see it as things that can help them to develop themselves. And who is that person that has influenced us to this state that we are today? The dean of School of Eloquence, isn't it? He started it, and he was able to bring youth in Nigeria. He even went as far as going to the National Youth Service Corps and say, please, I need some of the Nigerian youth. I can't do this thing alone. He involved his staff as well. And every one of us together, we showed up and we are here today, almost at day 8. And gradually we are going to get to the 20 to day 20. Just one man influenced all of us. That is influence. Now, if somebody follow your life closely, will the person grow or will that person life deteriorate? It's time to reflect. It's time to ask yourself. And I want you to know that influence comes with responsibilities. Influence comes with, I've not even gotten to the parts where you have maybe organization, where you are doing something. I'm still talking about you in person now. It comes with responsibility because people are learning from you. You will want to learn more as well. People are watching you, and you are expected to be very careful. Though you are not expected to be perfect because we are humans and mistake can happen. But that responsibility of being careful, though not perfect, is still there. Because if you fall, thousands of people will fall. If you fall,
hundreds of people will fall. If you fall, one person can fall. If the dean of school of eloquence is not careful, if the dean of school of eloquence does not see this as a responsibility, it is not going to work. But because he see the responsibility, he took up the challenge and he did everything needed. That is why we are here. That responsibility is very important. Responsibility as a father, responsibility as a mother, responsibility as first-born child. I'm not putting pressure on you, but you have to be responsible because you have your younger ones that are watching. If my elder sister can do this, if my elder brother can do this, responsibility as even the last child, middle child, whatever position you are in the family. Responsibility as teachers, educationists. You have students under you, you have people you are training. You have to be responsible. You don't have to be perfect, but you have to be responsible. You have to be careful. You have to live your life in such a way that you are not going to make others to fail. You are not going to make others to fall. You might not necessarily be checking every day. You might not necessarily be checking the mirror every day. But consciously, you are moving with direction. You are moving with impact in view. You are not just living recklessly. You are not just living as somebody who does not have vision. Even if you don't have a community yet, even if you don't have a village yet, even if you don't have people that you are superior over them, how about your siblings? As parents, how about your kids, your children? As an educationist, how about your students? As a boss, manager in that place of work, how about your worker? If you have started using pen to change figures in that place of work, somebody is watching.
Falsifying accounts.
Yes, they will get to that level and they have learned it from you. But the bitter truth is that you escape, that person might not escape. Influence. So we have to be careful. You might not be a perfect human being, that's fine. But live your life responsibly because somebody is watching. Now, there are actually barriers to influencing people. And of course, many people might be facing that barrier right now. The first thing is the fear of judgment. You see something and you want to change it. And you are having this mindset that what will people say? Come on, take it off your mind. The fear of judgment. You see somebody who is not of his or her best behavior, and it is in your capacity to mold that individual. It is in your capacity to change that person. But you are sitting right there because you are afraid. You are afraid of what people will say. Anything you are doing and people is not talking about it, either positively or negatively, check it very well. You are not doing the right thing. There is nothing you do on earth that people will not talk about. You don't have to always prove a point to everyone. You are no longer in a room and immediately you left. Your topic, your life is the topic of discussion. Are you there to defend yourself? No. So many people talk about the governor, the president of their country, of their state. Is that person there to defend himself or herself? No. And somehow these people are influencing the country, they are influencing the states today. So what is stopping you from being that change that the world wants to see? Take away fear. And some people, they are feeling insignificant. Oh, I don't have the shoe that lady is having. You don't have to be on heels. You don't have to be on a fancy shoe. Of course, you have to dress well. Of course, you have to dress appropriately. Of course, you have to present yourself in such a way that you are not going to be thrown aside, because the way you dress is the way you will be what? Addressed. But it doesn't have to be big. Don't feel insignificant. That's just an example. And some people will be like, what did I want to say in this place? Maybe there is a gathering of people, right? Maybe you are not even prepared for it. That is why you need to keep learning every day, so that some things will not meet you unexpected. And even when it meets you unexpected, you have trained your brain to learn as fast as it can. And I can tell you that this platform is building us to be that kind of person. You can't tell me that I can't prepare for presentation within 10 minutes and I will not perform very well. I will tell you that I have done it several times when Nigeria attempts the Guinness World Record of public speaking marathon, and we are going to get this. So, influence. Don't feel insignificant. That knowledge, that little knowledge that you have, it can contribute to whatever thing they are doing. Don't feel like they don't need me here. It depends on the way you present yourself. So that feeling of insignificance can make somebody to be in their shell, and they are not influencing others positively, they are not impacting life positively. Why are you feeling insignificant? Why are you feeling like you cannot do it? Why are you feeling like... And do you know that one amazing thing is that people that feel like this are even the kind of people that they need the most in that place at that time. But because you keep quiet, and the glory that you deserve will be passed on to somebody else. Speak out first. There is a popular saying that there is sense in nonsense. When you spell nonsense, you will still spell sense from it. So it's just that idea in you might be raw. You might not be able to bring it out in a way that is appropriate. But you know that somebody in that room can refine that your idea for you, and it's going to turn to something great, something that can even help that organization. Don't feel insignificant. Walk into that room. Before I finished my service here, just last month, I serve at Lagos State Water Corporation, and immediately I got to that environment, I was like, okay, what am I going to do? This and that. Of course, I have some idea in me, right? And till the last week of my service, I've not been able to do it. But something just pricked me one day and was like, Joy, you said you are going to do this, you said you are going to do that. And then my plan was that I want to meet with the managing director of Lagos State Water Corporation and to tell him this, to tell him that. If you know government parastatals, especially places like that, it's not easy to just walk up into the managing director office and just walk in and out anyhow. In fact, you have to go through the normal protocols and all of that. But what did I do? I already discussed with somebody, and I was like, I'm going to do this. The person encouraged me that you can do it. But at some point in time, I was feeling like, does it really matter? Do I have to do this? And I have just 1 week to finish whatever thing I want to do in that place. I have just 1 week. Then one afternoon, I just remember that I said this. Guess what happened? I just called one of my colleagues and said, let's go to MD's office. She was like, MD's office? I said yes. I said, I have always want to meet the MD. I have some things that I want to discuss with him. It was not something that was easy, trust me.
It's not just any office that you can just enter and just knock and say, MD, I want to see you. No, there are protocols. So we left our own office, our lab, and we went to MD office. Getting to that place, we met the secretary, and secretary was like, what do you want? I had to explain myself that I want to see the MD. Then she was like, whatever thing you want to tell the MD, you can tell your departmental head. I was like, this thing is not about my departmental head, it's about myself and the MD. Then she was like, go and wait somewhere, I'm going to reach out to somebody. Now, protocols. Now, when she has done that, we were told to wait, and the person that she reached out to is like a final person that will determine if I'm really going to see MD or not. The person came as well where I was seated. It was a different room. Oh, that's to tell you that there is protocol. The person came to do a kind of mini interview. Why do you want to see MD? Can you imagine something like that? Now, if I am not confident enough, I am going to break out at that point. I'm going to just be like, don't worry, I'm not going to see MD again. I was kind of nervous, right? But still yet, I was able to still present myself well. Then I state my reason, though not full, because I believe that by the time I see the person I want to see, I'm going to communicate better. Then later on, we were told to walk in. I walk into that office. I can see that this is a very nice office, and I really wish to be in one of these positions one day. Then with that, those ideas, remember I said that I have some ideas that has been in my head since the first day that I entered that organization, and I was able to pass that message. And to my greatest surprise, the MD actually received us, myself and my colleague. He received us well, warmly, and he encouraged us. And he was like, thank you for giving us some of these things that you have noted and this advice. Now, just imagine that I feel that I am not going to do this. That's feeling of insignificance. So take all those thoughts away. You can do it. Stop feeling like you are not enough. Stop feeling like you can't make that impact. Some of you, I know that you have been having this passion to go out there to impact life. You want to stand on global stage, but you have not started doing anything yet. You want to be that content creator that people will reckon with later, but you have not picked up your phone one day and stand in front of camera, and you expect that it's just going to happen like that, and you have the mind to influence people positively, but you are not doing it. You are feeling like, I'm not even beautiful like the way this content creator is beautiful. You are feeling like, I don't even have the right resource like the way this content creator is having that resource. Says who? You don't even know if it is your own message that will change that person. You don't even know if it is your own message that will travel as far as possible to make impact, to cause the change that we need in our world today. I challenge you, and I'm challenging you this morning. Stop feeling insignificant. Enter that room, enter that office with your aim, your mission, your objective, your vision. Pitch yourself. Don't keep quiet. When you sight opportunity, go for it. Somehow, one day, you will stand in front of hundreds, you will stand in front of thousands and even millions. You will tell them your story. They will learn from your journey. There are so many
great people today that somehow we learn from their journey, their failure, their success, those things they have tried and all of that. That's influence. Impact. They have impacted our life in a way, and they don't even know who is watching them. That is why what you are posting, what you are doing, people will learn from it. So barriers to positive influence is feeling insignificant. Another barrier is waiting for the right time. The right time is now. Do it. You are waiting until you get the latest iPhone before you start content creation. You are waiting until you get video camera. You are waiting until you have LED lights, the biggest one. Open the window of your house. That is the best natural light that you can use. Even though it might be cringe at first, just do it. Put it out there. We've seen people that by doing what they are doing consistently, they received help in the long run. The right time is now. There are some people that want to go for outreach. You want to go to the orphanage, you want to go to rehabilitation centers, you want to do something, but you are just pulling back because you feel like you don't have millions. Your 50,000 naira will go a long way. It can feed those children even if it is for a night. Influence. Don't wait for the right time, because the right time is now. You are feeling like until you get married, it is that time that you will even be more busy, because your husband is there, children is there for you to cater for, and maybe you are even working in a corporate space. You are not having your own organization or your own business. How will you cope by that time? Right now, when you are still a youth, when you are still in your youthful stage, that is when you can do all of these things. There is no right time anywhere. This is the right time. So what is that thing that you have always imagined that you want to do? Who is that person that you want to change? And don't have this mindset that there is nobody that cannot change, because change is the only thing that is constant. If you don't change that person, another person will do it. Don't wait until another person take up your responsibility. It might be your friend that is not of his or her best behavior, and mind you, you don't have to have thousands of naira, you don't have to have millions before you can do some of these things. By having the right attitude, by having the right mindset, by living right, you are causing a change that the world needs to see.
Yes, ma'am.
The right time is now. Now, how can we become a person of influence? The first thing is that you need to be intentional. Your actions matters a whole lot, and you need to be intentional. Be strategic. Be determined. This is what I want to do. This is how I'm going to do it. And don't just write it down alone, because I know so many people will be quoting, write the vision and make it plain, for it is for an appointed time. The appointed time is now. It will grow. That is, I feel like that is one of the things that the verse of the Bible is talking about. You are told to write the vision, make it plain. Writing it is for you to remember. Writing it is for you to run with it. It's not that you should write it and just drop it because you are waiting for the right time. Because many people will now quote that the Bible says that write down the vision and make it plain, and it's going to I might not quote it word to word, but this is it, and make it plain, and it's going to manifest it at the appointed time. And you have written it down, you drop it in the corner of your room. Maybe some people do not write it down and they are now waiting for the appointed time, and you are not putting in any work to make it work. The appointed time is that that initial vision, you will start from somewhere before the appointed time will come. Maybe the vision you have is to have a big organization that deals with, let's say, okay, maybe the vision you have is to have a big organization that deals with selling of cars. For example, you import and export car, and now it's an organization, you have people, you employ people, but you are not working in that direction. You have not even started. You have not started making plans. You have not started searching internet on how car dealers do their thing. Do you know you can simply start from liaising with car dealers, start posting on your social media pages and posting cars with the prices, and somehow people will trust you with it. They will want to buy from you and all of that just by that action. And you start making money, you start saving money, and you start working in that direction of a person that is having an organization that is selling car, importing, exporting. Be intentional. Be intentional. Your actions matters a whole lot. Another thing is be consistent. Build it daily. You can't tell me that you have written the vision and you have made it plain and it's going to manifest at the appointed time and you are not doing anything. Come off it. You have to be intentional. You have to be consistent. Today they are seeing you in a different field. Tomorrow they are seeing you in a different field. The day after tomorrow they are seeing you in a different field. How will you manifest? Because you are not stable. It doesn't work that way. You want to be that fashion designer that will be reckoned with in 5 years, in 6 years time. But you are the one that is not positioning yourself. You are the one that is not consistent about it. How will it happen? Consistency. You want to be that content creator that we have a brand ambassador deals from organization, but you post just once in a month, once in a week. People are not seeing your face. They don't know you for something. You are not consistent. I know it is a common saying now that consistency is hard. Have you tried it? I believe that so many people that started that 30 days challenge in January, some of them, they have stopped it. Why some people, they are still doing it? And it has earned some people something. Consistency. The so-called influencers, the so-called celebrities that we see today, they did not just get there that day that they started. They are building bit by bit. And somehow they are influencing life, they are affecting life, they are making impact. That is influence. That is how you can be a person of influence. If it is a child that you want to train, if it is a child that you want to build, you have identified something that is in that child that you want to change. You are intentional about it, you start it, you make the right action, and you are consistent in making sure that that child change. Or even if it is your friend, or even if it is your sibling, or anybody around you, that life that you want to impact, you stay with it and do everything possible that will make the life to change every day. Even if it is by prayer, even if it is by investing in that person's life, even if it is by encouraging the person every day. Influence. Another thing is be authentic. That is how you can be a person of influence. You connect with real people. It's not just about people that are perfect. Be authentic. We make mistakes as human, and once we identify that, we correct ourselves and we move on. be authentic. Then you have to care about people, because influence without care is manipulation. You have to care about people around you. If you really want to influence life, you have to care about people around you. Don't just leave people like that. You realize that you have to do this particular thing, be kind in this aspect, give this person what you know that the person do not have, but you have it and you are not using it at that time. Caring, showing love, showing concern, that is how you can influence people. I told you that aside the fact that I show care, I show concern on my own self and what I've learned while growing up, I have a friend that does it more, and I emulate that and I learn from that. Directly or indirectly, she has influenced me. Now, I said my topic is the power of influence. Now we have seen the power of influence, right? I now said how ordinary people create extraordinary change. You as a person, I'm sure that you don't have that fame, whatever. You are not famous. You are not even popular in your community. You are not even popular in your state. But you as an ordinary person, how can you create extraordinary change? You have learned from those things that I've mentioned. Maybe you have the plan that you want to build something that will last. You have to start it now. You have to affect people's life. Be strategic. Take that step. From now, that is how you can be an extraordinary person. Now, do you know that this thing that we are doing now, the Guinness World Record attempt, 20 days of eloquent Nigerian speak to the world? Who know me in my family house? Who know me in my village, in my town? What if WHO, maybe a representative of WHO just check one of our presentation and realize that, who is this lady who have been speaking on health? I have speak on health for like 5 times during this presentation, and they are like, can you bring this girl? Can we find this girl? We want to give her a position in that space. And from being an ordinary person, I will move into that extraordinary space. And do you think that somebody like me who have started gradually will now get to the top and not do better? It's not possible, because I have made use of the devices that I have. I have made use of the opportunities and those things that I have to impact life. And then getting to the top will not be a problem again, because you are used to that lifestyle. So from being an ordinary person to an extraordinary person now, you have to make use of the available things that you have, and gradually it's going to grow, it's going to develop, and we are going to have that change that we all are expecting. We are going to have that change that we all hope for. Those people who are great people today, they don't just get there by chance. They put in the work, right? Yeah. And now they are extraordinary person. Extraordinary. Mr. English, is this suffix or prefix that have been added to the word ordinary now? Prefix. Extra. Something has been added. It's not just about them alone now. They are now doing times 2 of what they are doing before, even times 4, even times 10, even times 100. That is who an extraordinary people are. So I want to challenge you today. Don't wait to be famous before you make impact. Don't wait to be famous before you are going to make that impact. Your community, some children are there who are not of their best behaviour. You can pick them, train them. In fact, intentionally you can pull up attitude that will influence them. You can pull up attitude that will affect their life. That is how to be an extraordinary person. And the fact that we say extraordinary person does not mean the person is famous, does not mean it is the whole wide world that have known the person. The last speaker who spoke before me cite example of a content creator that impact a life of another fellow citizen, and because of that little impact, so-called little impact, he got rewarded for it even more than what he was expecting by just showing kindness. That is influence. So to be an extraordinary person, you have to start now. Start making that impact. Don't wait until the perfect time to start influencing. There is no perfect time. I've told you, the word influencing is not a big word. It's not for influencers. It's not celebrities. It's not politicians. You are an influencer and you are seated right there because somebody is watching your life every day and they are learning from it. They might not tell you that, Mr. A, you know I'm learning from you. They might not tell you that, Mr. B, do you know that what you are posting, I am learning from it every day. And I want to believe that there are some of us here that some people have walked up to us before and they have told us this statement that I am learning from you. Some people will even tell you that, please can you be my mentor? And you will ask yourself that, what did I even have? Myself that I'm still under somebody and I want to mentor another person. That is to tell you that people are watching you and you are influencing somebody every day. So you have to start with whatever thing you have and who you are. You don't have to change yourself because you want to influence. Be authentic. Be yourself. Be who you are. I've said this several times that because someone is watching you, they are learning from you, and somebody is becoming because of who you are. They are working in that line of purpose. Do you know that some people are actually waiting for somebody who will do that same thing that they want to do so that they can learn from that person who have done it? Now just imagine that you are that person that will do that same thing that someone else want to do, and they will later walk up to you or maybe by chance learn from you in whichever way they can. So somebody is becoming because of you, because of the life that you are living. And the greatest form of impact is the one that is not announced. One of the greatest form of impact is the one that you don't even know that your life is doing to someone else. As I conclude my presentation, I want to tell you that you may never know those people that your life has touched. You may never know those people that your life is impacting. You may never see the full impact yet. But that does not mean by something is not happening. That does not mean that your life is not being affected, that other people's life is not being affected. Influence does not always show. The result does not always show. So I want to challenge you today. Go out there. Be that ordinary person that will change the world, and in the long run you will be an extraordinary person, because it is somebody like you that will create that impact that people want to see. Before I round up, I want to share my story with you, and I will expect that the next speaker should be ready any moment from now. Now, I have always hope and wish that I really make impact in the health industry. I might not necessarily have a hospital, I might not necessarily have a clinic, in fact I might not necessarily have a pharmacy, but I have always believed that people can heal, everybody can heal. I always wish that people around me heal when they are having any form of sicknesses or any form of disease or any form of thing that may be affecting them, either physically or mentally. Now, somehow I have started working in that direction. I have started working in that path. And everything that I'm doing, it might have not gotten to thousands of people yet, but I can say it confidently that I am making an impact in that space. That is influence. Before I finish my service here, I carry out a project under NYSC, and the project was mental health awareness for 6 secondary schools in the local government that I served, though it was 5 schools that later came around. Now, at first when I started, it was not looking like it. I was not even sure of what will come out of it. I carried out the project. Yes, people supported me with their funds and everything, and I used it for the purpose of what I want to use it for. And on the day of that project, the schools that came around, they were taught, they were being educated about mental health and everything they need to know, and we set up a mental health education club in those schools. That's one achievement. Do you know that those people that will learn from that mental health education is going to be of a great help to them? Now, this is where I'm going. I did not see the results instantly. In fact, at first it was not looking like something that will work. It was not looking like something that is going to show results at the long run. But after some weeks that I went to some of the schools, I think just a school, not some of the school now. I went to one of the schools that came for that mental health education. Do you know that some of those students walk up to me and was sharing their experience of that program? In fact, one of them had to use his parents' contact to message me, because that day after the program I gave them my phone number if they have anything they want to do so that they can reach out to me. And that boy, he reached out with his father's contact and was saying this and was saying that. I would not love to share because I believe there's something that is confidential. That is to tell you that with the little thing that you have, you can make impact. You can influence the people around you. It doesn't necessarily have to be something big. It doesn't necessarily have to be when you have thousands, when you have millions. I want to challenge everyone today. Go out there. Be the change that people want to see. Make that impact. Do that thing, that vision that you have in mind, that thing that you really hope and you have always want to do. You can do it. And be that change that we want to see in Nigeria today. You can change your community, you can change the youth in your area, and you can impact your world. You can influence others. You have learned the power of influence and how you, me, as an ordinary person can be an extraordinary person. I remain Joluwatimileyin Ajayi. Thank you for listening to me. And right now, I'll be passing on the mic to the next speaker.
Wow. That was a powerful one and insightful at that. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning to the world. My name is Oluwatoyin Odejide, and today I've titled my speech, Never Pause Your Life for Someone. Do not let someone be the reason why your life is on hold. I'll start by asking us the question. Are we here, everyone? I need a response. Have you ever, maybe a time in your life, pause your happiness for someone? Have you ever in your life, at any point in your life, pause your happiness for someone? No one. Have you ever paused what you wanted to do because somebody is trying to get ready? You're ready, but you're pausing it for the person to get ready. Yes, thank you. Why some of us are actually trying to remember, some people are currently living in that situation where their life is on hold because of a family, because of love, because of marriage, because of someone else. Your life is on hold. And the truth is that people do not realize that life does not wait for permission. This life, it doesn't wait for anyone. Time keeps counting. Before you know, it's already 10 minutes past, it's already 1 year, and you cannot do anything to buy back the time that you've lost. So time doesn't wait for permission. Now, what does it look like to put your life on hold? What does it look like to put your life on hold? You know, putting your life on hold doesn't have to scream. It doesn't have to be obvious. It is when you want to try to achieve something, and then probably your family are not in support. This thing happens in, family, where your parents will be like, oh, I don't want you to do this now. I don't think it's the right time. And you know for yourself that it is actually the right time to do that. But because your parents are in a position to tell you, oh, it is not the right time, then you hold on. So it actually doesn't have to be things that scream. It doesn't have to be things that are obvious. It is when, a child cannot freely choose a course for themselves. That's place where your parents have to choose a course for you, when you no longer freely choose for yourself. That is putting your life on hold. It's putting your life on hold. It is when probably you are in a marriage and your husband is trying to tell you, oh, do not do this, do not do that. Probably because he is not comfortable with you progressing. And then, just for peace sake, you are saying, oh, let me just listen to my husband. You are putting your life on hold. Do not let someone be the reason why your life is on hold. Sometimes it sounds noble. Of course, it's understanding. Oh, my parents doesn't want me to do this, so yes, let me be obedient. It sounds noble, but sometimes self-abandonment is disguised as loyalty. You are abandoning yourself all in the name of I am loyal. You don't want to be the bad egg. Excuse me. You don't want to be the bad child. You want to be the child where, like, oh yes, he's always listening to us. That is my child. If I tell him not to do this, he will not do that. Whereas you have abandoned yourself all in the name of loyalty. I like to. Yes, because of the parent. Because of the parent. I like to tell us about a young girl in her 20s. This girl, she's bright, she's smart, she's intelligent. She's that child back then that teachers are always proud of. There's a way that you'll be so intelligent that teachers are just always talking about you. They are just always saying this child, oh, she's going to be this, she's going to be that in the nearest future. So fast forward to when she met a guy. The guy was like a answer to her prayer. The guy is always doing everything she wants, the very good and the very romantic guy. The guy is always showing up, That's what we ladies like now. The guy is always waking up before you. You're waking up to good morning text on your phone. You are waking up to gifts sent to your doorstep. The guy was like answers to prayer. So along the line, she got a scholarship to study abroad, a fully funded scholarship. Of course you'll be happy. If it was you'll be happy. She screamed, she shouted. She told her family. Her family were okay, they were all happy for her. She told her friends, and of course she told her boyfriend. At first, the boyfriend was happy. The boyfriend was excited for her. After then, the boyfriend started saying something like, oh babe, you know that long distance relationship don't usually work. We can make our own work. He started saying, oh, are you sure you really want to go? This is a fully sponsored scholarship we're talking about. So why are you saying, do I have to go? Of course we can make this work. That's why there's technology. There's always you trying to reach out to your loved ones, video call and all the likes. At first it started like a joke to the girl. It seemed like, oh, he's just overwhelmed with the emotions. He's going to get over it with time. Then he started saying, if you truly love me, you will stay. You are guilt tripping the girl. He was saying it constantly that the girl started to feel like, well, that's true. If we go, the guy would say, if you leave me here in Nigeria, of course you meet somebody else, and that might mean that this relationship will have to end. So the girl started thinking about it. Oh, this is my boyfriend here. I love him so much. I don't want him to feel bad. Of course, we probably would, with time, maybe we'll work together to travel out abroad, maybe in the years to come. So she made a very, very big and silly decision. She said she would not go, and so she forfeited the scholarship. Now, fast forward to a year later. Of course, you are expecting that, oh, this man, for him to say you should not travel abroad, he has greater plans for you. Maybe he has plans, he wants to get married to you. But after a year, there was no sign of, them going to get married. So the girl asked the guy, how far, where is this going to? Like, what are we really doing? The guy will be like, oh, just be patient. Be patient with me. Just give me small time. I'm trying to work on something. I've not really gotten to a place where I can take care of you now. I don't want you to suffer. So just be patient. A little bit of patience will not hurt. So the girl was patient. Of course, she loved this guy so much. Oh, she loved the guy. So she was waiting. Fast forward to 5 years down the line. They are not married yet. She had paused her life because a guy was trying to get ready, she paused her life. At the end of the day, the lady has the same question. How far? Where is this going to? We are already 6 years into this relationship. Where is it going to? I am not getting younger. And then the guy said something that broke her completely. He said, I am not the marrying type. What do you mean you are not the marrying type? I forfeited my scholarship for you, bro. What are you saying? See, don't let us get it wrong here. This guy doesn't just wake up to that decision of I am not the marrying type. He knew right from the time he began the relationship. He knew. He just wanted to delay the girl. Probably he was feeling insecure and he doesn't want the lady to outshine him, quote and unquote. He doesn't want the lady to outshine him in that sense. And he looked for a way to guilt trip the girl to the extent that the girl had to pause her own life. And that is where she made the mistake. Pausing your life all in the name of love. You know, sometimes time don't really change people. If they are not willing to change, if you like, give them 50 years, they will not change. Time do not change people until when they are really willing to change. So she was thinking, oh, probably waiting will make this guy ready and, you know, get married to me. But she got it all wrong. The guy was not willing to marry her. He was just trying to, probably the relationship was, you know, it was pleasing him in that way. So he was looking for a way to keep it. And then the girl, you know, paused her life. I would like to ask a question. How long do you think is too long? You know, when it comes to pausing your life for someone, how long do you think is considered too long? Can anybody say anything regarding that? Alright. Once you notice that this person is not willing to change, is not willing to compromise, the person is, you know, you can actually sense it that this person is not ready. They are just trying to buy time. They are enjoying what you are giving them, you know, the attention, the whole thing. They are enjoying the relationship, so they are keeping you. You know yourself that this guy is not ready, but all in the sake of love. You know, they say love is blind. So the girl was blinded by the love, and then she paused her life. I would like to talk about a woman who shrunk herself in marriage. This woman, she's a career woman. She's growing well in her profession. You know, she's doing great. Like, when they say somebody is doing great, she is doing great. So the husband started saying, oh, you know, it came from the point of, it looks like the husband was so caring and, you know, he was just looking at her. He was like, oh babe, you're working yourself out, you are doing too much. You know, I can actually take care of the family. Why not just, you know, stop your work and focus on the home, focus on the children, let me do the work. Of course, if anybody would listen to that, you say, oh, the guy actually loves this woman. He's trying to watch out for her. He doesn't want the woman to overstress herself. The woman will be like, oh, don't worry, I'm okay. You know, she's cool with the work and taking care of the house. Along the line, it became consistent. It became consistent that the woman started feeling pressured to actually quit her work. You know, she was feeling pressured and there was no peace again. She became the woman that was not happy to go back to her house after work because she knew that she's going into trouble. There was no longer peace because the woman is not agreeing to stop her work for the man. And that was because at the time, the woman was earning higher than her husband. So probably the husband was not feeling comfortable that the woman was earning higher than her. So it tormented this woman. Oh no, he frustrated this woman to the point where she just said, for peace to reign, let me stop my work. So she resigned and she was home. See, she was not even doing any side business. There are sometimes that the husband will be like, oh, this career thing, this your work, this your 9 to 5 is taking time. Let me probably open a business for you, and stay there. That one, you are flexible with time. No, this man didn't do anything. He just wanted to keep her at home. And one day, she woke up and she was staring into the mirror and she just realized that this is not who I really want. Like, she was telling herself, this is not who I had pictured to be. She had imagination, she had dreams, yes, she had dreams. But because she wanted peace to reign in her marriage, she shrunk herself. Peace that cost you your identity is expensive. For the sake of peace, it's costing you who you truly are. You had dreams. You knew what you wanted to be. You knew the level where you wanted to be. But because of peace, oh, I don't want my what will people say if I now have to divorce? We are fighting and my husband is not saying he's tired, then we have to separate. Oh, I want peace to reign. You are now denying your identity. That peace is expensive. Love, when we say love should always add to your life. Love should always add to your life, not pause it. When you're saying, oh, I love this man, I love this lady, I love that one, I love this one, then you don't have to pause your life. That is not love. When somebody loves you, they will try to add to you. When they love you genuinely, they will add to you. They will not see. Let's even leave probably relationship, boyfriend, marriage, even friendship. When you meet a friend and the friend genuinely loves you, they will not leave you at the point where they met you. They have added to you. But when the love in quotes now is having to pause your own life for that love, then it's not truly love. It's not truly love. I'd like to direct a question to anyone that is willing to answer, and I will appreciate if you can answer. Have you ever stayed in a relationship longer than you should have? You were in a relationship. You know that this relationship is not actually going anywhere, but you chose to stay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sounding yes.
Thank you so much. Yes, I love that. There are a lot of people in the room that had been in a relationship and they knew that this relationship, there's no benefits, there's no future to it, but they decided to stay. What were you afraid will happen if you left? We said yes. Of course, there was something that was keeping you in the relationship. What were you afraid will happen if you left the relationship?
I spent too much now to just leave the relationship.
You have spent too much to leave the relationship. Investment. Thank you. Any other thing? Time. You've invested money. You've invested time. Any other thing?
Wigs.
Wigs. Exactly. Expensive wigs. Expensive gifts. So you didn't want to let go of that. So you stayed. You don't want to hurt the person. Wow. You don't want to hurt the person, but you are hurting yourself. Why you don't want to hurt the person? That is you pausing your life, don't you think? You are trying to pause your happiness for someone else. You want to make another person happy, whereas you are not happy deep down. You are pausing your life for the person. If loving someone requires you losing yourself, you are not in love, you are in captivity. If loving someone, you say you love the person, but in that process, you are losing yourself. Your mental health is at stake. You are just not yourself any longer. You are not in love, you are in captivity. I heard about a girl, a lady. She was in a relationship. This she said in this relationship was actually a toxic one. It was a toxic relationship. Of course, nobody wants to stay in a toxic relationship. Somebody is beating you, somebody is abusing you, and you choose to stay. So one day, somebody asked her, "Why are you actually staying in this relationship?" Because even a child, if you beat a child, they know how it feels. Not to talk of an adult. Why are you staying? The girl said, "Oh, anytime he does that, he would apologize by sending me expensive gifts. In fact, I have the latest iPhone. This iPhone you are seeing with me is a means of him apologizing, and he would not do it again." That girl, do you think she's happy? No, really, like seriously, do you think she's happy in that relationship? She and it might look like she's okay, but deep down she's not happy, and she's forcing her life because there are things that she will have to do for herself. She will not be able to do it because she's in that relationship. Her life is on hold. Now let's leave the dating aspect, let's leave the relationship aspect, let's come to family. Of course, nobody loves you better than your family. They love you so much. Your parents gave birth to you, and they will not want you to derail or something should happen to you. They love you. Even before that your girlfriend or your boyfriend met you, they had always been there. They loved you. Now, this guy, we were in the same school, we were in the same hall because I didn't stay in school, I stayed off campus. This guy was the first son, but not the first child. He's the first son. So he's always telling me that how he's in school, he's not happy. I'll be like, what's going on? Why are you not happy? Everybody is happy to be in university now. Of course, there are challenges to it. Why are you not happy? You'll be like, this is not what I want to do. I'm not happy going to class, doing this course that I'm doing currently. And I'm like, okay. The course is pharmacy. Yes, he's studying pharmacy. We all admire all those people in BMS. You see, once they say they are studying medicine, they are studying pharmacy, nursing, you see them as one eye, and even people that are studying law. I'm like, you are studying pharmacy. Well, why are you not happy? You that are doing education, of course. We are happy doing the education because there's a way that this society, of course there's nothing wrong with the education. I'm in love with my profession, but there's a way that the society had already put a limit on the education aspect. So back to my story. It was like he's not happy studying pharmacy. He doesn't want to do pharmacy. Okay, uncle, what do you now want to do? He's like, for him, left to him, he would not even go close to pharmacy. He just wants to, probably do theater art. That's what he wants to do. Okay, why are you not doing it? He said his mother would not allow him. Not because the mother doesn't want the profession theater art, but the mother wants him to fulfill the dreams that she was unable to fulfill during her own time. She wanted to study pharmacy and become a pharmacist, but she was unable to achieve that. So she projected that on the son, and the son did not even have a choice. I'm the one that will pay your school fees now, so go there and you must study it, but at the detriment of his own happiness. He has to do it. He doesn't have a choice. You say your family loves you. Of course, the mother loves him. You will not say that the mother hates him. But the guy is having to pause his life for his own mother. And that is what I'm talking about. Never pause your life for someone. Never should you do that. There's a lady, she's the first daughter of her family. First daughter, and there's a responsibility that comes with being the first child, or being the first son, being the first child. There's always this responsibility attached to it. Paying bills, Your siblings are calling you left and right. Hey, big sis, they said we should do something in school. We have to pay. Your mother and your father, they are calling you this and that. You have responsibilities. And over the years, she was not doing this thing. She was doing it like it was a norm. It was part of her life. Until one day, somebody walked up to her, and the person asked her, "What do you really want?" She was unable to answer. Do you know why? She had forgotten. She doesn't even know what she wants because she was already occupied with the responsibility of being a first child. That she had forgotten who she really wants to be. And that is her causing her own life for her family. There are many people out there. Their life is on hold just because they want to satisfy their family. See, I'm not saying that it is wrong here not to probably help your family in one way or the other, but if it have to cost you having to push your life, put your life on hold, then it's not worth it. I once heard a story about a guy named Emeka. Emeka was born in a wealthy home. In this wealthy home, they run a family business. And growing up, every day of his life, he's always waking up to, this legacy we are going to continue it. When your father grows old, he's going to leave this for you. So he was constantly reminded of that fact. This family business, you are not going to ruin it. You are going to continue. This is what you will do. So fast forward, he finished university and he started working there. He's not happy doing the work because that is not what he had always dreamt of. That is not what he was happy doing. But because of the fact that he's always waking up to, if you do it, you will do it. You are the one that you are supposed to do it. You are supposed to run your father's legacy. You will not be a bastard by leaving this job. He will wake up daily, go to the office cranky, angry, not because somebody offended him, but because he's not happy doing what he wants to do. If in that sense, you feel like, oh, you have money now, your family already, there's money for you, you are earning well, you are doing well. Another person looking at him from afar, they will feel like he's doing well. But is he actually doing well? No, he's not. His life is on hold. That is not who he wanted to be. And this will bring me to say that guilt is one of the strongest chains that keeps people from living their own lives. I'll say that again. Guilt. You see, guilt. It is the strongest chain that keeps people from living their life. Because it feels like if I leave this work now, my parents will probably hate me. They've invested a lot in me. Having to train me from childhood up to university stage. The bills, the money, the everything they've done. It will make me a bad child if I say I don't want to do this. So it's guilt. And that guilt is chaining him down from becoming who he wants to be. The guilt is holding him down. I would also like to come back and ask a question. If there was nobody to judge you, if there was nobody to say, oh, this thing you are doing, you are not supposed to do it. If there was nobody there really to judge you, what would you have done better? Are there things you would have done better? Are we here? Audience, are we here? If nobody is there to judge you, looking back, are there things you would have done better? Thank you. I would like to use myself as an example. Growing up, while I was in, I think GSS 2, I wanted to learn fashion designing. Oh, I really loved fashion designing. I wanted to. I begged my parents. I told them. They were like, oh no. They said something in Yoruba. Oh, le ko igi meji sina. Like you can't do two things at the same time. You are learning. Of course, it is out of love. But looking back now, if I had learned that, I feel like there's a place where the skill that I've acquired would have gotten me into. It had to take extra determination for me at this age to say no, I'm going to learn bead making, because growing up I never had a skill because my parents wouldn't allow it. They just wanted me to focus on book. I'm not saying that they don't love me. They do, because honestly, parents sometimes make a decision out of, oh, I love this child, but they are not considering the fact that does it sit well with this child. Of course, respect your family, but don't abandon yourself to prove that respect. I'm not saying you should disrespect them. If they say, oh, don't do this, if your husband say don't do this, if your wife says don't do this, your boyfriend is saying don't do this, do not disrespect them. Oh, respect them, but do not abandon yourself to prove that respect. Do not. Now, what are the consequences of putting your life on hold? What will happen if you put your life on hold? Don't forget, time waits for no one. This life is going. If you misuse the last 5 minutes of your time, there's no way you can go back to that 5 minutes to relive it. So what are the consequences of putting your life on hold? It leads to resentment. You are now resenting those people that, of course, I said it earlier, people make decisions for you because they love you. It is now your choice to accept that thing. Or, see, one thing I will always say is that we humans, we have a choice. Do not ever say you don't have a choice. You have a choice. It is now a question of, are you willing to take that choice and utilize it well? Or you want to satisfy people? If you want to live your life to satisfy people, trust me, that dream you have, you will never. Even if you get there, it will be by chance or by grace. You don't have to satisfy people all the time. Then you now have to start resenting people that in their own space here, they meant love for you, but of course it's detrimental to your own dream. You are now resenting them. That is one of the consequences of having to put your life on hold. You resent people a lot. You regret. Had I known, only if I knew, I would have. You can't go back. You are now regretting it in your current situation. Now, the story of the lady that I said that, she got scholarship and then she had to forfeit it because her boyfriend was saying, if you love me, you will not go. If you truly love me, you will stay back. Let's build something. And then the guy now later left her after 6 years. Can she regain that 6 years back? Regret. She will not have to look back. Oh, had I know, I would have just left the country. Had I know, I wouldn't have listened to my boyfriend. Regret. Loss of identity. Loss of identity. You are not happy doing what you are currently doing because somebody told you that is what you should do. Loss of identity. You are not confident. Sometimes ago, I was working in my uncle's company. It was not stressful. People would look at me, you are enjoying, go easy baby girl lifestyle. There was not so much work and all. But I knew that this was not what I want to do. I wasn't happy. There were days where I would struggle out of bed. I would be like, I'm going to this work again. I'm not happy. It took a lot of strength. It took a lot of speaking to myself that this is not what you want to do. This is not the dream you had. For me to switch to something else. Of course, it wasn't easy. But now what I do, I derive joy. Every day I wake up, of course, it's not every time you wake up and you are feeling, you want to go to work. But me having to think about what I'm doing alone is a joy on its own. Thank you. I'm fulfilling purpose. I'm happy. But if you're doing what you don't want to do because somebody told you, I feel this is what is best for you, you lose your identity. Emotional burnout. You are just emotionally stressed. Nothing small thing like this, your emotions are already everywhere. And that's because truly, if you are like that, check inside of you. Your life is on hold. It might be as a result of what somebody has said to you or what somebody think is best for you. Sometimes ago, somebody was telling me about a man. He's old. He should be in his 50s and 60s. The man was okay. He had his family. His family is doing well. He had his business. Everything is fine for him. He's doing well for himself. Until one day, he said, he was just having a conversation with somebody. Then he said that, I wouldn't have been in this country now, and I would have been better than this if I had only accepted an offer that was placed in front of me some years ago. And he said something. He said he made that decision because of someone. And guess what? That someone is no longer in his life. And he's there regretting. So that is what putting your life on hold, that is what it will do to you. Regret. You will now look back, and I know, God forbid, I would have. I pray that will not be a case in our own instance. Be careful of what you sacrifice, because life does not always give you a second chance to choose differently. Be careful of what you sacrifice. Be careful. If that sacrifice is going to cost you your identity, do not. If that sacrifice means putting your life on hold because you want to make someone happy, do not. Because life sometimes doesn't give you a second chance. Of course, there are people out there that will tell you, second chance. I'm not saying that there is no second chance, but it is not as much as we think it is. So why do you want to use your own life as an experiment when you can live it in a better way? If the sacrifice is going to cost you your life, I don't mean dying here. I mean, if it's going to cost you your dream, do not sacrifice it. Let people tell you are selfish. Yes, you are. Be selfish for your life. Because if you grow old and you don't look back, you'll be like, I die no. I would have just been selfish and just take that step. Why do people put their life on hold? Why do they put it on hold? Because they fear losing love. You claim to love somebody, and then the person is telling you to do something that will put your life on hold. Then you're like, let me just do it. I love this guy so much. Let me just do it. For the sake of love. Yes, that's the word. For the sake of love, you are putting your life on hold. Really? Does it worth it? No. Because even that person that you're saying you love, with time, at the end of the day, that person might no longer be in your life. And it's now you left with the regret. And then the person is not even, the person is no longer in your life again. Fear of losing love. Fear of disappointing family. What will my family say? Hope my family will not say I'm the bad child. Hope my family will not say my own is too much. Then you are putting your life on hold because you want to please a family. No, it's not worth it, really. Low self-worth. Low self-worth. You feel you are not worthy of doing that. You feel you are not worthy of taking that step. You feel you are not enough. You can't do better. You feel you cannot do better outside of what they've already defined for you. You feel like, oh, if I step out of this family business that I'm not happy doing, how am I going to find my balance? Am I actually going to make it? Low self-worth. Trust me, if you leave that position now and you move forward to what you really want to do, you will thrive, you will succeed. Just take that step. And do not put your life on hold. Hoping that things will change. I will go back to the story. I will reference back to the story I said about the lady. She was hoping that probably next year the guy is going to say, oh, propose to me. Will you do the honor and be my wife and spend forever with me? 1 year passed. 2 years passed. She was still hoping that things would change. But at the end of the day, it didn't change. It only broke her. Hoping that things would change. Now, what are the practical steps to becoming free? Practical steps to becoming free. Know yourself. Know yourself. What do you really want? Who do you think you really want to become? Know yourself. Identity. Know who you are. Find your identity. Do not let somebody define your identity for you. Do not. Define your identity yourself. If it has to take you sleepless nights to know who you are, is worth doing, is worth sacrificing for. Of course, these people, see, trust me, they love you, oh. They truly love you. They think that they are telling you what is best for you. It is left for you to pick. Do I really want to do this, or I want to know who I am? Parents will tell you, oh, I want my child to be a doctor. But deep down, do you want to be a doctor? Is that your identity? See, I'm not trying to say that doctor is a bad profession. Please, try to understand me. The profession they are trying to tell you to go into, is that who you really want to be? Is that what you're happy doing? Is that doing that, will it make you fulfilled? Know your identity. Know who you are. Discover yourself. Set boundaries. There's always boundaries to everything. You know, they will say that you are not the El Shaddai, else you shall die. Set boundaries. You are not meant to carry the burden of everyone. There is limits to things. I'm not saying you should not help. I'm not saying you should not sacrifice a little. Of course do. But learn to set boundaries. Stop waiting for permission. Stop waiting for permission. Life does not wait for permission. While you are waiting to get permission or seek validation from someone, life is going. Time is counting. And before you know, 1 year is gone. You've not done anything. 2 years gone. Wasted. And there you are, waiting for somebody's validation. You are trying to seek permission from someone. Choose growth over comfort. Growing is not easy. It comes with price. See, it might have to be that you leaving somebody that you love. See, it might have to be choices of, taking bold steps, really, that will cost you sacrifice if you truly want to grow. It might have to be you disobeying respectfully. Disobeying, emphasis on disobeying respectfully for you to grow. Accept that some people will leave. See, anyone that leaves when they see that you are growing, it means that those people are actually benefiting from you being stagnant. So when they saw that this guy is already moving, is already growing, then they see that they have to leave. See, accept it. No matter how much you love people, there are some people that will not stay. They will leave. Once you accept that, you will never put your life on hold for anyone. Not everyone you love is meant to go where you are going. There are people that love you, but your destination, your direction is not the same. It is not the same. Not everyone you love is meant to go where you are going. Sit down, reflect, think about it. What have I been doing that is actually putting my life on hold? What is it that I'm doing? What sacrifice am I making that is detrimental to my dream? See, you have dreams. You can't afford to put it on hold for somebody. When you grow old, when you're now in your 50s and 60s and you see your mates thriving and you are there because somebody told you not to do something, hey, that is not a place we want to be in. Really. Live life. Live life to the fullest. See, when I say live life, I don't mean trying to waste your life away by clubbing and doing a lot of things. Live life. We all have dreams here. I'm sure a lot of us, I do a lot of imagination. I can just sit down and I'm just picturing, this girl, being the CEO of one very big firm. You're just picturing yourself. You have houses all over the place. See, you have dreams and you cannot put it on hold for someone. The person will leave at the end of the day. Nobody is meant to stay forever. There are people that are not even meant to stay more than probably max 5 years. They are out of your life. Then you're not saying, oh, because I love this person so much, this person is my heaven, this person is my word, this person is my Jupiter, this person is my Mars. Oh, I think I need to consider this person. Let me just, it's just a scholarship. Let me just leave it. I love the person. With time, we'll find our way. We'll grow together. Yes, that's the word. You grow together. Then you are dimming your lights for somebody. For someone else to shine. Dimming your light for someone else to shine. I hope the next speaker is ready. I would like to leave us with this. Life is not a waiting room. Some of us must have been in a waiting room where they will call on the next. Oh, Mr. Something Something, you are the next. Life is not a waiting room. You don't sit hoping someone calls your name. You stand up and walk into your future. You stand up and walk into your future. Life is not a place where people gather and then somebody is coming to say, oh, Miss Patience, you are the next. Mr. Johnson, you are the next. Miss Joy, you are the next. It is not like that. You have to make a decision to stand up and walk into your future with no regrets. And I would like to conclude by saying, one day, just one day, life will ask you, why do you wait so long to live? One day, life will ask you, why do you wait so long to live? Don't let your answer be because of someone else. Don't let your answer be, oh, because this person said That's why I didn't live my life. Do not let your answer be, oh, because I don't want to disappoint this person. That was why I paused my life. Don't let your answer be, because I'm trying to be the perfect person for my family. That's why I paused my life. Life is not waiting. Life is not waiting. Achieve your dreams. Achieve your dreams confidently, with no regrets. And I remain Oluwatoyin Odejide till I step on this podium again. Fine. I'd love to pass the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very nice speech, and I commend that. So, my name is Ubi Martin, KB precisely, and due to the negligences in the society, due to negligences in professions, everyone claims that they are good in some specific field. Maybe you've studied law as a profession, you're an engineer as a to your own profession, you're a journalist, those that studied communication, or you're a teacher to your profession. Calling it your profession stands at your level of education, the knowledge you've garnered and inculcated into yourself. But I would say, you find out that the most things we complain in the society is brain drain. And what had been leading to all this brain drain? We observe a syndrome connotatively tagged as the Japa syndrome. And if you ask and let people be honest with themselves, what brings about them? They will tell you that they are going for greener pastures. But I will tell you, I once sat down and I asked myself, if I was given 40 million naira, I know that money is small to me. If I don't have a best word to denote that, I would say one man meat is another man's poison. Or I would rather say what is enough for someone else is not sufficient for the other. Let me just use those two words. But a typical example of how I want to juxtapose that word is, I could remember many years ago, it's not up to a decade though, and I have a godmother and she was like, Martin, you are not saving, you are earning money, you need to be saving. You needed money for you to keep up to yourself. And while she was saying this, the husband precisely have to have a man-to-man conversation with me. And he called me out. He said, Martin, can I speak with you? And I would like you to pick to this I want to say. And this had been tested and it has been proven. That means I am explaining to you that practically it had happened to me. You know, I've once explained to someone that I later deduced that experience is not the best teacher. Before I tell you what is the best teacher, let me tell you what experience is. You observe that you making woods, you gathered woods and you lit fire on them. Fire is ignited on them, so it burns. You observe that the wood is not, so some parts of the wood is no longer igniting fire. Then you want to arrange it for the fire to continue. You know, when you gather, let me assume you gather like about 7 sticks of wood you've cut down, the one you've in down from the forest, and you observe that as it was burning, so the shorter one is moving out from the one you've gathered rather, and that moment you need to put in it back. Instead of you to hold it by the one that is not with fire. You took the wrong finger, you held up to the wood that have caught fire already. Let me ask you a question. When you hold a wood that has caught fire, will it hurt you or not? It will hurt you, right? Yes. That's correct. When you hold a wood that caught fire, it will hurt you, or rather say it will burn you. It gives you burns, and burn is not good for the skin. It's a skin irritation, right? And it has spoiled your skin. That moment the wood burnt you, what did you learn? That is an experience. Am I right? You've gained true experience. If there is no one observing what has happened that moment, or there is a person that have observed what happened that moment, you would advise the person, do not go there and don't hold the wood by where the fire has been caught. CAUGHT, caught. Or a person, or a third party rather, or someone observed when the incident happened. I am very certain the person will not hold the wood by where it's been caught fire again. Am I right? Yes, sir. That moment, the third person that took cognizance of what is going on, what he or she was doing that moment is called observation. Therefore, I'm explaining to you that experience is not the best teacher, but observation is the best teacher. Now let us wrap this that I do not need to experience how bad it is before I will say I want to learn a lesson. Rather, I need to observe, I need to deduce, from which I have inculcated knowledge into myself. And let me explain knowledge to you. From the word KNOWLEDGE, knowledge. I will advise you to separate the word know and edge. Permit me to spell it in the small letter word. Picture it that way. I'm not using the capital letter word. So when I use the small letter words to explain knowledge, I am slashing the know from the edge. I want to believe you are picturing what I'm explaining to you. So you are spelling know and you are spelling edge. Knowledge can be defined according to me as my professor, to my own profession. I have coined my own language to define knowledge as what you know that will take you to the edge. Do you grasp? Yes. Like I said, do you grasp? Knowledge is whatever you know that will take you to the edge. If you don't have a grasp, when I mean grasp, I mean understanding. When I mean understanding, I mean comprehend. If you don't have an understanding of a thing, you do not have a knowledge of it. Definitely, if you don't have a knowledge, you cannot practice well a particular thing. All in a body. I am explaining professions. I'm explaining professions to you. Before I will tell you that he is a certified, or if I would not use the word certified, if I tell you that he is a chartered accountant, I'm definitely telling you that he had well studied the knowledge on accounting, knowing about finances, knowing about the do's and the don'ts to his study, to the body of knowledge he had gained. Therefore, your profession is what you are skillful at. If I would help a layman to understand, I know we are educated people here. Being educated shows we are literate. I will tell you that if you knit, KNEAT, I'm precisely spelling my words so they don't get lost in it. KNEAT, that's another way people that does embroidery. Am I correct? We are so skillful in doing it. You know, you not just knit to create ropes. If I would say those that knit, I can't tell precisely. I would say the first thing people that knit is that they were passing in wools with what looks like stitches. They are passing wool and they are making continuous forming some. They are forming a particular thing. But if I don't even know what they've ever formed, I believe the first person is trying to form. If I'm knitting, that process is taking a knotting kind of skill. That moment you are forming rope at first, right? The moment you are forming a continuous knitting, then you put in your mind that I want to form out something from this. The next thing that comes up again is that is either you are creating a hat or an hat. After an hat, you want to make a bag. So that moment you become an innovative thinker. Being an innovative thinker shows you are creative in what you are doing. It shows you are skillful in what you are doing. Therefore, I will call you a professional embroiderer. Am I right? I move to those that are teachers. The reason I will go into those that are teachers is that teaching is a wide scope and teaching isn't complete or well defined. When I say teaching, the first thing that comes to your mind is that you painted an imagery of an institution. You painted an imagery of four walls of a building. You painted an imagery of a place where has a wall behind me, a whiteboard behind me, or a blackboard behind me, as of many years ago, blackboard before the whiteboard. Or we've even gotten to a stage where I only come up with my system and there's a projector before me and I'm explaining to you things to a body of knowledge. Either it is body of knowledge in arts, body of knowledge in linguists, that means teaching any parts of a language, Portuguese, teaching Chinese, teaching English, name it. So the process which I am doing all this is the profession. So teaching embodies every courses, every profession that has come in place. Therefore, you gain that and you observed after gaining a body of knowledge for a particular period of time, the next thing that comes after is you observe that you have to take a test. I told a friend 2 days ago that do you know something you are missing and you are lagging? Lagging. You are lagging. I'm not saying lacking. Definitely you know something, right? Just that you are not being current in it. And listen, if you are not current, you won't be correct. Did you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Definitely, if you are not good in a body of knowledge, you will be wrong in that body of knowledge. Like I once said, it's bad to say you are an average person. There's nothing like being an average person. It's either you are not doing well in that position or you are doing successfully well. So you are gaining a body of knowledge and you've observed that I want to study history. So the process when you are studying history, then you observe that you take an examination. When you succeed in that examination, we are in the world that you advance in that body of knowledge, the course you are taking, then you are called that you are a graduate in that body of knowledge. After graduating in that body of knowledge, a layman or a literate understands that gaining knowledge in a course of study, you advance to doing your masters or you advance to doing your PhD, or I call you a professional to your study. What am I bringing out? So I told someone a few days ago that, do you know that there is an irony about life? And the irony is that In school, you get lessons just to do a test, right? But in life, you face tests to learn lessons. That is the body of knowledge. So, coming all together, I'm only wanting you to picture well, because I don't know how to cram. I'm a student that understands the topic very well before I can explain it to a person. And I feel understanding is key. You will never forget, because while you understand the thing, if you're a visual learner, you learn by what you see. If you're an auditory learner, you learn by what you hear. Whichever part you are learning, I'm sure you will never forget it again, because you make sure it sinks down into your understanding, you comprehend it well, and you take a grasp about it. So I will tell it to persons that ethics refers to the moral principles, standards, and codes that guides a profession. Like I explained, is the teachings of ethics. Do not just listen to, I wish you can just throw me a question that I don't understand what you explain. I said there are moral principles, there are codes, there are conducts that guides a body of a knowledge. What are principles? Principles. To explain it to my younger self, I will tell my younger self that principles are guidelines. Principles are set instructions. Let me give that word to you, set instructions. So whenever you hear principles, just know that they are set instructions. Is that well understood? So you know principles are set instructions. So I'm also saying, comma, after it is being called principles, it is also being called codes of conduct. Definitely, I am giving you, when I say I'm giving you a code, the first thing that comes to a young youth is that I'm giving you a secret cheat. Definitely, I'm telling you that I'm giving you a pattern. Codes are patterns. I'm giving you a patterns that guide these conducts. Adhere by it. ADHERE. Adhere by it. Go by these principles. There are codes of conduct that guides a body of knowledge, or that guides an individual. Lastly, I will tell you that guides an organization, that guides a profession. Some of us, if not here, or I will be sure, some people studied law, some people studied medicine, while some people studied, let me give that, engineering, and some people studied journalism. I like calling it journalism rather than mass communication, because when I call it journalism, it shows that you are being is your profession, is your so-called profession. And I cannot say you are a practicing communicator, or I say you are a practicing journalist. So there are codes that guide this, and there are ethics that guide this. I want to show you a picture so you understand clearly. Like I said, so after I was called upon and they talked to me that you are spending, are you becoming a spendthrift? You need to mind the way you are spending. And the man called me outside. Listen to what he said. He said, Martin, I know you are trying. I'm never saying you should not save. But listen, you've never heard me talk about spiritual aspect of life or phenomenal aspect of life, the peripheral aspect. That means I'm talking about things we can't touch. We're not talking about the physical aspect again. But I will advise you, and it's to every one of you here, I don't mean you should not save. But pray you should not see what you take off your savings. And the first thing that comes to your mind is health condition. Am I right? Either if it's you or a loved one close to you. If it's not you, a member of your family, even if you're having issues with the person, is having an health condition, I am very very certain, I am very very certain, if a family member of yours is having health condition, I tell you the truth, a family member of yours, that you will find all means to save that family member of yours. That had become health issue, so savings cannot save that moment. I pray it saves, but that process you cannot calculate. So December, there's an account I always put in for anything that involves my car, is what we use to repairing it. What involves my decor is my sterling bank, my handiwork, my skill. This is where I get the money from. What involves this about my academical life, it involves my GT bank. I have separated them. My God, I was called. Where are you? My elder brother in Abuja, that's our eldest brother. Where are you? Nothing was happened to my mother, so people are not even taking of it. Like, I still call my mom. So it just happened that on a Monday morning I received a call. I think I just finished an online class, then, and I received a call. Where are you? Your mom said she can't walk again, the leg, she can't lift, the muscles in her leg disturbing her, she can't walk, the pain is very excruciating to her. You know, when it comes to pain with a person, you can't explain better. Practically, when a man has muscle pull, right, a man knows how he feels that pain. I don't know, those are a man here that plays football, you know, when muscle pull comes up immediately, that pain, you are the only one that know how painful it is, and can tell you that someone else may try to wanting to help you but cannot do it better. That's the pain she was feeling. I'm like, is this something as difficult as that? I called my younger brother, quickly go to the house. My parent doesn't allow us to come to that area due to some reasons. You have no choice now, just go to that area, go pick up mom. Mom said she cannot enter the car, so difficult as that, but not up to the point I want to explain. She has to quickly go down to go call, he has to quickly go down. I said, go to this place, go and meet a bone doctor here, talk to, okay, I have friends that did physiotherapy, friends that did some courses that involves bone and other things like that. Please, I need your help. What medicine can I get for my mom? I know that it's not advisable to get medicine when there is an health condition. It is advisable, it is better you first seek medical practitioner to dictate or to prescribe to you what you are supposed to do.